If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 221, Vast Sorrows. May 3, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. In Neville's perfectly unbiased opinion, the past couple of days sucked immeasurably. The task had started so well. He had proved to everyone just how skilled and how honorable he was. Until he was betrayed by Cassius Warrington, that is. If he was perfectly honest, he should have seen that coming. Neville shouldn't have bought the fact that Warrington forgave him for almost killing him. Still, it was somewhat understandable, and he did deserve it a bit. As far as he was concerned, they were even. He would feel no guilt with what happened to the older student. Not anymore. He had spoken to his grandmother about it, and she said that Warrington testified saying that someone blackmailed him into doing it by threatening to harm his sister, as well as going after Dumbledore for not making sure that the tournament was safe enough, despite his reassurances. It was a doomed effort from the start, but it did keep everyone's attention on Dumbledore, stopping them from forgetting his many failings. It probably contributed a big deal to how much Dumbledore was getting crucified by the media. The man had literally lost every position he had in the span of a year. This was not the work of a 15-year-old student, no matter how smart they were. Nevertheless, Neville didn't buy the fact that Warrington was an unwilling victim, but the DMLE seemingly did. It didn't matter anymore. All it did confirm was that Neville was taken somewhere. The DMLE tried to track down the tourney, but all that remained was an empty field, with no traces of magic. Still, it hurt to see the sheer incredulity on the Aurors' faces when they interviewed him. They didn't believe him. They didn't buy that he shared a cell with a dead man. They didn't buy that he could have escaped a stronghold filled with guards and wizards, without even a wand. They didn't buy that Sirius Black had sacrificed his life to save him. It was happening again. They were blaming it on another illusion, another mental trick, and Neville did not have the heart to break his grandmother's heart and tell her that he purposely used the killing curse hoping to kill Snape. Even in the midst of his endless rage, his grieving, his confusion, and his fear, Neville chose to use that spell. Sure, the DMLE detected the scar's influence thanks to the mind healers, noting it as a foreign compulsion, but it was Neville's hate that powered this spell. It was his utter loathing for the man who had painted a target on his back, who had caused the death of his parents. And yet the man faced no consequences for any of it. He deserved to pay. Neville reined in his anger once more. No, he shouldn't have attacked Snape. Not like he did. He should have told his grandmother, and she would have helped him get his revenge. She would have destroyed everything the man held dear, bit by bit, ruined his life one day at a time. Neville knew perfectly well what Augusta Longbottom was capable of. For one thing, she got him off using the killing curse in public. A lifetime sentence in prison was avoided on a technicality. He had told her everything, of course, and she had a few contacts in the departments of mysteries to confirm the existence of the prophecy. She didn't say it, but Neville could tell that she would take revenge on her own terms. Still, Neville knew in his heart that what happened wasn't an illusion. It wasn't his scar possessing him, even if his judgment was impaired slightly. No, it was true. And that meant that Harry's betrayal was also true. Neville stood there, in front of the door to the hospital wing, afraid of the coming confrontation. Harry had been his rock, in his depression after the events of the Chamber of Secrets, after the loss of Hermione and his reputation. Did he truly want to risk losing one of his few friends? Did he really want to pull back the curtain and confront Harry Potter? His hesitation must have shown on his face because the Longbottom matriarch gently grabbed his shoulder and spoke up. You don't have to do this today if you don't want to. No, I need to do this, he responded. Do you want me to come in with you? No. I need to speak with him alone. Neville's grandmother had an understanding look on her face, and the young Gryffindor shook his head, steeled his expression and sneakily entered the room. He recognized Harry on the furthest bed, and he honestly didn't look good. Apparently, there might have been some truth in the Grindelwald impersonator's words, that Dumbledore had tortured the last Potter in some kind of inescapable prison that Harry still somehow got out from. The former Longbottom scion stifled the pity he felt towards the young Slytherin, reminding himself of his betrayal. Harry looked like he was drifting off, but Neville didn't have it in him to wait any longer and cleared his throat audibly. He could see Harry's eyes widen slightly in recognition before speaking. Hello, Harry. I believe we have a lot to talk about. The other boy's voice was raspy. You could have picked a better time, Neville. I don't think I could. This conversation was a long time coming. Well, I'm not going anywhere and I'm too tired to even try to protest. So, champ, what do you want to talk about? There were many places to start from and suddenly, Neville didn't know which one to pick. He expected some kind of resistance or a sarcastic comment of some sort. It was odd seeing Harry like this and the first question slipped from his mouth, what the hell happened to you? A lot. Dumbledore can be very cruel when he wants to. What about you? I heard you almost killed our resident dungeon bat. Neville's reply was just as vague as Harry's, that was an accident, nothing more, I was under the Imperius, you see. I don't remember much, only that I ended up kidnapped by some nutjobs, forced into a cell, and escaped through the skin of my teeth but I got caught by the Imperius in the end, hence the hexing. Harry snorted at his statement, oh, come on. You're seriously expecting me to buy that? You obviously ended up using the scar to escape and almost killed Snape in the process. I did warn you about trying to use the knowledge in it. Well, it wasn't like Neville expected anything else. He might be injured, but Harry was still smart enough to see through him. The fact that he knew about the scar must have helped his deductions. Still, that didn't mean that Neville appreciated the judging look in the Slytherin's eyes. Hey, I had no choice. I was going to die if I hadn't used it. I'm not judging you, or even saying what you did was wrong. You actively made a choice, and that choice has consequences, consequences that you will have to live with. Neville snorted. Since when hadn't Harry Potter been judging him? Ever since he stepped into Hogwarts, Harry had looked at him with that infuriating look on his face and deemed him wanting. It had grated his nerves at first, thinking that the boy was looking down on him, which was why he always picked into fights with the Potter scion in his first year. Well, I'm more than ready to accept the consequences. I do not value Snape's life above my own. But I didn't come here to talk to you about all that. Why do I think you're not here to make sure I'm okay? Oh, that's a part of it, sure. But I do have a few questions. You see, the people who kidnapped me said a lot of interesting things. A few of them involved you. Neville's tone turned more than a little threatening at the end, yet all Harry did was raise an eyebrow. You have my attention, Longbottom. Did you know about the prophecy that made Voldemort go after our parents? Harry nodded. Yes, I did. I found a couple of my mother's diaries a few years back and she spoke about it a lot. They went into hiding later, before being betrayed by Peter Pettigrew, which was how the fire of Godric's Hollow came to be. I still have no idea what the hell happened there. And you said nothing. The young Slytherin shrugged, it wasn't like it would do anything. True prophecies happen either way. Knowing about it, even actively trying to stop it would not change the outcome. Telling you about it would have just made you obsessed with it. Even then, I don't know what it said, only that it exists, and that Dumbledore believed it to be a true prophecy. It could have been fulfilled already for all I could tell. Did you know that Snape was the one who told Voldemort about the prophecy? Harry visibly froze for a fraction of a second before resuming, I don't think it matters who told Voldemort about it. Our parents died over a decade ago. You probably don't remember them. I know I don't. For all the stories, they're just strangers who fought in a war. They knew the consequences of fighting this war and chose to do it anyway. How could you say that? Do you know what war is, Neville? It's not a school grudge or a fancy battle. It's not glorious like the stories of heroes and legendary figures. There is only death and heartbreak in war. When you cast that first spell, no matter how righteous you feel, you have no idea who is going to die. You have no idea who will become widows or orphans. Our parents chose to fight a war for whatever reason they had. They might have thought that death would be preferable to the way the world was becoming, that standing up to a monster was the best they could honor their ancestors. But that means that they also had to understand the risks. And in the end, it's not them who paid the price. Their loved ones did. Death is easy. Seeing the people you love perish is pure agony. Neville bristled at that. Harry really didn't care about his parents, something that Neville never really understood. At home, Frank and Alice Longbottom were like ghosts, haunting every member of the household, and Neville learned to honor them too, if only to keep his family happy. However, Neville just didn't want to get into an argument over it. Instead, he chose to change the subject to what he truly wanted to talk about. Did you lie to me about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets? Harry gave him an unreadable look before sighing, yes I did. So, there was no illusion? You let me think I was insane. It wasn't really my idea, but it was the only way to prevent Dumbledore from escalating the situation. He didn't want people to realize that there was a basilisk roaming freely in his school, and I didn't want people looking into my affairs. We wanted to bury the whole thing, but you had pretty much bragged to everyone about killing a basilisk, hence the idea that you were under an illusion. The way you behaved afterwards is what made people call you unstable. Neville gave him an incredulous tone. You're blaming that on me. It was either that or Dumbledore was going to obliviate you and possibly cause actual brain damage. The chamber was a defining memory that changed your character. The grief you felt about what happened to Hermione changed you, and removing it would have put you out of sync. You would have been truly unbalanced. Dumbledore wouldn't have cared anyway, as long as you kept your mouth shut, he would have been happy. And you couldn't have told me about it later. Harry chuckled. I could have, but the truth is that I didn't trust you not to blab to anyone else. You were my friend. We weren't friends back then. And do you remember what you did after slaying the basilisk? Did you really think I would trust you afterwards? Neville flinched at the reminder. He had fallen to Riddle's words, almost betrayed Harry because he was hearing what he wanted to hear, that Hermione would have been all right. You're a real son of a bitch, Potter. The last Potter snorted. I won't deny that. Out of curiosity, who was it that told you about the chamber? Sirius Black. He sacrificed himself to help me escape. The young Slytherin burst into laughter. Neville waited for a minute, his temper getting wilder with every passing moment. Why the hell are you laughing? Don't worry your pretty little head about it and do your best to forget about Sirius. Believe me, it's a miracle you even got out of this place alive if that man was involved. It always comes back to them, doesn't it? Potter, Black, and Pettigrew. I'm expecting Lupin to come out of nowhere and try something. Neville furrowed his eyebrows. Didn't you know? Professor Lupin disappeared during the third task. The Aurors haven't been able to find him. How interesting, Harry mused. I'll need to think about this further. But that's my problem, not yours. Now, as for you, the question you need to ask yourself is what now? What are you going to do now that you know the truth? I wonder if you'll grow from this experience or if you'll drown in your own misery. Neville turned and left the hospital wing, not answering the Slytherin's question. He definitely didn't want him to know how much his words rattled him. On the top of a deserted hill, a figure looked visibly tired from the hellish journey. And that was an accurate description of the way up. Remus Lupin's ascent was a testament to his resilience, a journey across a desolate landscape transformed into an unnatural monochrome wasteland. Mere days before, this place was probably filled with greeneries and plants. Yet nothing remained. He had been drawn to this place with an unlikely mixture of hope and desperation. His tired expression disappeared and a wide smile took its place. A woman stood before him, her red hair a vivid contrast to the grey world around them, cascading down her shoulders like a fiery waterfall. Even after so long, she was easily recognizable. I didn't dare to dream that I would ever see you again. The woman's expression became softer. I did miss you, old friend. Now, we'll have the chance to catch up later. Why don't you start by telling me about my son? Her eyes, a vivid green, bore into his with an intensity that seemed almost otherworldly. It was almost as if they were glowing. Chapter 222, Darker Hearts. May 5, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry woke up in pain, as he had the previous couple of days. He raised his trembling hands to the table next to his bed and quickly gulped the potion on it. Slowly, he felt his body cool down and stifle the burning sensation that had woke him up. He sighed in relief, slumped back to the bed, and stared at the familiar ceiling of the hospital wing. He had stayed in this place for a few days now, and he had truly forgotten just how horrible it was. The monotony, the boredom, was borderline torturous, and Harry had found no way to engage his mind other than the few books that Daphne brought him. He couldn't use any magic, couldn't do any experiments, couldn't even wander out of the hospital wing without Madame Pomfrey popping out like some kind of monster from hell to bring him back to his bed. Honestly, if it wasn't for Daphne keeping him company, he would have gone insane after the first day. He was very thankful for the blonde, spending every minute of free time with him. She probably felt guilty for his condition, since she was used as a hostage and was why Harry didn't fight off Pettigrew. He tried to reassure her many times that it wasn't her fault, but she wouldn't listen. Other than Daphne's visit, Blaise and Tracy came to see him a few times. Professor McGonagall came once, as had Professor Flitwick, her new deputy. Snape hadn't shown up, but Harry never expected him to do so anyway. Astoria joined her sister a few times as well, looking just as upbeat as ever, even if she was slightly more affectionate than she used to be. Daphne probably told her what happened. Of course, there was also the fact that Neville Longbottom visited him on the day Harry woke up. He still didn't know how to feel about their conversation, but at least everything was out in the open and strangely enough he didn't feel guilty about it anymore. Oh, sure, gaslighting Neville was a bratty thing to do but Harry had no other choice at the time. Neville had just tried to betray him to Tom Riddle of all people, just a few hours prior, and Harry really had every right to throw him under the bus, especially since it was the only way out. It didn't help that every single other outcome would have ended up with the boy who lived being obliviated by Dumbledore, which was very dangerous since erasing important memories, especially in a growing mind, could easily cause mental damage. And hadn't Harry paid him back when he told his grandmother about the Horcrux in his scar and saved his life, maybe even his soul at the time? Yet, Neville had no right to complain about what Harry did considering how much he helped him in the past year alone. Honestly, he had gone above and beyond to make up for what he had done, and he strangely found that he stopped feeling guilty about it. He didn't know if that was a good thing or if it was a sign he was growing into some kind of sociopath. A voice interrupted Harry's train of thought. Well, don't you look pensive, brat? Harry cursed in his mind at the lack of his arcane hearing. Was he really that blind without it? He turned and saw Arcturus sitting next to him with an amused smile on his face and huffed, "You're late." The Black Patriarch really was. Harry had expected the man to stay with him ever since his abduction, but he had practically disappeared since the third task. "I like you and everything, Harry, but Dumbledore was just fired as both headmaster and chief warlock." Whoever the Grindelwald impersonator was, his proclamation snowballed to destroy everything Dumbledore had tried to hide. Even most of the progressive families have been distancing themselves from him. I never thought I'd see anything like it in my lifetime. Harry sighed inwardly. Dumbledore's downfall was akin to a giant earthquake that rattled the political scene in magical Britain, and perhaps even the rest of Europe. Grindelwald really had planned the man's downfall splendidly, and everyone knew that chaos was a ladder, and what did you do in the meantime, then? Oh, I put the final nail in the coffin. I hired teams of warders thanks to my contacts in the French ministry, and they tore down Dumbledore's wards from his prisons and rebuilt them from scratch. Every single secret passage was removed, and every single trap or secret room was revealed. It was a donation on my part, and it did cost me a small fortune, but it was nothing compared to removing any influence Dumbledore might have in the ministry. And do you know the best part? After Gringotts audited his accounts, we found out that Dumbledore had put all his finances into the school's budget to avoid paying any taxes on that front and hide any obvious financial gain from his monopoly over alchemical substances in Britain. And with him being let go as headmaster, he barely has any gold left. Harry shook his head. I wouldn't be so sure. Dumbledore seems like a man who would have multiple stashes lying around in the chance that something would go wrong. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that most of the man's gold is gone, and the man has no longer any influence over British politics. That's not even mentioning the way people have been talking about you, how you've been standing up to him and he was targeting you specifically. The whole thing with the dying body double in the third task was proof that he had planned to abduct you and fake his death. There's even a rising demand to arrest him. The last Potter couldn't help but snort. I can't picture a team of trembling Aurors trying to arrest the man. It's like people forgot just how magically powerful the man is. Of course they did. Dumbledore himself is the one that did his best to make people forget just how dangerous he is, and now it's biting him in the ass. The fact that he's telling everyone that Grindelwald was back doesn't help in any way. He's not lying. The man in the stadium really was Grindelwald. That seemed to take the wines out of Arcturus, and the man slumped down into his chair. You're serious? I wasn't completely honest to the Aurors. I didn't wake up in the castle. I woke up in some fortress, probably where Grindelwald stayed in. I think one of the man's agents had stolen my prison from underneath Dumbledore's nose, and when I escaped, I found them there. What happened? We fought, Harry summarized. I was tired, magically spent, and injured. Every spell I cast felt like my blood turned to lava. They were going for the kill, so I did the same. There weren't any survivors. Arcturus, Sirius was amongst them. I thought you said killing him was impossible, the Black Patriarch muttered with an impassive tone. I used the Colt. I didn't have the energy to do anything else that might have even delayed him. But then, soon afterwards, Grindelwald came. I tried using the Colt again, but he stopped it. I thought you said that a bullet from your weapon, once fired, couldn't be stopped. Harry sighed. I did. It's supposed to be impossible, but he did it anyway. Do you know of anyone else who could have done anything like this? If it wasn't Grindelwald, then it's someone that's just as powerful. He did look like him. I thought it was done in poor taste or to build on the fear we had of the man. No, he would have chosen Voldemort. For all his mistakes, the man really knew how to make people scared of him. They're still terrified of using his name even today. The Black Patriarch shook his head. You don't understand. Most of us never really took Riddle seriously. The people who were really scared of the man were the younger generation, not mine. But those of us who fought in the real war, the Great War, remember what happened when Grindelwald decided to fight seriously. We remember when he and Dumbledore could change landscapes in a few short minutes of combat. To even try to interfere was to die. Do you seriously think that Dumbledore getting all those positions in our government was out of gratefulness, that the rest of the Wisengamot would have allowed someone to hold that much power? No, we were trying to appease him as best we could, and when we realized what the bills and laws he was putting forward were doing, we used the Voldemort upstart to make the part of the population that wasn't scared shitless of him try to rise against him. It was a mistake, of course, but if a new Great War is coming, whatever victory we won here will be barely more than an illusion. The moment Grindelwald shows his power again, the public will clamor for Dumbledore once more, and we will have a conflict on a scale that we haven't seen in over 50 years. Harry froze, understanding the implications of what was probably coming. The endless fight between the light and darkness, the one that even Voldemort wanted to stop, was probably going to restart. Yet, he wasn't going to stick around for that. The moment the war truly began, he was going to pack his bags and move to a country as far away as he could. There were no points in useless heroics, after all. However, before he continued his train of thought, something was wrong with Arcturus. You practically ignored the fact that I killed Sirius. What is there to talk about? The older man replied stonily. My grandson died in that fire. The man you killed was a mass murderer, a psychopath who killed people in their homes and carved up their faces like smiles. He was a man who was trying to kill his own godson out of some kind of misguided revenge, and I will not mourn his death. Are you sure about that? You don't sound all right. For the first time the man's eyes turned harsh. Maybe I'm not, but it's not like you're any better. I can tell that you remember what happened in that prison. I can tell that you're a different person now that you got out. Harry suppressed the urge to flinch. He wasn't successful considering the sudden look of shame on Arcturus' face. Look, I'm sorry that I lashed out. I don't know what came over me, but that doesn't change the fact that what I told you is still true. You need to talk to someone about it. It doesn't have to be me, but you can't keep what happened to you to yourself. It will eat you up. I tried the same about the war, and it was driving me mad until I confided in my wife. I would suggest that nice green grass friend of yours. She seems like a nice girl. She is, Harry nodded, but I don't want to burden her with what happened. She wouldn't really look at me the same way afterwards. I think she's stronger than that. Why don't you think about it? The last Potter simply nodded before remembering one last detail. Out of curiosity, have there been any signs of Remus Lupin since the third task? No. He was fired anyway when the files in Dumbledore's office revealed that the man was a werewolf. Apparently, that fact was hidden from the board when he was hired. Most people think he fled to avoid being prosecuted since he had to notify the werewolf registry saying that he had a job. Was he involved with your abduction in any way? I don't think so. But there's something not quite right about his disappearance. The man was obsessed with my mother and thought that I was going to be her second coming or something. But he and Sirius knew something about me and called me the key, whatever that meant. I just don't like having people that have plans involving me being in the wind. Do you mind looking into the man's disappearance? Arcturus nodded, with an odd look on his face. Potter, Black, Pettigrew, and Lupin. It all comes down to those four. I'll look into it. Hopefully, it won't be something sinister. We already have enough on our plates with the whole mess with Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Yet, Harry hoped so too. Unfortunately, if there was something he had learned, it was that luck was very rarely on his side. Chapter 223, A Rose's Thorns. May 15, 1994, Knott Manor, Liverpool. Cassius Knott loved his life. Oh, sure, it wasn't perfect, but recently, everything was going surprisingly well for him. He was not blind to the advantages he had over most of the wizarding world. After all, he had been born as a Knott, one of the oldest families in the continent, who had come to Britain over 1,000 years previously. There was a reason why his family was feared. Their family magic was mighty and could turn the tides of a battle. They were the personification of the night, with control over shadows that was downright terrifying. It was why Tom Riddle had done his best to recruit him. Cassius was tempted to tell him to go fuck himself, but his father, a rather pretentious man that wrote that ridiculous book about blood purity, urged him to be closer to the boy. Apparently, he had found out that Riddle was a descendant of Slytherin, probably from the parent of one of Cassius' colleagues, and wished the boy would have followed his ancestors' legacy and tried to keep wizarding blood pure. Oh, the boy was far more talented than any mage he had ever seen and had a sharp mind to use his talent adequately. Honestly, if it wasn't for his insane arrogance and pride, the boy would have grown as one of the big players in wizarding politics. A few innovations could easily have granted him a couple of orders of Merlin, and with them a seat in the Wizengamot, and after revealing himself as a Parselmouth, before slowly taking over the traditionalist faction. Unfortunately, the boy disappeared after graduation, only coming back decades later, to ask to be the new defense professor at Hogwarts. He was different then. More unstable, his sharp mind was still there, but it was less, for the lack of a better description. More than that, he was fucking terrifying. Cassius could have only guessed what the man had done to himself. He could see the signs of over a dozen different rituals, and he just felt wrong. Still, the man offered a way to stop Dumbledore's rising influence and his systematic destruction of what it meant to be a wizard. Cassius foolishly agreed, and he ended up serving as a subordinate to a man whose sanity was slowly diminishing, and Dumbledore's influence hadn't even been affected in any significant way. Thankfully, Riddle kept Cassius out of most raids, preferring to rely on his financial support, which would have been gone if he had perished in a mission gone bad. Cassius did his best to delay siring an heir for that reason only, waiting until the very last years of the war to have Theodore, his son. All in all, the most involved he had been with Riddle's physical attacks, was when had to use his darkness to hide other Death Eaters during a few critical raids and cover their escape. So, when Riddle got himself blown up by Longbottom, there wasn't a shred of proof about Cassius' involvement because outside of being in the same political party, no one could say for sure that he was a Death Eater. Of course, Lucius bought his way out of prison, and ended up as the new leader of the traditionalist faction, before being murdered by the Smiling Killer, making not the de facto leader. Sure, it took a little manipulation to formalize the entire affair, like making sure that the Malfoy brat and his mother wouldn't really attempt to do anything, but other than that, he already had enough blackmail on the rest of the faction for anyone else to even try to stop him. Because that's what Cassius did. He wasn't a master dueler, even if his family crest was very powerful and he had more control over it. No, what he relished was pushing people around like small pieces on a chessboard. He learned to understand them, find their weak points, their dirty laundry, and offer enough incentive for them to follow his orders. And now, with Dumbledore's political downfall, his faction was bound to get more influential, and a few of the bills that the old man pushed could finally be reserved. It was why the Not Patriarch agreed to give Rookwood and Dolohov enough gold to hire a small army of mercenaries. He had hoped to put more pressure on Dumbledore. Still, he never expected the old man to lose his political power in the span of a single event, and now he had to push forward as much as he could until the old man inevitably got back into power. He knew the likes of Albus Dumbledore. This little public scandal would never be enough to keep them down. This was the opportunity of a lifetime, and he was more than ready to grasp it with both hands. Hello, Cassius. It's been a while. And just like that, his dreams burned into nothing before him as he recognized who the voice belonged to, Lily Potter. You do understand that the purpose of wards is to stop people from getting into a place. Yes, they're quite nice, your wards. And it's Lily Evans now. You know, with the husband dead and all. Yes, Lily Evans was one of the most Cassius' greatest mistakes. The young woman had found out about him when he was trying to gather information about Severus Snape, who had been an up-and-coming potion master. Having someone of his skill in his service would have been a good idea. He found out about the boy's father's abuse and how he had practically neutered the man's ability to think after the suspicious death of his mother, Eileen Prince. The Muggle authorities thought the man had some kind of sudden case of Alzheimer's, but they didn't understand why he was always in pain. That's when he realized that it wasn't the Snape boy who was responsible, but his Mudblood friend. The girl honestly reminded him of Tom Riddle, before his madness that is. There was this determination and intelligence that was just too familiar. And of course, the woman had found out about the fact that he purposely hadn't sired an heir and was threatening to bring the evidence to the Dark Lord. He ended up folding and agreed to give her knowledge about Death Eater attacks and leaving the Snape boy alone. Then Evans got married to the Potter boy for some reason and ended up being purposefully hunted down by the Dark Lord for an unknown reason. She had probably done something drastic to gain his complete attention. Speaking of dead people, how are you still alive? Why wait so long to reveal yourself? The woman chuckled, I was trapped. You see, I was working on some very advanced magics when I was attacked. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night with an actual army on your doorstep and all you have is your useless husband, his idiot friend, and your baby. I tried using a ritual on the fly like they did in the old days. Let me tell you, I have no idea how they did this for most of their magic. Anyway, Sirius Black ended up interfering in the ritual and destabilized it. Both Harry and I were supposed to have been safe from the attack, and thankfully my son ended up safe, but the protection was split between me and Black, and the fragile balance of the attack was destroyed. We ended up with Godric's Hollows on fire, Sirius being torn into two, constantly feeling pain, and me being stuck on the other side, waiting for someone to open the way back. And just like that, Cassius started to get an idea of what the ritual did. Are you insane? You were playing with dimensional magic, hoping to use the energy in another dimension to cast spells. Do you have any idea what could have happened, what could have gone through? The redhead simply shrugged, I'm not an idiot, Cassius. I wasn't planning on using it anytime soon, but I had no other choice. And how did you return then? My son was the key. When he killed Black, the ritual's initial parameters were stabilized, leaving me enough room to come back. However, I'm not here to talk about my time in that place. I'm here because we have some unfinished business. Cassius stiffened, what are you talking about? You mean the fact that you were the one who convinced the Lestranges to attack me, in the hopes that I would somehow know what happened to their precious lord? You're a clever man, Cassius, you really are. I've dealt with a lot of people, monsters, murderers, but you were always different. A shark, the pressure points of half the country on the tip of his finger. You could destroy lives with just a letter and an L. And look at you, you have risen so highly. Head of the traditionalist faction. Knowing is owning, right? It's too bad you forgot one single thing. And what is that? Cassius tried to summon a sword of shadows which was immediately snuffed into nothing as he swung it at the redhead. Sometimes, people just don't have a pressure point. You're always assuming that the world is a rational place when humanity in its nature is bestial and irrational. It was probably why you never could exert any control over Voldemort. He wouldn't have cared about your blackmail, just as I don't care about whatever you had on me. Did you truly think that there wouldn't have been any repercussions for your betrayal? Damn it, she knew. After Riddle got himself blown up and Cassius was sure he wouldn't be prosecuted, he realized that Evan's leverage over him was gone. He saw how distraught Bellatrix and her husband were over the fated Dark Mark and its significance and told them that the Dark Lord might have been targeting the Potters for a reason, that they might know what had happened to him. They practically jumped at the idea of interrogating the Potters and terrified Wormtail into submission with just a few words. They hired the members of the inner circle that were near and attacked Godric's Hollow. It had worked out splendidly with everyone involved ending up dead except for a toddler, that is. There were no loose ends, and Cassius won. Or so, he had thought. Yet now, Lily Evans stood next to him, like an angel of vengeance, holding his life in her hands. Oh, did the cat get your tongue? It wasn't hard to see who would have done something like this. The Lestranges and Crouch were Voldemort's attack dogs. They barely knew how to function without their master telling them what to do. So, I'm asking you, now, Cassius, are you the reason why I missed 12 years of my child's life? The older wizard trembled and didn't answer. The magical pressure was just too much, and he could barely even think of any excuse. The redhead's grin widened, thought so. Now, the main question is what to do with you. I could just kill you, I could end your magical line entirely. Now, that would be a good punishment for a family known to be concerned with blood purity. Killing me would be a waste, right? Surely, we can come up with some kind of arrangement, one that would benefit you, the Not Patriarch begged, his mental faculties finally returning. See, that's what I like so much about you, Not. You have such a rational mind, trying to understand an irrational world. And you're right, I do need resources. My son decided to not risk any funny business and put every bit of gold he had in a personal account. He probably didn't trust Arcturus Black. He's such a clever boy, isn't he? He is. If it's gold you need, I am more than ready to provide you. He was interrupted when his head froze as if it was petrified. The redhead knelt now and looked him in the eyes. "Oh, this isn't just about gold. From this day forward, I own you. I own the Knot family and everything else it entails. And if I just see any sign of treachery, any attempts at hindering any of my plans, I will make you watch as I burn every bit of legacy this house has to the ground, killing you after realizing that you have nothing left in this world. Trust me, I'll be watching." Chapter 224, The Long Howl. May 20, 1994, Republic of Ireland. Remus Lupin watched a small village near a green valley, admiring the way the children were playing without a single care in the world. The adults were sitting comfortably next to each other, either working or taking care of the children. To most outsiders, this place looked like it was a Muggle village from the 19th century. However, to Remus' trained eyes, he could see the small scars that practically had, the way the adults kept looking over their shoulders as if expecting to be attacked at any moment. It was some very old reflexes that people just couldn't forget about. Pain was like that, it stuck around like a lesson that would have been very hard to forget. The conclusion was clear. This was a village of werewolves. When he was younger, this place would have been a dream come true. This was a place where he wouldn't have had to worry about infecting anyone or killing anyone during a full moon, a place where he wouldn't have to hide his condition, a place where he could talk to other people who suffered the same way he did. He was thankful now more than ever that Lily had saved him all those years ago. He looked at the residents of the villages, looking content, and couldn't help but ponder how much of this was just an illusion. There were no traces of magic. They didn't even have the comforts of the Muggle world. Remus could never imagine living like this. Not after so long. The former professor slowly walked towards the village, feeling conflicted by his admiration that this place was actually built and disappointed that the residents settled in such a disappointing lifestyle. By the time he arrived in the village, all the residents, even the children, had frozen and watched him intensely. A large, muscled man slowly walked forward. "That's enough staring, everyone. Get back to what you were doing. I'll speak with Mr. Lupin here." The crowd quickly dispersed, but everyone still eyed him suspiciously. Remus gave the man a small smile. "Is it just me, or do you look bigger somehow, Gideon? I suppose I might seem so. The last time I saw you, it was at your father's funeral. You're looking better than you did back then. I have to admit that I was a little worried about you." The former marauder suppressed the urge to cringe at the mention of his father. It was a dark time in his life when his father died in the dragonpox outbreak. His mother had already been dead for over a decade before, on the night he had been cursed with lycanthropy. His father had told him about it once after he drank a little too much fire whiskey. Greyback had killed her in front of Remus, cut out her throat and bit her son. He admitted that after her death, he had been tempted to abandon Remus, thinking of him as a reminder of his wife's fate. Remus didn't know if his father remembered his confession, but he never mentioned the matter afterwards. Remus certainly didn't forget about it. Still, the former marauder decided not to let the memories of the past hurt him anymore. "I could say the same thing about you. It took me a while to find your settlement. No one seemed to want to talk about it at all." Gideon shrugged. "It's not really your fault, it's by design. We made a deal with the Irish ministry to stay within the boundaries of the valley. We try not to advertise our presence to avoid werewolf-hating bigots. It's been working well so far. Much better than in Britain, at least. I get you. Those werewolf laws were brutal, right? Can't say I didn't expect them." Greyback and his brood terrorized a better part of the population for decades. It was only a matter of time until someone with a vendetta decided to hunt us down. Still, it's pretty annoying that they're pretending that the law was to our benefit. At least here, even if we're not allowed to enroll our kids in magic schools, we're allowed to buy wands and teach our children how to use them. We're also allowed to get into any shop in the local magic district down in Dublin as long as it's not near the full moon." Remus hummed, "But you can't buy anything since you don't have any gold, right? Yeah, employers are very wary of us. A few of us were bitten after going to a magical school and can brew a few basic potions. Nothing fancy, but enough to bring in enough gold for any magical needs we might have. It's not much, but we have ourselves, and it's a lot better than Britain." Lupin could agree with that, at least. The way werewolves were treated in Britain was abominable. The ministry decrees that forced werewolves to be registered, the heavy taxes on wolfsbane, the measures that employers needed to take for public safety, and no magical education, just made every single person suffering from lycanthropy feel stifled and desperate. They couldn't even defend themselves against any wizard outside of the full moon since they weren't even allowed to buy wands, since they couldn't officially go to Hogwarts. They weren't even allowed to live in the Muggle world permanently, at the risk of breaking the statute of secrecy during a full moon. And an unregistered werewolf could be killed without any punishment. That was the sad part. They didn't offer prison time as punishment but actively supported their murder as they could be a danger to society without the ministry's supervision. Was it any wonder why most werewolves in Britain had joined Greyback and wanted to lash out at the society that kept hurting them repeatedly? Things in Ireland were far better, but they still weren't perfect, so, they tolerate your presence but nothing more. Far better than the alternative, in my opinion, Gideon answered with a defensive tone. Is this really how you want to live your life? Hiding away hoping that the rest of the world would leave you be? The older werewolf growled, what would you know about suffering for being a werewolf? You have no idea how lucky you are. Your father accepted you for what you were and asked me for help in managing your condition. He made a deal with Dumbledore, probably selling everything but his soul in the process, just so that he would take you to Hogwarts even with your condition. You have a future. What you have is something that everyone here would dream of, and what did you do with it? The moment you graduated you went around moping, acting like a glorified bounty hunter. Your father gave you everything he could, and you squandered everything. I didn't. I found a way for us to finally be free. We could be accepted by society. You're an idiot if you believe whoever told you that. We will never have a place in society because the simple truth is the fact that society likes to belittle people who are different. If it's not us, then it's the Muggleborns, then it's the vampires. They would rather wipe us out than include us. Remus stiffened. You're right. The ministry will never accept werewolves. But what if we're not werewolves anymore? Now that's a nice thought, but that's all it is, a thought. No one can cure lycanthropy. It's been proved by hundreds of researchers over centuries. I'm not talking about curing the curse. I'm talking about changing its properties. What if our transformations are no longer uncontrollable? What if our bites do not transfer our curse anymore? We would be nothing more than a bunch of people with the same animagus form and nothing more. And in a few generations, there wouldn't be any werewolves anymore. The curse wouldn't transmit, would it? Gideon snorted. Yeah, pull the other one, brat. Whoever hooked you definitely knew what they were doing. Every few decades or so, someone comes here and tells us of ways of saving us, of curing us, of integrating us into a magical society. And of course, the most desperate and the most naive just follow them along and agree to become their attack dogs for the futile hope of being normal. It always ends the same way, tears and disappointment. Remus could feel his mental wolf howling at the indignation. After all, someone had just insulted Lily, and called her a fraud, even if indirectly. He calmed himself, thinking that the man simply didn't know any better. Truth be told, the wolf had been acting a lot wilder and more protective the moment Lily returned from her other side. And wasn't that a surprise and a half? Remus had gotten the whole thing backwards, but that had been his fault. Lily did send a patroness geared towards him the moment she fell in Godric's Hollow, saying that she would be back and to protect Harry. He thought that Harry would somehow bring her back. Sirius probably thought the same, having heard her message in person or in some other way, and hunted down the son of the man he considered to be a brother. There was a tinge of irony at the fact that if Sirius had hidden away, Lily would have probably been trapped in that dimension forever. Still, ever since Lily returned, he's been oddly protective and subservient to Lily. It made sense, in a way. Lily was the superior witch, and it made sense that the animalistic part of Remus would instinctively recognize her as the alpha. It didn't matter though, as long as she helped him save the rest of the werewolf population. Remus Lupin, the savior of werewolves. That sounded quite nice, actually. And Lily was more than willing to help with that. The offer hadn't even involved any werewolf helping her or serving her. Still, he needed to convince Gideon that this would be the best path forward for their people. This is not an empty promise, I can guarantee you this. Yet? How? Because it worked on me. Remus yelled back. His eyes shifted yellow on command and Gideon stiffened. How is this possible? I had a friend in school. She's absolutely brilliant. She worked for years for a ritual that would alter our curse, not destroy it. I am faster, stronger, and smarter than I used to be. While I am forced to transform during a full moon, I can transform whenever I want, and I always have control over my body without a single drop of wolfsbane potion. Hell, even silver doesn't burn me as much. She's offering to do the same to you. And in exchange, we would serve as her attack dogs, right? The former marauder shook his head. That's the brilliant part. You won't have to. She doesn't want to attack anyone. She just wants to remove the disease. If none of us can spread our curse, then in a generation or two, we'll be free. Imagine for a moment that every single person in your village is not considered a second-class citizen in every wizarding society. Imagine the children here being accepted into magical schools, allowing them opportunities that we couldn't even dream of. Does that sound like a bad dream? Gideon snorted. That's a nice image, but I'm not foolish enough to believe that there are no prices attached to this offer. Ritual magic always takes as much as it gives, so what are we paying with? Remus shifted slightly. The payment for altering the curse is the fact that you will never have children. That's the price. The lives of all possible descendants against the curse. I can't accept that. I can't make that decision for them, it's theirs alone. You're the leader of their pack, they respect you. The older werewolf chuckled. Pack? Don't tell me you're buying the crap Greyback was spewing about alphas and shit. We're not animals, Remus. Sure, we like our meat rare, we're a little more aggressive, silver hurts us, and we transform once a month, but that's it. You're still their leader and they respect you, Remus responded calmly. Your decision will impact theirs. And honestly, if you look at the children outside right now, tell me honestly if you think their lives would be better with children or without the curse. Gideon stayed silent and Remus suppressed the urge to smile. I thought so. You know what? I'll let you think about the offer. You don't have to give me an answer right away. I'm not here to pressure you or anything. I just wanted to repay you for how you helped me when I was younger. I'll be making the same offer to anyone suffering from lycanthropy, so you can spread that around. Send me an owl if you make a decision or if you have any questions. Like I said, this isn't a scam. With that said, Remus turned and left the building. Yes, everything was going according to Lily's plan. Chapter 225, Gold Rush. May 31, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. It had been almost a month since the third task and Harry couldn't quite believe that Dumbledore was really gone. He fully expected the old man to just come back one day with some kind of ridiculous excuse that the entire wizarding world would have bought without a second thought. And yet, Albus Dumbledore remained outside the castle, his mighty empire being slowly destroyed, one brick at a time. It was vindicating. It was also fucking terrifying. No matter how much Harry hated the man, the mere idea that someone as powerful as him was literally in the wind, having lost almost everything he had worked for, was just as terrifying. Holy shit, Harry only wanted the man to leave him alone. He recognized now that he was being used all this time. He would have to be blind not to notice the fact that Dumbledore's position had been far more affected than it should have been. Someone was pushing for the man to be condemned, and it was probably Gellert Grindelwald. Harry didn't know how the Dark Lord had escaped Nurmengard. The experts from the ICW stated multiple times that he was still in his cell, but Harry knew differently. He felt the man's power, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, and that definitely won another level. The Colt's loss alone probably contributed to Harry's fear. The weapon had always been there, in his pocket, everywhere he went. It was this instant win button that he could use if he really was over his head. It provided some assurance against Dumbledore. But the sad part was that this confidence was just an illusion at best. Dumbledore was at least as skilled as Grindelwald, and the man had laughed whenever Harry tried to shoot him with his ultimate weapon. The former headmaster would have probably done the same. Harry needed to get better, a lot better, in fact, to protect himself from those monsters. Honestly, the mere idea was Grindelwald was back, terrified Harry. Arcturus' reaction to it just made him uncomfortable. Whenever the man spoke of Dumbledore, it was just with a small air of caution and respect. But the way the man's skin paled and the way his hands trembled slightly whenever Harry told him about what happened with Grindelwald, it was terrifying on many levels. Dumbledore was a man one could reason with. Mostly because he had a goal. You could get him to make concessions if you play your part well. However, Grindelwald didn't work like that. From everything he was able to gather from old newspapers, Grindelwald's main goal was the subjugation or elimination of Muggles. He played on the pride of old wizarding families to support him, but Harry could tell that it was probably out of fear. After all, Harry knew that the man was a seer. He had probably seen the effects of nuclear weaponry and the advancements Muggles would have and wanted to stop it since they presented a real threat to the wizarding world. He was right, of course, but the undeniable truth was that he was too late. The Muggles became the threat he feared they would be. His initial goal was impossible. And if that wasn't good enough, the fact that Dumbledore was gone was as much a boon as it was a curse. Dumbledore was dangerous, yes, but he was also occupied all the time. It had been why people pushed so many positions on him after the Great War. It was easier to keep tabs on the man if someone had access to his schedule. Now, the man had disappeared in the wind. And Grindelwald was back. Harry had no doubts that this was nothing more than the calm before the storm. He had won the previous battle, and yet he didn't feel like he did. The school continued as it used to be, even if McGonagall was obviously getting overworked. Flitwick was helping her as much as he could, but they both had classes to teach. However, neither of them had the time for meetings outside the castle since they had classes. The frequent meetings with the board with the change in school administration were draining them. The woman had even ended up asking a few of the Aurors who remained after the task to handle a few of her transfiguration lessons, especially for the lower years. That's not even mentioning the fact that she had to look for a new potion professor, since Snape was leaving after the end of the semester, seeing the immunity that Dumbledore had given him crumble away without the old man in the castle. McGonagall also had to find someone else to take up their resident cursed professor the following year. Oddly enough, Kingsley Shacklebolt made an appearance as the provisional defense against the dark arts professor, replacing the missing Remus Lupin. The DMLE was already looking for the man as a possible collaborator with the third task fiasco, especially with his mysterious disappearance. That's not to mention the charges against him for having a working position as a werewolf without the proper registration in the ministry. Other than that, the security consultant for the third task, Alastor Moody, had also disappeared a few days later, but it was probably him just following Albus Dumbledore, who became unreachable after his appeal to lift his suspension as headmaster was denied by the board and he had to relinquish his control over the wards fully to McGonagall. The DMLE ended up investigating the school funds and must have found enough irregularities since the school board made the suspension permanent just afterwards. Unfortunately, that meant that the most powerful wizard in the world was probably free as a bird, having lost his political empire. Honestly, if it had been a regular headmaster, that would have been the end of it. It was a scandal, but nothing really world-shattering. Unfortunately, Dumbledore wasn't a normal wizard and people probably forgot just how dangerous he was. Seriously, they cringed and panicked at the sheer mention of Voldemort but hadn't even considered the fact that Dumbledore was at least just as dangerous, and politics was one of the few things making him hold back on displaying his power. All in all, Harry had absolutely no idea what the hell to expect. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Daphne hitting his shoulder. "Lost in your head again, Harry?" "Just thinking about how quiet things have been," he simply responded. Yes, if there was one way to describe Hogwarts' current status, it would be quiet. It was the complete opposite of how lively the castle was. Snape stopped being purposefully antagonistic to Gryffindors and just looked like he didn't care at all. McGonagall was too tired to berate anyone's behavior. Hell, even the fact that Neville Longbottom was taken out of the castle by his grandmother kept the normal chaos that always surrounded him at bay. But there was more to it than that. It was hard to explain. The closest comparison would have been that the castle had lost its spirit. There was a distinct lack of the insanity commonly seen in Hogwarts. The Weasley twins weren't pranking anyone. There were no confrontations between rival houses. It was just quiet. Daphne's smile dimmed slightly. "I think people are confused more than anything. But didn't you sneak out of the castle a few days ago for some big meeting with the Firebolt guy?" "Yeah, I sold everything I had to do with the company." The blonde's smile dipped. "Why the hell would you do this?" Harry simply shrugged. "That was always the plan. Interest couldn't be any higher regarding the company and it will definitely dip after the Quidditch World Cup. Nimbus were desperate to get the official sponsorship for the World Cup and they couldn't really do it with most of the players having competing brooms. They massively overpaid for the value of the company. I sold my stake in the Firebolt company and Smythe sold a good chunk of it. Apparently, he wanted to stay invested in his brainchild. Aren't you losing on any possible future revenue?" Harry couldn't help but smile. "Not really. The truth is that demand for Firebolts is going to fade after the World Cup. Every team in the country, probably even in Europe, is equipped with one. The World Cup would have been a great advertisement for the product, but the truth is that neither Smythe nor I have the means for international trade. The two of us alone can't take the product to the next level, but a large company like Nimbus could. The trade is pretty good, all things considered. Nimbus gains the Firebolt brand, and the opportunity to scale up production on an international level, on a product with a good reputation, as well as easy publicity as the official sponsor of the World Cup. In exchange, we got a very good deal for the company, and Smythe even managed to gain a great deal of control over the direction of Nimbus Firebolt Division. So, how much money did you get? Enough that I'm not worried about the financial position of the Potter family anymore. Daphne raised an eyebrow. You seriously made enough gold to compete with an old pureblood family? As I said, I got a very good deal out of Nimbus. What can I say? I'm a very good negotiator. Well, technically, Harry cheated. While using magic did cause him some pain, his arcane hearing barely gave him any discomfort. Using it to negotiate the exact price the Nimbus representatives were allowed to give, was like taking candy from a baby. The blonde gave Harry an exasperated look and whined, Harry. Just tell me. Damn, those puppy dog eyes were hard to resist. Fine. I got 5 million galleons out of the deal. 5 million galleons! She shouted. Harry quickly hushed her. Her shouting was so loud that she could have probably broken the privacy charms that Harry had discreetly put in place as a reflex when Daphne sat next to him. It was a paranoid habit that Harry picked up to be able to speak freely in the common room without the court of Slytherin listening in. He couldn't blame her though. 5 million galleons was a ridiculous sum, especially since Harry started up with an investment of just 5,000 galleons. Most old families barely had more than a net worth of 1 million galleons, and that wealth was mostly in properties and investments. It was only the really big families that had more than that, who had gotten some ridiculous terms when the statute of secrecy was put in place and kept developing that wealth, that still had more. There were notably the Malfoys, the Blacks, and the Knots. Harry wasn't really sure since a family's financial matters were a pretty sensitive topic. Those three families were postulated to have an endless river of gold because of how much they spent their gold without a second thought. Honestly, Harry was lucky that Nimbus was an international conglomerate, and could afford to spend what was essentially the yearly budget of a small magical country, on a small company. Harry didn't know how much the Greengrass family was worth, but even if he had told the number to Draco Malfoy, the reaction would have probably been similar. Harry flicked the gaping blonde, come on Daph. It's just a bit of gold. A bit of gold? You could buy half of Diagon Alley with that much. And you made that in a little over a year? Sometimes I forget how ridiculous you could be. The last Potter returned her baffled look with a smile, trust me, even for me, this was ridiculously lucky. Are you sure you didn't use your weird seer power to make an insane amount of gold? Harry stiffened, his voice got strangely higher, of course not. I would never. I am a man of principle. You definitely would. That's not the issue. You're still missing the point. With so much gold in my vaults to throw around, can you imagine how good my gifts are going to be? Daphne hit him in the shoulder and turned up her nose. I expect some very impressive presents, Potter. Of course, my lady, Harry responded with a boy. They both fell into giggles and Daphne gave him a blinding smile. I'm glad you're doing all right. I was really worried about you. I was cleared by Madame Pomfrey weeks ago, he protested. It wasn't about that. It's just that ever since your injury, you could barely use any magic. And I don't mean what we're doing in class, but your real stuff. I know it's been getting better, but there was just something missing in you ever since you came back. You miss playing around with magic and I can understand that. I was just worried, I guess. This is the first time you've been acting like yourself ever since the third task and I can't help but blame myself. It wasn't your fault, Daph. If it wasn't you, they would have found another way. I know, she interrupted him, I know. I just wanted to say that I'm glad you're getting better. She jumped and hugged him, and Harry couldn't help but hug her back instinctively. I'm glad that I'm better too, Daph. And he was. He hated what happened to him. But this whole affair had taught him a lesson. He had grown confident and arrogant in his skill and magic, but this showed him just how much behind he truly was. He also realized what was truly important to him and that the blonde girl hugging him was at the top of the list. Chapter 226, Wisdom Incarnate. June 15, 1994, Longbottom Manor. So, tell me, how have you been, Neville? The woman standing in front of Neville was a kindly young woman who had a warm smile on her face. Seriously, that's what you're starting with? How have I been? What do you think? I'd rather not make assumptions and understand things from your perspective. After all, we're just starting to know one another. Well, I tried to kill my potions professor in public. I was lied to, and manipulated by almost everyone I have ever met. I was publicly humiliated for over a year, everyone thinking that I was insane, and I proved them all right by casting a killing curse in the middle of a crowded area. The woman's voice was calm as ever as he continued his rant. You said a lot of things, but you never told me how you felt about any of it. You know exactly how I feel, Neville protested, you probably know me more than anyone else. You invaded every single part of my mind and saw my deepest secrets. You don't need me to tell you something that you already know, Healer Jones. It was perhaps one of the most moments of his life. After the third task, while his grandmother had been able to smooth things over, especially since no one was hurt from his curse, the DMLE insisted that his memories be analyzed by a mind healer, who would report any irregularities. Until he got the all clear, he would be under a glorified form of house arrest, unable to leave the manor. Thankfully, the whole affair was confidential. Neville's grandmother had even gone to the Healing Guild to request their best mind healer, who happened to be surprisingly young for her skill. Neville was kept under sedation after the first scan. Apparently, the scar's influence was far more extensive than anyone expected, and they had to trim things up a bit, which took a fair bit of time. What was terrifying was the thought of what would have happened if Neville hadn't agreed to remove the crest. Would he have become a miniature copy of Voldemort by now? Unfortunately, the scar was there to stay. Neville's gran was searching for cruise breakers for some reason to take care of it, but any influence it had on his psyche was gone. He felt the difference when he woke up, everything was clearer. He felt calmer, more collected. Neville had hoped that this would have been it, but apparently, Neville's mentality, which allowed the scar so much influence in the first place, was still the same. That meant that the scar could regain its influence once more. Neville's grandmother started teaching him occlumency, but it was a very hard field to master, especially considering that his mind was being attacked from within, which necessitated a very high degree of mastery to combat. With progress being so slow, and the fact that Healer Jones just wouldn't sign off on letting him get back to society, the only solution was mind-walking sessions, which were essentially a fancy way of saying talking sessions. Apparently, there was an art to it even if Neville didn't see what was artful about just talking. The healer seemed unperturbed by his response. Perhaps what you're saying is true. But if we were to proceed, it would be better for you to voice your feelings instead of repressing them. This is a waste of time, he grumbled. Perhaps. You only have to convince me that you're ready to get back to the world and I have to say that you aren't doing a good job at it. It's either this or we put you on a potion regimen that would make you a happy little vegetable at best. Neville refused to say anything, and the woman continued, Look, I don't have to be here. Your grandmother asked me to be here, and I think that you want me to be here. I am someone who will not judge you, who will not lie to you, who will keep your secrets, and most importantly, who is on your side. And I'm not asking for much here, only that you give this a shot. The former Longbottom scion just stayed silent once more, trying to think of a response, before sighing and deflating, Fine. How is this supposed to work then? We just talk. That's all there is to it. We can talk about whatever you want. Neville snorted bitterly, You want me to whine about my dead parents, about the toad I got from Uncle Algy that I ended up setting loose so that I wouldn't have to bring it to school. If that's what you want to talk about, sure. But I have a feeling that there are things more important to talk about. In the end, we can only find out what's truly important to help you heal after we start talking. So, tell me, what's on your mind? What do you really want out of this? I want to get better. I don't want to lose control anymore, to let that thing take over. I'm angry, I think. I don't even know what I'm angry at. I think most of all, I'm scared. I'm terrified that I would lose control again and that there wouldn't be any way back. I'm scared of really hurting someone. I want to be myself again. Now, that's an excellent goal, Healer Jones responded. Not a lot of people have a clear idea about what they want to achieve. Now, all we have to do is to see how to fulfill that goal. That's easier said than done. Perhaps, but let's try something. Tell me about your time in Hogwarts. And I don't mean just this year. I mean your entire experience in the matter. Neville stiffened before relenting. I was nervous when I first came here. All my life, all I experienced was just the manor. I tried to hide it under such an obnoxious persona. I was such an idiot back then. I was so taken with what everyone's expectation had of me that I built a personality around the boy who lived, the one in the books, and I think that I started to believe it myself. The woman just motioned him to continue. I was so reckless back then. I was for years. I wanted to prove to everyone that I wasn't a fraud, that I could be the boy from the stories. I got caught in so much trouble. I fought the Slytherins like a hero should have. Then I think I got caught up with Quidditch and forgot about the whole thing, except at the end of the year where I ended up facing Quirrell. Now that I think about it, Dumbledore probably arranged the whole thing. Tell me about your friends. At the time, the woman spoke up. I had 2 really close ones. The rest were just hanger-ons, I can see that now. There was Ron. He was everything I wanted in a friend, back then. He followed me around, helping me get into trouble and have fun. He had my back through every adventure we had back then. Hermione though, I treated her horribly, especially in my first year. I don't know why she stuck with me. She was as desperate for friends as I was. The issue was that I was convinced that everyone else was actually my friend. I was wrong. But even when everyone called me crazy, when people thought I was attacking students, Hermione had my back. I failed her immensely, and I do blame myself for not paying enough attention to her that she was being possessed without me knowing about it. Healer Jones hummed, so, in your opinion, who do you think was the better friend? Hermione, definitely. She kept pushing me to be better. She didn't care about my position in the wizarding world. I think that she would have been the only one who would have stayed with me, even after all I had done. She would have been disappointed, of that I have no doubts, but she wouldn't have left me, not when everyone else had. You mean despite your disinherit aunts? Neville gritted his teeth, yes. Every member of my family other than my grandmother, has given up on me. The rest of the magical world will do the same when they figure it out, and they inevitably will. One day, being the boy who lived wouldn't be enough, and I'd be truly alone. The only true friend I ever had has suffered a fate worse than death. What will I have then? Your grandmother, for one. I don't deserve her, not after what I've done. I have done nothing in my life but disappoint her. I see her and I can tell just how much she misses my dad and my mom, how little she sees of them in me. For the first time, the healer scoffed, is that so? Then why is she doing so much for you after disinheriting you? She loves you and you need to accept that no matter what happens you'll always have her on your side. And what if I lose control again? Then she'll forgive you again. Now, let me ask you a different question, and I know that it's a bit of a sensitive one. Tell me about Harry Potter. Once more, Neville was taken off guard. I don't understand what he has to do with anything. Quite a lot, I believe. At every defining moment in your life, he's been involved somehow. His impact on your life has always been very significant. You have to admit that you hold a lot of positive and negative feelings towards him. Neville didn't speak for a good minute, trying to collect his thoughts. I suppose it was envy, at first. I always imagined we would have become brothers. I looked forward to meeting him, you know. And then he went to Slytherin, and he never even tried to befriend me. I guess I hated him for that. We never really spoke to each other until after the chamber. After everyone else abandoned me, after Hermione was gone, I clung to him. I thought it was odd just how quickly he agreed to let my actions pass, but I didn't want to jeopardize the only friendship I had at the time. I guess now I know that he felt guilty about making me think I was crazy. Looking back, there were signs. Our whole friendship was built on his indulging me. Tell me, how did you feel about the fact that it was him that warned you about your scar? I don't know. He's why my grandmother disinherited me, but in doing so, he probably saved my life. He ruined my reputation but saved my soul. Not that it helped anyway, I still let my scar influence me, despite his warnings, and almost killed someone because of it. The older woman hummed, we'll go back to the scar later. Instead, I want to focus on your feelings towards Harry. The contrast between his betrayal and him saving you must be very confusing. That's one way to say it. It's hard to put it into words. I don't think I can even try to describe it. I just don't understand his actions. He didn't have to save me, but he did. But the way he convinced me that I was insane. It was like he didn't care at all. Did you think that Harry didn't care about you at first but grew to like you when your friendship blossomed? He betrayed you before your friendship even began. The question is whether or not he would have done the same if you had been friends at the time. Just think of it until our next session. Neville's eyes widened. We're already done? We haven't done anything yet. Yes, it's been an hour. I'll see you in a few days, Neville. This type of healing is quite so. However, I think that a good part of why it was so easy for you to give in to the scar was because of how lonely you felt. And believe me, I pulled a lot of strings in the Department of Mysteries to make that happen, but I do have a solution. Before he could say anything, the door behind him opened, and Neville couldn't help but stiffen a small sob as he recognized the bushy brown hair of the young woman. "Hello, Neville. It's been a while, hasn't it?" He blinked his eyes, trying to see if they were mistaken somehow. He pretty much croaked the response, "Hermione." Chapter 227, Black and White. June 30, 1994, Paris, France. It was night. The city of Paris, with its sprawling boulevards and grandiose monuments, lay cloaked in a serene silence, broken only by the soft murmur of the Seine as it meandered through the city's heart. The moon, full and luminous, cast a silver glow over the cobblestone streets, painting the city in a spectral light that seemed to belong to another world. In the midst of this nocturnal serenity, a faint pop sound, barely audible above the whispering river, marked the arrival of Albus Dumbledore in an inconspicuous alleyway nestled between the towering edifices of the Latin Quarter. His figure, tall and imposing, with a long, flowing beard that glimmered under the moonlight, seemed at once both out of place and perfectly at home among the shadows of the city. For the first time in a while, his colorful robes were gone, replaced by a somber ensemble that mirrored his mood. Clad in deep, midnight blue robes that seemed to absorb the moonlight, casting him in an aura of understated authority, Dumbledore stood as a stark contrast to the whimsical figure he often presented. There was no need to pretend to be the elderly grandfather anymore. Gellert had made sure of that. He looked around and spoke up with an authoritative voice, "Gellert. I don't have time for games. I got your message you wanted to speak under truce, well here I am." From the shadows, the familiar figure of Gellert Grindelwald appeared. The man had a smug smile on his face. "Well, I had to savor the moment. You know as well as I do that by accepting the offer to meet, you've officially recognized that you lost." The former headmaster gritted his teeth. "You've done a very good job at destroying every scrap of political influence I had. And don't pretend it was about the ritual. You could have stopped me without going so far, without even showing your face." "Yes, I could have, but then, we would be here right now. You wouldn't have gotten the lesson I wanted to teach you. I was planning on revealing myself next year, but you provided me with such an attractive opportunity that I didn't have in me to refuse it. If I had just stopped the ritual, it would have just been a setback amongst many. Not that I needed to, the Potter boy somehow escaped the gardens. You would have lost anyway." Albus stiffened at the realization. "I assumed you had let him out somehow." "That was the plan, yes. I was either going to use the magic within after my agents stole it, or would have saved him, giving me the loyalty of a very promising young man who would have hated you with everything he had. Imagine my surprise when I returned to my base to find every single person killed and a single boy standing over them, having escaped the famed eternal prison on his own. And you let him live." Gellert's grin turned mischievous. "I had my reasons." "You may have, but we're not here to talk about the boy. You decided to intrude on my business and ruin my dreams. Don't pretend this is about the prophecy. We both know that you could have just spoken to me, and I would have listened." "Would you have?" Gellert responded with a snort. "Sure, you would have respected my words, but you wouldn't have cared. You would have cared about laws and political positions as you have for years. You would have cared about your school, where you've been playing the kindly benevolent god that we both know you have never been. So, you took out everything I have built for myself in years, set back decades of changes, and cost me a veritable fortune and my reputation. And don't you feel free, right now? Don't you feel just a bit relieved that you don't have anything holding you back anymore? I mean, look at you now. You're not even wearing those eyesores of robes anymore. You don't care if anyone is overhearing us because you don't have to care about your reputation. And now you're fully free to focus on Ragnarok with me, like in the old days. Like before our war, before Ariana." Albus glared at his former friend. "You destroyed my dream, Gellert. You had no right." He was interrupted by Gellert yelling, "I had every right. Albus, just as I have taken your dream from you, you did the same to mine. Just as I destroyed your reputation, you bound me to an eternal prison, where you would know that I would have fallen to madness after a few centuries, in your fear that another dark champion would return. You have betrayed your mentor, killed him, tried to steal his prized possession. What I have done to you, you have, in turn, done to so many other people without even a shred of regret. The only difference is that you have the power to get back at me. So, tell me, Albus, are you prepared to fight me again? I have the Elder Wand. And so, did I. Yet, you did win, didn't you? The wand would have made me win any direct battle of wills. But you knew that and sacrificed the lives of an entire village to act as a trap to defeat me. You know, for all people are terrified of me, I think they forgot that you took as many lives, and caused as many innocent deaths as me during the war. But you won, and history is written by the victors. I wonder what people will think about us fighting here. Paris would be flattened, of course, and the Muggles would know about us. They've become quite advanced, I have to admit. Are you truly willing to risk war, on a scale even bigger than our previous one, to get back at me? Albus lowered the Elder Wand and his former friend smirked, thought not. The former headmaster gritted his teeth, suppressing his desire to just let go and kill Gellert once and for all. But the man was infuriatingly right, he could afford to fight them. Merely a decade after his victory over Gellert, he recognized that the champion of the dark had a point. Muggles progressed on an exponential scale, creating weapons of mass destruction. Sure, the wizarding world still stood a chance, should there have been a war. People who truly understood magic could do wondrous and terrible things with it, but it was the aftermath of the war that he was worried about. The mere idea of peace would be gone. Albus' dream of a magical utopia would have been destroyed forever. Now, as long as researchers kept finding new ways to elude Muggle surveillance, war would be averted. However, destroying the capital of France would have easily become the first shot in a war that Albus wasn't sure his people were going to win. Instead of fighting Gellert, he might as well understand what the man was talking about. Tell me about Ragnarok. You know the prophecy as much as I do, Albus. The first true prophecy, made by the gods before they left this plane of existence. I thought it was broken during the Battle of Camlan. Everyone, even the light and dark, thought that this would have been it, the final showdown, but something stopped it, killing both Merlin and Morgana. Gellert snorted in amusement, not something, someone. Morgana was so sure of her victory, and Merlin was so caught up in using Arthur as a weapon against the dark, that they never saw Mordred coming. Mordred? Morgana's pawn. I thought so at first, but I spent decades researching Camlan out of pure curiosity. Mordred might have started out as the Black Witch's pawn, but he was the only one who won on that fateful day. Albus just stood there flabbergasted. What? How? Gellert grinned back at him. I think I'll keep that to myself. The point is that everyone with a drop of magical drop would have noticed a prophecy on the scale of Ragnarok being broken. You did notice what happened in the previous one? How much damage it caused? I have no idea what you're talking about, he denied. Oh, come on. James Potter. The stag with death's cloak, surviving thrice from a broken riddle, doesn't that ring a bell at all? Albus stiffened. How do you know about that? Oh, I have my ways. But you kept James Potter on your side as a broken prophecy, only for someone to break it before you, and we both know what happened then. Weaponizing prophecies is a very dangerous business, Albus. And yet you never learned your lesson. You're still keeping the Longbottom boy as a backup. How is that any of your business, Gellert? It concerns me when Ragnarok is around the corner. If you break a prophecy, I'll do the same to another, and we both know what will happen then. A full war between light and darkness. Either way, humanity will lose. Albus had to admit that Gellert had a point there. Still, it would have been hard to let go with something of decades of planning. Not that it mattered anymore. Albus' dream was barely more than that, now. Gellert, though, continued, besides, it's not like access to your golden boy is going to be easy anymore. Augusta Longbottom ended up pulling a lot of strings in the Department of Mysteries and the Healers Guild, to search for his scar. The boy has been under watch for a while, not an easy position to channel his death into a ritual, not with a small army of researchers near him at all times. So, stop thinking about your foolish dream for once and get on the fold. A lot of things are happening at once, and my return is just the tip of the iceberg. You're suggesting a permanent truce? After what you've done? Oh, come on, Albus. You needed the wake-up call. A war between us will achieve nothing, and you know it. You probably started gathering up that order of yours, telling them all about my return and my evil plans. Let me be straight and tell you that I have no plans of taking over the world. So, what are your plans? Albus couldn't help but ask. We both know you're still not invested in this. You're still not seeing what's coming. Again, with the prophecy, Gellert. I get it. Ragnarok is coming, the former headmaster responded with an exasperated tone. The world serpent is dead, Albus. Old things are coming back. Hormongondra's demise has sent a signal to everyone. Even the goblins have upped their training. I can feel the world holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Albus rolled his eyes. The goblins are always preparing for way, Gellert, it's what they do. The Red Witch is back, Albus. That's impossible. She's supposed to be dead. Gellert grimaced, not according to an associate of mine. She was merely banished. She'll be coming for you, especially after what you've done to her. How do I know that you're not distracting me? I am distracting you. But nevertheless, she is the more immediate threat, especially since she knows who is in that little group of yours. I wonder how many of them will survive her wrath. I have a feeling that you are going to be very busy lately. Albus glared at his former friend. This isn't over. Of course it isn't, Albus. When it comes to us, it will never be over. Not until only ash remains, the final scene, a silent world, eerily serene. And just like that, he disappeared, leaving an empty alley and Albus shivering at his words. They made him shiver just as they had when Nicholas Flamel uttered them to him all those years ago. It was what made him recognize despite himself that the words were true. After all, if only a few verses of the prophecy caused such a reaction out of him, it must still hold power over the world. Thankfully, Albus had something else to focus on besides a prophecy of inevitable doom. Lily Potter was back, and he needed to prepare. Not sure about this chapter to be honest. I wanted there to be another small confrontation between Grindelwald and Dumbledore after the consequences had set in, as well as slowly introducing Ragnarok. As usual, let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 228, The Serpent's Maw. June 30, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. The world was absent of colours. Everything was just shades of grey, and even as Harry looked at his own hands, they weren't any different. He felt a profound silence enveloping him, a stillness that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, smothering the very concept of sound. The air was thick like some kind of invisible fluid slowing movement in any direction. Harry didn't know why he was pushed to walk in a certain direction, but he did. It was mostly out of a whim than anything, nothing seemed different in any direction anyway. He found himself in a clearing, with 3 giant monoliths that were radiating this intense air he had felt earlier. The first pillar, adorned with a triangle, shimmered with a light that seemed both alien and familiar. As it sunk into the earth, the ground beneath Harry's feet trembled, a low hum vibrating through the very marrow of his bones. The appearance of the glowing circle on the second pillar drew his gaze upwards, where the darkness of the night sky began to swirl and coalesce into a vortex of shadows. The world around him faded, leaving Harry suspended in a void where the concept of ground and sky lost meaning. Shadows danced around him, shapes and forms flickering in and out of existence, their edges blurred as if made of smoke. The only thing that remained on the ground, unmoved by the shadows, was a white flower. In the midst of the darkness, it was akin to a flashlight. Harry knelt down and picked it, recognizing the flower as a lily. Just as he did so, what he assumed to be the sky turned to red and it started to rain. Each drop was illuminated in such a way that it seemed like it rained blood. The ground became slowly visible as flowers started to grow and bloom with every drop of rain, halting the darkness. However, they did not stop growing, like some kind of infestation. And soon, Harry was dwarfed by giant lilies, blocking the sky, and trying to swallow up the world. He started to run away from the plants, but he wasn't fast enough. He tripped into a root and a giant flower started to grow beneath him, swallowing him whole. And with that realization, he woke up with a gasp, finding himself in his common room once more. Harry really hated being a seer. People often envied the gift of seeing the future, not understanding just how cryptic visions tended to be. He couldn't help but grumble, "Fucking visions scaring the crap out of me." The worst thing was the fact that he couldn't really trust them. Grindelwald had proved the fact that he could spoof Harry's vision and managed to change his plans to use Sirius to attack Hogsmeade instead. Still, even ignoring this, Harry had no clue what those flowers were. He could discern what those pillars were. Looking back, they felt oddly like his magic crest. Truth be told, Harry found himself in a rut when it concerned experimenting with his crest. It was probably him being greedy. His magic circles were just so flexible and so powerful, but he couldn't help but think that there was more to his crest than that, and the key to unlock more of it lay in that vision. It wasn't hard to infer what the pillars were. The triangle, the circle, the line. The Deathly Hallows. They were very connected to the crest in some way, which made sense since this was probably the Peveril family crest. He had even used the crest to unlock a part of the cloak's true power, by phasing through Quirrell's killing curse in his first year. He had learned to control the ability later, but it was just too straining to be used casually. He always wore his invisibility cloak, shifted into his school robes and ready to be used at a moment's notice. And yet it was the circle that was glowing in his dream. The resurrection stone. It was honestly, the Hallow that interested Harry the least. Calling back the shades of dead people wasn't something that Harry really cared about. He had no interest in speaking with his parents. He didn't even know anyone who was dead that he would want to talk to. And there was just something disturbing about the ability, the mere idea of summoning the dead made him uncomfortable. However, if his visions, probably aided by his crest, insisted on it, it should help him in some way. He already knew where the stone was and how to access it. He could easily grab it during the summer. Well, it wouldn't be easy, especially considering the fact that Voldemort himself had cursed the Gaunt Shack. The bigger issue would be the fact that the ring would be a Horcrux. Harry had no idea if the soul shard was on the ring itself or on the stone. He didn't understand souls well enough to even guess what Voldemort had done. And with the colt gone, Harry had no easy way to destroy Horcruxes, not that he would have ever used it on one anyway. Harry had also never used Fiend Fire and wasn't planning on casting it in a Muggle area for the first time. Thankfully, an easy way to destroy the Horcrux was nearby in the castle. Basilisk venom was something of an alchemist's dream. A substance that unraveled magic would probably help develop hundreds of research avenues. After the beasts were hunted to extinction, a small vial of venom was worth a nice sum. However, Harry had no plans to sell it. He didn't know why, but something felt wrong with trying to sell something that someone else slayed. It was probably some form of old ritualistic magic. He would look into it more, but at the end of the day, the basilisk was Longbottom's prize. Did that mean that the world serpent was Harry's? It didn't matter. He would try to think of one later. Funnily enough, he didn't feel anything when planning to take a basilisk fang for his own personal use. Was it because of the help Harry had given Neville when it came to slaying the beast? He didn't know. And to be perfectly honest, he didn't have time to care about it. He had a couple of hours until the rest of the castle woke up, and today was their last day in the castle. He needed to hurry. Harry quickly made his way towards an empty classroom near a part of the castle that was never used. It was where he had moved the chamber to, the previous year. He had chosen the location by random, where no one would look twice at a carving of a serpent on the wall. It wasn't until he arrived that Harry regretted not focusing on Parseltongue a bit more. With how things have been hectic the previous year, it had just slipped his mind. And it wasn't like he could have done much about it anyway. As he had discovered previously, Parseltongue was a form of soul projection targeted towards snakes, imbuing them with a temporary boost of intelligence. Learning the entire dictionary would have taken thousands of hours of logging each word and trying to copy how the soul was projected. It would have been a nice project to have with Neville, but Harry still didn't trust the Longbottom Scion one bit. Thankfully, Harry remembered the basic Parseltongue commands that he needed to enter and leave the chamber. Still, it took half a dozen tries to get the damn door to open, allowing Harry to slip in. With every try, Harry could feel his magic circuits burn. He really hated his condition at the moment. He'll probably speak with Arcturus over the summer to do something about it. Harry ignored the pain and the small bones on the ground before him, instead focusing on how damaged everything looked. The formerly smooth stones looked chipped and fragile. The sleek chamber of secrets became little better than a ruin. Everything just looked dead, for the lack of a better word. It made sense in an odd way. The entire chamber was a manifestation of the world serpent, and now the monster was dead. With his arcane hearing, Harry heard multiple whispers coming towards him but shook his head. This wasn't the time to explore the chamber. He was on a timer after all. Instead of focusing on the chamber itself, Harry used his arcane hearing to track the second loudest magical presence around, which happened to be the basilisk. When Harry finally found the King of Serpents, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Neville had slain the thing with just a sword and a few trinkets. Prophecies really are bullshit. Yes, the serpent looked around 50 feet long, its body coiled and twisted upon itself like a grotesque tapestry of scales and death. The scales, a dark, iridescent green, seemed to absorb the meager light of the chamber. Its body looked as fresh as the day it probably died, even if the smell was rather foul. Harry thought back at his decision to trust the prophecy and let Neville fight the damn thing. He shouldn't have done that in either way. In hindsight, Harry could have just used 2 bullets from his Colt to kill both creatures instead of letting a scared child do it for him. He was just so caught up in his anger at what had happened to Daphne that he had recklessly endangered Neville's life that day. Nevertheless, weapon of mass destruction or not, the basilisk was a magnificent sight to behold. Choosing not to admire the beast for too long, Harry reached for one of the colossal fangs, his fingers brushing against the cool, smooth enamel. With a firm grip and a steadying breath, he managed to extract it with a single pull, while making sure that there was no venom would accidentally hit him. With his objective finished, he made his way out of the chamber, but not before feeling the compulsion to visit the location of his final showdown with Riddle. Everything looked oddly pristine compared to the rest of the chamber. However, there was something different compared to the last time he had been there. Exactly in the location where Harry had fired the Colt for the first time, laid a giant white spike made of what looked like ivory. "Is this a fang?" he asked himself while murmuring. This was the closest thing he could compare it to. A giant fang coming from the ground. Harry felt drawn to it, but inches before touching it, he shook his head and decided to leave it be. He would come back in a few months to explore it properly. Additionally, the thing looked as big as him anyway and he had no way of removing it, not with how much using his magic hurt him when it came to performing straining spells. Oh, it wasn't as bad as before, not even close. The healers gave him a lot of potions to control the burning, but it still wasn't comfortable to cast magic. His injury had been months ago, but in a way, Harry was dealing with years' worth of injuries because of the Garden of Avalon. Everyone kept saying that it would pass, and it probably would eventually as Harry's body grew up and adapted. But Harry missed the feeling of his magic thrumming underneath his skin, experimenting with it, trying new things. Magic was his passion and this whole thing felt like someone had ripped it out of him. Still, Harry returned to his common room, clutching his basilisk fang in his pocket, his objective completed. It was funny that there were mages who would have given him more gold than he held in his vault for the small fang in his pocket. As he got up, he saw Daphne walking down the stairs. "Oh, you're up already? I thought you'd have taken longer to get ready for the train. What were you doing out of the common room anyway?" "I finished everything yesterday. As for what I was doing, I was just taking a walk. I think I'm going to miss this place during the summer. I still can't help but marvel at the fact that Dumbledore is no longer the headmaster." The blonde gave him an incredulous look. "Seriously? The castle will still be here in a few months anyway." "Yes, but by then, I'm fully expecting Dumbledore to do something drastic. The last few months were oddly peaceful considering what happened in the third task. Still, let us not think about this and just go to the Great Hall for breakfast. I'm absolutely famished." Chapter 229, The Old Guard. June 30, 1994, London, England. Arcturus Black sat in a small cafe in London while waiting for his ward to arrive from school. Though only in his mid-70s, the Black Patriarch looked much older than a wizard of his years should. It was probably the stress and losing his wife that slowly drained the life out of him. Or it might have been the Great War. Grindelwald's followers knew a lot of obscure curses and Arcturus was hit by a fair few in his younger days. After the events of the third task, he couldn't help but remember the horrors of the war. The Great War, not the guerrilla war that the Riddle boy started. Still, Arcturus couldn't help but feel nervous as he pondered the fate of magical Britain. For the first time in decades, the entire political scene was as unpredictable as the waves of a storm. Dumbledore's presence was so entrenched in every aspect of the nation, that his disappearance left a giant hole that shook the entire landscape. Even now, hundreds of wizards and witches tried to take advantage of the opportunity this provided, and everything was just so chaotic. The economy got hit heavily, the efforts of Fudge in the last decades being chipped away bit by bit. Alchemical substances started to rise dramatically in prices since Dumbledore, their main seller, stopped making them. Even the Wizengamot wasn't spared. The progressive faction looked more like a herd of sheep than an organized political party. With the Longbottom matriarch choosing to focus on her grandson, there was no political leader who had the influence and magical power to back up his claim. Oddly enough, Nott decided to stay his hand and stopped the members of the traditionalist faction from doing anything drastic, allowing for a very fragile balance of power to form. He never expected it from the man. The man was a prime opportunist, gathering as much blackmail as possible, on even children, using it even decades later when he would need a favor. He didn't lead the faction out of power, but through the sheer fact that he had terrorized the rest of the faction with just a few letters. It was only Lucius Malfoy's guile and gold that had stopped the man from actively gaining control. In his younger days, Arcturus had employed Cassiopeia Black, his sister, to act as the man's counterpart for their family. Nott had stayed clear of Arcturus after a few bouts with her, allowing him to fortify his control over the traditionalist faction. Arcturus started to cough once more before taking a deep breath, stealing his expression. He loathed looking weak after all. He distracted himself by trying to imagine possible scenarios after Dumbledore's outing. Seeing Grindelwald must have frazzled the former headmaster. According to Fudge, Dumbledore had started spouting about Grindelwald being back just a few hours after he was questioned by the DMLE. The minister, of course, dismissed the whole thing as nonsense, and then promptly did his best to destroy any political influence Dumbledore had left. It was a rash reaction from a terrified man. Not that Arcturus blamed him, the sheer idea that Grindelwald was back was terrifying beyond measure. People didn't want to say Voldemort's name. However, people just refused to think about Grindelwald. The Dark Lord had killed millions and razed multiple cities to the ground with just a few waves of his wand that the Muggles had thought they were destroyed by a series of artillery strikes. Gellert Grindelwald was akin to a Grim Reaper. Terrifying. Powerful. Unstoppable. And the worst thing was that the man was charismatic. He could make speeches that moved the hearts of many. He'd make it sound so reasonable, say that the deaths in his war were necessary for the greater good. Arcturus couldn't help but snort at that. The greater good? What a fucking joke. This single sentence had killed more people than any weapon in history. That was the main issue with magical wars. They weren't waged with resources in mind. Wars could be waged for certain artifacts and perhaps a few secrets, but magical wars tended to be more ideological in nature. And what better way to gain followers than to say that they were fighting for the good of the magical world? And now, the champion of light was unaccounted for, and the champion of dark was in the wind. Two of the strongest mages since the fall of Camelot could be doing whatever they wanted. It was probably Grindelwald's plan. He forced magical Britain to decry Dumbledore at once. He did it in a single masterful stroke, striking when the steel was hot. If the ministry and the school board hadn't removed Dumbledore, the public would have been enraged at the injustice, saying that the man had special privileges. They didn't know what Dumbledore was truly capable of, and yet they pushed him in a corner. Fudge didn't care, being focused on the Quidditch World Cup to revitalize the country's failing economy. To be fair, he was doing a good job at promoting the event. He was able to retain most of the sponsors, including Nimbus, which ensured that everything would run as smoothly as possible. Honestly, the man was overwhelmed by Barty Crouch's sudden death. The Crouch patriarch must have been traumatized by what happened to his career after Voldemort's demise, because he did his best to keep the Department of International Magical Cooperation like a one-man army, without any plans for replacements in sight. The whole department was collapsing without him, putting a lot of pressure on Fudge. There was even talk of the European tournament being held in another country. There haven't been any official statements, but Arcturus had enough people on the inside to realize that they didn't feel hopeful about their chances. Still, Arcturus couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret at the man's death. Oh, he hated the man with a passion, but he had died at the hands of Arcturus' grandson. Sirius' last victim. If he had to put his feelings into words, he could have filled an entire library. Even knowing what Sirius had done, how many people he had slaughtered in their sleep, he had felt a faint feeling of relief at his grandson's survival. There was some pride at the fact that it was a black that survived the fire of Godric's Hallows, but it was overwhelmed at the feeling of shame at failing the boy utterly. He didn't know what he would have done if he had met Sirius face to face, however, he felt slightly disappointed at the fact that he never had the opportunity to talk some sense into the boy. He couldn't anymore, young Harry had killed him. As much as a part of him wanted to blame Harry, Arcturus knew for a fact that he would have done the same in his position. He had once found himself surrounded in enemy territory while both physically and magically exhausted. He had left no survivors then because he simply couldn't afford to. Harry had even given him a memory of the affair as justification, knowing that Arcturus would have judged him despite himself. After he experienced the memory of an old pensieve that one of his ancestors stole centuries ago, he concluded that Sirius was too far gone, trying to kill Harry without any hesitation. The boy had done the best he could have under the circumstances, and Arcturus couldn't blame him for how things had ended. The Black Patriarch chased away the thoughts of his recently dead grandson, and a distraction had come easily in the form of an elderly man sitting in front of him, who spoke up with a heavy French accent, "So, why the long face?" Arcturus snorted in amusement, "Let's just say that I have a lot on my mind." "It's been a while, Charles." "You too, Arcturus." Last I heard you were drinking yourself into an early grave after Melania died. The Black Patriarch flinched, and his eyebrows furrowed in barely concealed fury. Degalard. The Frenchman seemed amused more than anything. You're a lot more sensitive than before, Black. You would have gotten back at me with another comment back in the day. I can still hold my own. Just don't bring up Melania. Fine. So, why did you call me here? We haven't spoken in decades. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. Seriously? You have no idea why I wanted to talk to you. Well, I think the whole mess with Dumbledore has something to do with it. I have to say, you British mages must either have balls of steel or the intelligence of a goldfish, because there's no way in hell I would dare antagonize Dumbledore like this. You remember what it was like seeing him fight seriously? It wasn't exactly my idea, the Black Patriarch commented back, but yes, the Light Champion now has escaped what little control Magical Britain had over him. And while it's bad, there are a lot worse things. Like what? Charles exclaimed while exasperated. You don't need to sound all mysterious, Black. I have credible sources saying that Grindelwald is back. That single statement seemed to knock the wind out of the French wizard. Very few people had survived seeing Gellert Grindelwald in his full might. Charles de Galard was one of them, and so was Arcturus Black. He cut through wizards like a farmer cut through wheat. They just didn't register. The Dark Lord wiped out battalions in seconds, had burned villages to the ground. And when he faced Dumbledore in battle, no one had dared interfere. Whoever did was dead before they even tried to cast their first spell. The Frenchman still remembered from the haunted look on his face. Are you sure about this? I have a memory of someone fighting him. He wasn't serious, but his mannerisms, and his fighting prowess, were all the same. He was the one who planned Dumbledore's downfall, and he executed it perfectly. Even now, people still think it was some kind of impostor that wanted to mess with Dumbledore. What about Nermengard? The Black Patriarch shrugged. He probably left a replacement or something like that. It's not out of the realm of possibility for someone of Grindelwald's caliber. You do remember what he's done to Johnson, right? Charles gulped, and Arcturus didn't blame him. Steve Johnson was an American wizard in his battalion during the Great War. Once, during a battle that Grindelwald himself fought in, the man had conjured a hellish scream that disoriented anyone, allowing him to disappear without a trace. They had been prepared to die, as many did, yet for some reason, the Dark Lord retreated. They had cheered in both relief and pride at the fact. It wasn't until they returned back to base, a few weeks later, that whatever trap Grindelwald had laid had sprung. Dozens of strategically placed soldiers had been taken over, like some kind of subconscious compulsion charm, and killed everyone on sight. A good part of the leadership had died that night, and Arcturus himself ended up fighting a turned Johnson, killing him just before he used fiend fire in a warded area. Even now, Arcturus had no idea how Grindelwald had done it. There were screenings and safe words at many checkpoints, as well as mind healers that verified identities and recognized any mental tampering. Charles gulped. This explains a lot. I would be worried too if I was in Dumbledore's place. I'm assuming he called back his followers and started recruiting again. Yes. The vampires will clearly join Grindelwald, but I don't know about the rest. I think the goblins are going to have to be involved in some way. They could barely stay neutral in the last time. Now that I think about it, there has been a large migration of werewolves towards Britain. Did Dumbledore offer them something? Arcturus thought back at it. Not that I know of. Outside of Greyback's execution, I haven't heard much from them. Now that I'm thinking about it, I haven't heard from my sources about them for a while. Even if it's Dumbledore, it doesn't change that a war is coming. That's why I called you here. We need to make sure that there is more than simply ash after the conflict. So far, we still have time, since neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald seem ready to make any overt moves. We need to be ready. I think it's time to bring the old band back together. Chapter 230, The Wise Girl. July 16, 1994, Longbottom Manor. Neville lay flat on his back, breathing hard as though he had been running. He had awoken from a vivid dream with his hands pressed over his forehead, precisely near his infamous scar. He sat up, one hand still on his scar, and sighed with disappointment as he saw the blood on his pillow. He groaned as he stood up. He always had a headache after that happened. The events that he had dubbed as the scar nightmares were starting to be a reoccurring thing ever for almost a month. As he always did, Neville opened his notebook and tried to write down whatever he remembered from his dream. He remembered a dark room, a giant snake, a very smooth yet threatening voice. Glowing red eyes looking back at him in the mirror. Voldemort. He had found a servant, a very loyal one at that. He wrote this down next to a bunch of random words on the previous page. Not knowing was just so frustrating. Neville hadn't thought much about the Dark Lord for a while. Ever since his first year, really. Apart from the fact that he discovered that the events of the Chamber of Secrets were true, with Tom Riddle's diary, Lord Voldemort had very little impact on Neville's life ever since his first year. Funnily enough, Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore had more impact on Neville's life than Voldemort, and wasn't that a sick joke? And yet, Lord Voldemort was obviously getting stronger. Neville wasn't an idiot, he knew that the scar was some kind of connection he had with Voldemort. It explained why it hurt him so much whenever he was near or felt some kind of intense emotion in his first year. This sudden surge in activity and intensity was worrying, to say the least. He had immediately told his grandmother about it, and even Healer Jones. She had given him some meditative exercises, but he didn't see the point as his dreams occurred when he was asleep, not when he was awake. The former Longbottom Scion shook his head and stopped his train of thought. It was too early for this kind of pessimism. Healer Jones and his grandmother were obviously doing the best they could do to help him. And he had an exciting day ahead of him. After gobbling his breakfast, Neville Longbottom found himself twitching in anticipation and anxiety as he waited in his living room. He had the entire manor to himself, everyone had given some excuse or another to leave the place, probably at his grandmother's prompting. The Longbottom matriarch could probably intimidate a Nundle with that glare of hers. Oh, he still wasn't welcome in any way by the rest of the Longbottom family, after his disownment, but they warmed up to him slightly. They mostly considered him to be like some kind of extended guest, but nothing more. While he still didn't like it, Neville had learned to live with it. Those people had often taken care of him as a child, played with him, snuck him treats when his grandmother wasn't looking, and their dismissal hurt him immensely. He hadn't realized how much his disownment would have affected him until he had left Hogwarts. Healer Jones helped him process the emotions while talking with him about it. Neville was technically under house arrest for casting the killing curse at Snape, and he was stuck in a place where his former family tried its best to forget about him. She was right, talking about it helped. The mere fact of voicing his feelings, and putting everything into words, made a weight lift from his shoulders. The woman had also coached him in a field of magic called occlumency to better deal with the nightmares. It was a way to blank his mind and gain some control over it. It was far more abstract than that, but a good mastery of his own mind and emotions could help him block out the scar's influence even further, recognizing when it was affecting him in some way and getting some help urgently. Progress was slow since this field of magic took years to become proficient at it, but it was progress, nonetheless. One day at a time, Neville was getting better. He was dubious of the mind healer, at the start, but the results were better. Neville was noticeably calmer, felt more relaxed, and didn't feel like the whole world was against him. They still hadn't done anything about his scar, they just couldn't find a way to do it. Every couple of days, Neville's grandmother brought some expert or another, sometimes even an entire team of curse breakers to analyze his scar for hours at a time. Neville's grandmother looked even more concerned when he started having his scar nightmares and waking up with his scar burning and sometimes even oozing blood. It didn't help that he couldn't remember much from his dreams, just a mixture of emotions and quick flashes. They were annoying and Neville often dreaded falling asleep. But until someone could find a solution, he had to live with it and make the best of it. That was a crucial lesson Healer Jones had taught him. People have had things far worse than him, despite his recent misfortune, but have risen higher than they ever imagined. Life was about making the best of what they had instead of wishing and lamenting in the past. His train of thought was interrupted by a knock on the door. Neville stiffened and ran towards it, smiling brightly as he recognized the person on the other side. It was hard not to, with her brown bushy hair and slightly large front teeth, Hermione. "Good morning, Neville. Excited to see me, are we? I can't believe you're here. I haven't seen you for over a month, and even then, we didn't get to spend a lot of time forever," he complained. He was right, of course. Even if their meeting had lasted for less than an hour, Hermione needing to return to the Department of Mysteries for some kind of mysterious operation, it had been by far the best hour he experienced for over a year. Seeing his best friend, alive and walking, after over a year without any news. It was hard to describe how he felt. Relief, happiness. It was like a cocktail of emotions kept swirling inside of him. He had almost thought she was a fake, an illusion, and had asked her a few embarrassing questions just to make sure it really was her. Her mere presence made him feel like his previous year hadn't happened, even for a fraction of a second. It had rekindled a fire within him that he thought had been extinguished. One that he had forgotten had even existed. Hope. The Muggleborn giggled, well, at least I'm staying the entire day with you this time. You know, if you'd have told me a year ago that the unspeakable acted like mother hens, I wouldn't have believed you. Now, though. I've been meaning to ask, how did they cure you? Hermione looked away for a moment. They haven't, not really. That struck Neville speechless. I don't understand. It's kinda complicated and there's a lot I don't understand. I was writing on this diary, Tom Riddle's diary, which was, for some reason, enchanted to hold a soul. With every confession I made, I metaphysically bared my soul to it. Normally, it wouldn't have been a big deal. People had diaries all the time and they do the same. But there was something else inside it, something that trapped me in the price of getting out. However, it died soon after. It was too late for me to get out on my own, but the exchange wasn't fully completed yet. The unspeakable used the drop that remained to forge a connection between the diary and my body, tricking both of them to recognize the other as an extra member of some sort. I'm still in the diary, and yet I'm here. Isn't that a bit weird? I mean being in a diary and your body at the same time. Hermione snorted, very weird. It took a lot of time to forge the connection, months in fact, and I had to willingly leave the diary. It wasn't an easy thing. Why is that? The diary was more than just a prison. It was like someone had curated an entire world to keep me inside, and it was just made to make me happy. It was literally my paradise. I had to choose to return to the real world. Leaving it was hard. Imagine finding yourself in a world where your parents are alive, where you are loved and cherished by everyone, where nothing bad happens to you. It wasn't hard to see that it was a fake world in hindsight. But something not being real doesn't make it a bad thing. Neville decided to change the subject, considering just how sad his friend was getting. So, what's the Department of Mysteries like? I've heard stories, but I think they're exaggerating. It's far less glamorous than you'd think. The department essentially handles the artifacts confiscated by the Ministry. They do their best to study them, understand the enchantments and log them in some kind of repository. They had smaller departments, studying curses, certain supernatural events, even time. They don't really try to create new things, just contain and understand what has already been made. I heard some grumbling from the older unspeakable complaining about a lack of proper advancement since Dumbledore voted in some law a few decades ago. That was anticlimactic. People spoke of the Department of Mysteries like some kind of underground secret agents and researchers that controlled the country from the background, manipulating events to their satisfaction. Hermione shook her head. That's enough about me. How have you been? I know a bit from the unspeakable and the letters we exchanged, but you didn't mention Ron once. We're not really friends anymore. When you were gone, I just realized how badly we treated you. Ron moved on, like nothing happened, blaming me, and I guess we just drifted apart. Please tell me you've been keeping up with your studies. I already missed an entire year. Neville snorted, as if the great Hermione Granger would let something pesky like being trapped in a diary stop her from learning. Stop being mean, Neville. And don't be so smug. I'm going to test you to make sure you're up to par. I can't have my best friend failing his year. Of all the things that happened, I think my coursework will have very little impact on my life. The Muggleborn's expression turned sad. You messed up horribly, Neville. We both know that, but now you have me to keep you in line. You were alone before. But now, you have me. And to prove this to you, I brought you this. Hermione took out something from her robes and revealed a small box that she handed to him. He gave her a confused look as she motioned him to open. The former Longbottom Scion shakily opened the box and saw a nice silver locket on it. He opened it and saw a moving picture of him and Hermione. He remembered that moment. It was during their second year. Colin Creevey had taken it without him noticing just at the start of the year in their common room. Neville felt himself choking when Hermione commented, I know it doesn't look like much, but try to put it on. The moment he did so, Neville felt some warmth settling in and felt his mind getting a bit clearer. He gave her a hesitating look. Your grandmother told a few unspeakables about your condition. I know it's a breach of privacy, but when I mentioned the nightmares, asking for their help, they gave me this after a few weeks. Apparently, they made it especially for you. You could wear that at night, and hope that there wouldn't be any nightmares. Neville jumped and hugged the Muggleborn with all his might. Thank you. He would deny there being any tears in his eyes. But it did feel really good to have someone on his side again, a true friend. As the night ended, a young woman entered the Ministry of Magic. She walked towards the elevator, without anyone batting an eyelash. She got off in the second lowest level of the ministry, ignoring the back-tiled walls and the blue-white lights that glowed with every step she took. She ignored the entrance chamber trying to disorient her and touched a specific part of the wall, revealing a hidden door inside. She entered the room and addressed the masked man sitting in the office, Agent Athena, reporting for duty. Chapter 231, Remnants of Gaunt. July 21, 1994, Little Hangleton. Harry knew he was being a little impulsive, but he had done his best considering the circumstances. Truth be told, he was more than a little desperate. His magic kept burning with extended use, something that was starting to terrify him. Even Arcturus looked concerned by the lack of progress regarding his position. The healers had tried to make him take ice baths every day, and while they did help, they barely alleviated the symptoms, let alone the disease. Alas, his dreams gave him a way out. After the constant hints that the resurrection stone might help him, for over a month, he had to bite the bullet and give in. Nevertheless, he was going against a stronghold that a paranoid Lord Voldemort put one of his soul anchors. He should have probably told Arcturus about what he was planning, but the man would probably try to stop him. He just instinctively felt that this was something he had to do by himself. Harry had visited the Gaunt Shack more than a few times to test its protections, which were surprisingly few. Oh, it wasn't anything to scoff at. There were wards, probably maintained by the Gaunt family for thousands of years. However, their raw power felt more like a shade of its former self, which made sense since they were based on some kind of blood wars, and there hadn't been a Gaunt living there for decades. Did Voldemort forget that basic property of family wards? No, the man might have slowly gone unstable near the end of his reign of terror, but he wasn't an idiot. He was probably charging them another way, but with his fall at the hands of the Longbottoms, he couldn't recharge them anymore. Still, today was the day he was going to reclaim one of the most desired artifacts in history, a legacy of the Peverills. He had no idea what the end result was going to be, but he was following his gut, the pull of his magic. With a groan, the bus stopped in the town of Little Hangleton. The first rule of breaking into a magical place was to not leave any traces of magic. While planning for his little adventure, Harry had researched extensively the village of Little Hangleton, and while it looked like any normal Muggle village, it was anything but that. It was a place with a rich history full of mysteries and ancient magic. According to Muggle legends, the village of Little Hangleton has been inhabited since antiquity. In the earliest days, Celtic tribesmen built a fort on the hill overlooking the river and the rich lands below. These folk raised livestock and farmed, wove cloth, and made leather goods. During Roman times, farms were built in the valley and the fort fell out of use. Yet some people continued to visit the old fort on the hill with offerings of food and flowers in the belief that helpful spirits inhabited the place. For centuries, this small village was spared famine and sickness. It wasn't hard to read between the lines and realize that a family of druids lived in this place, helping the community by making sure harvests were plenty, and healing the sick. However, they were either massacred, their culture overwhelmed by the rise of wand-based magics, or they just moved away. Either way, slowly the magic started to fade away. The Gaunt's arrival didn't help matters. Long-term druid magic tended to make ambient magic in a place more potent, and the Gaunts had discovered this and built their family home over it. Slowly, the traces of druid magic were gone, and Little Hangleton became little more than a normal town. Things turned to the worse when the Riddles had perished. They had been heavily invested in the village, tracing their lineage to the nobility that once ruled this place. As Harry passed by the cemetery and noticed how dead Little Hangleton felt. The farms and barns are empty. There were no children playing around, just old people going about their days. The fertile land was dried up and almost barren. The very air felt dead and oppressing. No, this drastic change in just decades wasn't normal. Harry had postulated that the Horcrux had something to do with it. The place had been soaked with magic for so long, magic that was connected to the Gaunt household, that something as abominable as a Horcrux that probably affected the very wards of the shack, in turn, affected the entire village. It was curious how the actions of a single man, something as small as just choosing a place to put his soul anchor, ruined the lives of every resident in this town, making them live mockeries of lives, experiencing nothing more than the darkness from the moment they were born to their very deaths. Harry shook his head. He wasn't there for a history lesson. His mission was to grab the ring and return home. It had taken more time than he liked to admit getting past the obscuring wards to locate the Gaunt Shack. Voldemort had probably cast a similar ward to the one in the diary. It was much less effective considering the size difference, but using a soul shard as some kind of flexible ward control scheme was inspired. People really didn't give Voldemort enough credit. The man was a magical genius underneath all that madness and instability. Sometimes Harry wondered what Tom Riddle could have been, had he not mutilated his soul in fear of death. He could have done so much more, been so much more. Still, Harry's arcane hearing was more than good enough to make out the wards. They weren't as good as the ones in Black Manor, but they were better than most family homes. Still, as weak as they became, through disuse, people would notice the magical discharge should anyone attempt to break them. Smirking, the last Potter put on his invisibility cloak, his family's legacy. The cloak rendered him invisible, not just in sight, but in magic. Harry strolled past the wards as if they didn't exist, wincing slightly as he examined them using his arcane hearing. Yet, Harry made a good choice of not asking anyone to come with him. Without the cloak, he would have been in serious trouble. There was a very nasty mental ward that invaded the mind of any intruder and showed them their deepest nightmares, one that rotted internal organs with every step forward, and one that slowly warped the mind permanently, where they would see suffering everywhere. There was also a marking ward that would mark the magic of whoever was able to enter the ward and escape somehow. It was something Harry had never even heard about before. It must have been one of Voldemort's creations. An ingenious way to find someone in case they were successful at retrieving the Horcrux and probably torture them until they reveal how they got their knowledge of his Horcruxes. Yet, he definitely underestimated their power. Was there some kind of magical dampening effect that made the wards look weaker than they were? It didn't matter, his invisibility cloak protected him from any sort of magical detection. When he had gone past the obscuring wards, a house became visible. It was nestled in the darkness, with trunks and vines wrapped around it. Calling it a house would be generous, a shack would be more appropriate. He didn't expect much, but it was difficult to imagine anyone, let alone wizards, living in this place. Harry walked past a detection charm that would have woken an army of Inferi and walked closer towards the shack. The interior was in as much disrepair as the exterior. Calling it inhabitable would have been an understatement. Broken chairs, stacks upon stacks of the Daily Prophet, portraits of family members coated in a thick film of dirt and cobwebs. Although those who once lived here were long gone, Harry could hear echoes of their songs if he focused too much, filled with madness and rage. Alas, he wasn't there to admire the shack or judge its former inhabitants, just finding the ring. Harry remembered how the diary felt, the intense darkness and wrongness, and tried to look for it. It was barely more than a whisper, but it was still there, connected to the wards, slowly spreading its corruption. There had to be dozens of traps on the way up the stairs. Ironically enough, they were centered around snakes. Undead swarms of snakes were in the wall, ready to be activated, as well as hundreds of curses and enchantments that were meant to petrify any intruder, suck their magic dry over and over again, acting as a new power source for the wards until their inevitable deaths. The invisibility cloak really was a curse breaker's holy grail. Harry followed the Horcrux's song, arriving at what seemed like a normal old room. However, the wards were similar, and more alive than the rest of the shack. He followed the song until he found it, hidden underneath one of the floorboards. Its song was so malignant, so wrong, like a giant screeching sound that overwhelmed anything else. Harry wasn't stupid enough to try touching anything by with his hands. Thankfully, since he was in a warded area, the Ministry wouldn't detect any magic usage from him. Still, it would have been better to protect himself. Harry decided to use an old trick he learned years previously, slowly changing his own song to that of someone else, specifically, Alastair Mad-Eye Moody. Honestly, his choice wasn't really hard. The former Auror had pretty much harassed him during his previous year, constantly following him around like a trained hound, enough for Harry to intimately know his magic. It was obviously under Dumbledore's orders, but the man had the gall to sneak into his dorm room and look at a few of his notebooks. Harry did make sure that they were harmless notes and used the cloak, which happened to still be invisible to that eye of his. Still, Voldemort would expect Dumbledore's top lieutenants to check out his old home. The man was already on his shit list, so Harry didn't put a giant target on someone's back, at least not one that wasn't already there. Harry waved his wand and summoned the box. There was nothing else he could really do. Touching the thing would have cursed him, and the thing would have been immovable if it was handled with something that wasn't a living thing. Voldemort probably planned to have a snake bring it to him if he ever needed to retrieve it. A box came out of the floorboards and floated towards him, which activated the trap connected to the box's location, and a giant wave of undead serpents appeared from the walls. Even with the invisibility cloak, one of them was bound to touch him somehow, and Harry's condition wouldn't have let him become intangible for long. Thankfully, he had expected something and created a sphere of warp space around him, turning the distance around him into miles. With a flick of his hand, the box opened, revealing the ring. It didn't look like much, just a gold band with a black stone. It would have looked like any other ring if it wasn't for the symbol of the Deathly Hallows engraved on it. Even then, Harry couldn't really sense anything from it, the wrongness of the Horcrux overwhelming everything. Even then, Harry found himself enraptured by it. It was a legacy of his family, after all. Not only that, but it was also the key to curing his condition. He could feel his magic crest urging him to grab it, master it as he had done the cloak. Suddenly, a small vision interrupted his thoughts, and everything returned to normal. He realized that he had taken off the cloak, his hands ready to touch it. Damn it, he had almost grabbed the damn Horcrux, one that he knew was cursed. His crest and the compulsion charm working together, urging him to put on the ring, was just unfair. Harry paled at the thought of what could have happened and decided to not gamble anything. He grabbed the basilisk fang from his pocket and slammed it into the golden band. A pulse of magic erupted, almost sending him flying back, and a large wailing appeared out of nowhere, that made his ears hurt. The wave of magic warped the inferi serpents, turning them into a giant monster, leaping at Harry. With a wave of his hands, Harry created a pulse of telekinetic force that sent it back and then disintegrated it. Slowly, the defenses in the room started to fail. The Horcrux was gone. Harry scanned the ring, once more, with his arcane hearing, and saw no traces of curses. The basilisk venom had neutralized any magic on the ring. He couldn't really sense anything on the stone, either, but it was the same for the cloak. Hesitating slightly, Harry grabbed the ring with a small flinch, but it was only cool to the touch. Relaxing slightly, he put it on his finger. He could feel a small current of magic spreading from the ring and connecting to Harry's crest. Suddenly, a cooling sensation spread all over his body, relaxing Harry's magic circuits, one that he had forgotten how strained they were considering his distraction. Harry felt his magic circuits accommodating his larger soul, and a grin appeared on his face. He twirled his wand, while still hidden under Moody's magic, and the room returned to normal. The undead serpents returned to the wall and the box floated back to the floorboard. Even the traps were set once more. With a grin, he waved his hand and a giant magic circle appeared, one that he had been able to cast only once. He walked through it, and it made its way as if it never existed. One fraction of a second later, he found himself back home, in his room in Black Manor, with a giant grin splitting his face. I'm back. Chapter 232, The Stony Path. July 23, 1994, Black Manor. Harry woke up feeling far better than he had for months. It was borderline miraculous to not feel the constant pain with every breath. With a grin, he summoned his glasses wandlessly and relished the lack of strain on his magic circles. He felt better than ever, and he practically skipped down to breakfast. Something must have shown on his face, because Arcturus, who was having tea at the time, raised an eyebrow and commented, "Well, you certainly chipper. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you got laid yesterday." Harry snorted in amusement. "Trust me, I'll never entertain sneaking a girl here, especially with the kind of wards put here. I don't want her to turn inside out in the middle of the night, or just lose her mind. Even then, I'm sure you would keep spying on her, thinking she's some kind of spy or something, which is frankly creepy." "Brat," the Black Patriarch exclaimed, "when you're my age, you'll realize just how idiotic teenagers tend to be when a girl is involved." "Fine," he responded while rolling his eyes, "but that doesn't excuse being a creep about it. You're changing the subject. Why are you in such a good mood?" "My magic doesn't burn anymore. I found a way to fix it." That seemed to stomp the older wizard, and Harry felt his song become a mixture of elation and worry. It was an odd combination, but it wasn't hard to realize that the man thought that it was too good to be true. "That's great news. How did you do it?" "A very old artifact that belonged to my family. I've been having visions about it for over a month and tracked it down to an old village in the countryside, where it was in the ruins of a dead magical family. It was pretty cursed, but I was able to remove them." "Let me get this straight, you broke into the home of a dead magical family. How did you even get past the wards without waking up half the ministry from the backlash? Harry simply shrugged, I used my cloak. People who have mastered it could use it to become truly invisible in the very sense of the word. I just walked past the wards as if they weren't there. I remember Charles' cloak and it definitely didn't do that. You never saw him use his magic crest the way I do either, doesn't mean that it's impossible. The older man took a deep sigh. He was probably used to Harry's antics and weird usage of magic. While Arcturus was very knowledgeable when it came to magic, it did occur to Harry that the way he could restructure and analyze magic was unique. He hadn't read about anyone that could do what he did. Even Tom Riddle, a magical prodigy, didn't have command over his magic the way he did. Of course, the champions of light and dark didn't count in that measurement. Arcturus looked resigned when he asked, and whose family home did you desecrate? I'm only asking in case someone actually notices what you've done. The Gaunts. As far as I know, the last one died decades ago. You mean the Gaunts, the last descendants of Slytherin, the family of Tom Riddle's mother? Harry nodded unconcerned, yes, exactly. Did you steal one of the family treasures of Voldemort? Well, he was desecrating it with what he was doing to it, and it's not like he was using it, you know, being a wraith and everything. Arcturus paled slightly, it was one of his Horcruxes, right? Like the old locket that Regulus died for. Don't worry, I had a basilisk fang with me to take care of the nasty piece of soul. I even hid my magical presence, making it resemble Mad Eyes. Pitting Voldemort against Dumbledore, who he already considers to be his mortal enemy. You know, your ability to warp your magical signature alone would have made you one of the biggest security risks in the country. People can hide their presence after years of practice, but forging it requires a lot of effort and preparation. The fact that you can do it on the fly. Well, let's just say that assassins would give their firstborn for this ability alone. Harry smiled slightly, I don't think anyone other than me could do it. He was right, of course. Harry's method was honestly a small application of his arcane hearing. The ability to analyze magic and replicate it was unfair, and he had done it as a first year after just a few months of magical education. As far as he could tell, the best way to do any of this was to build some kind of monitoring artifact that would scan someone's magical signature for a while and replicate it while being powered by a neutral power source. After that, they could store the signature in a wand, which they could use to cast a limited number of spells until the power ran out. If they knew how to hide their own signature, then it would successfully harm someone. That was way too much effort for something Harry figured out in seconds during his first year in Hogwarts. The Black Patriarch looked slightly amused, well, that's a relief. Now, show me what you consider to be worth the danger of being hunted down by Voldemort of all people. Harry simply raised his hand and showed him the ring. It didn't really look any special, just some golden band and with a black stone. He didn't want the older man to have a closer look since the man would recognize the symbol of the Deathly Hallows carved on the stone. After all, this was a man who fought Grindelwald, who had once used this as his coat of arms. It wasn't the fact that he didn't trust Arcturus with the ring's true nature, but Harry instinctively knew that the man would wish to summon his wife and that this would do more harm than good. It was odd, this ability to judge if someone could handle the ring or not. He would need to explore it further. Harry still hasn't tried to summon the shades of any dead people. Only relishing using magic without any pain once more. He would explore this later, in the privacy of his room. Before Arcturus would have asked him to get a closer look, Harry spoke up, it sort of acts like a buffer for my soul. My condition was the sheer fact that I have essentially channeled my magic for decades and my soul remembers that. However, my body did not learn that volume of magic on its own, hence the pain. The ring acts more like a regulator to the magic my soul outputs, making me able to use the maximum magic my body can channel without ripping itself apart. Quite a nifty little artifact, to say the least. It probably has a lot more uses, but Voldemort just decided to use it to house a piece of his soul. Fucking idiot. Yes, the stone had many uses outside resurrection. Even since Harry had woken up, he felt different. His arcane hearing picked up things that were deeper than usual. For example, while he could get an estimation of Arcturus' mood from his magic, now he could listen to his very nature. It was hard to put into words because it was like his song had a core of some sort, with a very complex melody. It was sad, it was aggressive, it was kind, yet ruthless. He instinctively knew that it was more than just his magic. Still, whatever that meant, Harry was not prepared to rush into things. He had ideas, of course, but he didn't know enough for sure. For now, he would just enjoy having full control over his magic once more. He had accomplished much the day before. The fact that he had destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was just icing on the cake. It was ironic that despite Neville Longbottom being his prophesized equal, Harry had done more to kill the madman than he ever could. Tom Riddle's diary, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Salazar Slytherin, and the Peveril ring, that's 4 of the Horcruxes destroyed by him. As far as he could tell, only the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, Nagini, and Neville's scar remained. Harry would have tried asking Arcturus to get the cup, but it would have been a fruitless endeavour. The Horcrux was in the Lestrange vault, not the black one, and the vault was inactive until someone with the Lestrange family crest showed up in Gringotts to reclaim it, or after a century when the goblins would take possession of the vault. The Black Patriarch had no way to access the vault. Harry had subtly asked him about the Lestrange fortune, and the man admitted to having tried to repossess the vault, but the Ministry was resolute in not antagonizing Gringotts since the goblins were going to gain a veritable mountain of gold in a century. Harry had honestly no idea if Nagini was even a Horcrux, but he would kill the snake on sight anyway. And that's not mentioning the giant elephant in the room, in the form of Neville Longbottom's scar. Still, it wasn't his problem and Harry had done more than enough to put the odds in Neville's favor. The rest was entirely on the boy who lived. Harry had so lost himself in thought that he didn't notice Arcturus continue speaking. "Sorry, can you repeat what you just said? I was distracted." The Black Patriarch grinned. "I was just talking about the Quidditch Cup tickets I got. I'm planning on meeting a few friends of mine there. I thought you would be interested if anything. Quidditch isn't really my thing. Come on, this is the event of a lifetime, and you will see the efforts of your hard work with the firebolts being around everywhere. That's not to mention that my friends are looking forward to meeting you. This might be a good opportunity to make a few connections outside the country." Harry didn't answer. He had no plans of making any new business ventures anytime soon. He had rebuilt the Potter fortune in a little over a year of work. Still, this was a good opportunity for him to meet people from outside the country, see how they use magic, and how their education is different. As for the Quidditch Cup attack, Harry didn't know if it would still happen. The past year alone had proven just how different this world was from the one in the stories. For one thing, Dumbledore was removed from Hogwarts, Grindelwald had escaped Ermengarde, Azkaban was destroyed, and Lucius Malfoy was dead. That's not to mention the fact that Harry knew that his friends were probably going to come anyway. In case an attack did occur, being there to help them could only be an advantage. He nodded towards his guardian. "Fine. But if I get bored with stories of how amazing the good old days were, I'll blame you." A snickering Harry dodged the hex Arcturus sent his way and returned back to his room. He was planning on experimenting with his portals but couldn't help but admire the new ring on his hand. Harry grabbed the stone in his hand, tempted to summon a shade, just to wonder if it worked. He looked back and tried to think of someone he would want to speak to. It was surprisingly hard. Harry didn't really know anyone dead he would want to speak to. It was a sobering realization of how lucky he was. The only person he could think of was Hermione, but even then, he wouldn't know what to say, and the girl was technically not dead so that didn't matter. He had no plans of speaking to Sirius Black or his father. He didn't think they would have anything of value to tell him. Now, his mother on the other hand. He was curious about what the hell she could have done that made Lupin and Sirius obsessed with her so much. He was also curious about the fire of Godric's Hollow. Having decided on who to summon, he took out the stone from the wand and turned it 3 times, thinking of Lily Potter. Yet, he was only met with a silent room. Harry's eyes grew wider and his skin grew paler with every second a shade didn't materialize itself. Chapter 233, Cultural Exchange. August 10, 1994, Black Manor. Having decided on who to summon, he took out the stone from the wand and turned it 3 times, thinking of Lily Potter. Yet, he was only met with a silent room. Harry's eyes grew wider, and his skin grew paler with every second a shade didn't materialize itself. Lily Potter was alive. Even weeks later, this sheer fact was mind-blowing. Honestly, if he had never met Sirius Black or Remus Lupin, this realization wouldn't have fazed him. Sure, he would have been curious, but that would have been the end of it. He would never consider her as his mother, not really. Whether he was abandoned, or she was forced to leave him for some reason, the fact remained that she didn't raise him. If she just showed up one day, she would have just been a stranger who was related to him by blood, nothing more. Unfortunately for him, Lily Potter wasn't a regular witch. According to Lupin, she was a magical genius who was working towards curing lycanthropy. According to Sirius, she was a secret dark witch who meddled with horrible things and killed Harry's father to power a ritual. Neither were really unbiased sources. He could have asked Snape, but the man had disappeared after the semester had ended. Funnily enough, McGonagall somehow convinced Slughorn to come back, and truth be told, Harry was looking forward to learning from the man the coming semester. Back to the issue at hand, Harry's mother didn't die in Godric's Hollows. It was the only explanation. He spent days in his room, trying to understand the resurrection stone, and he had made some good progress. First of all, summoning shades of death was, at best, an exaggeration of the stone's capabilities. Harry didn't fully understand the theory, but from what he could gather the stone used the fact that magic remembered. However, it didn't remember in a structured way and somehow created an illusion of a dead person, finding them using the user's connection to them, and what magic could remember of their personality. Harry had tested by summoning Sirius, who was just as messed up as a shade and refused to answer any questions, and James Potter, who was just a typical spoiled popular boy who was good at sports and wanted to become an Auror. When he tried to summon older people, shades were less structured, and they remembered less until they became nothing more than blobs of smoke that couldn't say anything. The conclusion was simple. He should have been able to summon Lily Potter if she had died that day. So far, he had two theories, ones that he couldn't test. The woman was either still alive or she had died in an alternate dimension. Harry didn't know for sure, but Sirius was trapped between two planes of existence, so dimension nonsense could happen to make magic not see her die, somehow. It was way over his head and Harry barely knew anything about souls, so this was barely more than wild ideas in his head. Unfortunately, with the destruction of most tomes that dealt with soul magic, this was the best he could do. Thankfully, Harry's crest started pulling its weight after his birthday. It seemingly acknowledged the fact that he got the stone and wanted to reward him. He could feel an entire branch of the crest, ready to be explored, that had something to do with the deathly Hallow. So far, Harry learned to imbue, what he called, a soul element to his detection spells, allowing him not to just detect traces of magic, but something metaphysical inherent to every person. He assumed it was the soul, for the lack of any other definition or mention of similar things in theoretical texts. Progress was extremely slow, but it was progress, nonetheless. His portals, on the other hand, were far more interesting and useful for the moment. Harry grinned as he opened a portal to the living room, dodging a surprised hex from Arcturus. "I told you to stop doing that. It's not my fault you're easy to spook." The Black Patriarch looked fed up with the whole thing. "I know it's an exciting form of magic and everything, but you don't have to use it for everything." The younger wizard sighed slightly. The man had a point, but Harry had spent almost 2 years working on creating this spell, one that happened to bypass any sort of anti-teleportation wards. These kinds of protections did not prevent the warping of space, they just stopped Portkaya and apparition systems from using them as a place to depart from or arrive at. Harry was teleporting the hard way around, which also happened to have its disadvantages. It was very energy intensive, and it grew exponentially the longer the distance he wanted to travel. There was a reason why Harry could use them while he was injured. He never even considered it, really. The pain alone would have been agonizing. At the start, he couldn't have even used them. Harry was able to use the portal to escape the Garden of Avalon because of the temporal event at the end of each cycle. He opened himself up, let as much new data as he could about time manipulation, and stored it in his family crest to be used later. However, on a fundamental level, the way time worked in the normal world was different than that of Avalon. It took Harry months to adapt his model to work well enough to make portals, and even then, he couldn't really test them himself. Nevertheless, the sheer fact that Harry could travel without being stopped by any wards would have made him a security threat. Harry had no intentions of being hunted down by a bunch of power-hungry guild members, trying to extract the secrets of his magic from him. It would have been different if it was a documented ability, and thus classified as family magic, but the sheer fact that it was new also meant that he had created this magic by himself, and thus could be replicated. Theoretically, that is. Harry still used his arcane hearing heavily when shaping this spell. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Arcturus speaking up. "It's almost time for the Portkaya. Let's get down to the hill outside the manor." Harry smiled cheekily and opened a quick portal that swallowed him and Arcturus immediately, sending them towards their desired location. Arcturus lost his balance again and almost fell, pressing himself on his cane. Even if the older man looked exasperated by the action, Harry didn't miss the look of pure wonder for just a fraction of a second until he steeled his expression once more. The man had started to look for him ever since Harry told him about his ability. It was something the old man ought to know in case someone did find out and wanted to hunt him down or something. Sure, the man had freaked out, at first and had almost put on heavy wards in fear of someone already knowing about it, but he calmed down after a couple of days. However, the man was still insistent on traveling to the World Cup using a normal porte-caitte, which was widely uncomfortable. Apparently, the man wanted to keep up appearances or something. Still recovering from Harry's surprise, the Black Patriarch gave him a dirty look. I'm going to get back at you for that. You know that, right? Harry snorted. I'm looking forward to it, old man. Let's just grab the damn porte-caitte, he returned while pointing at a piece of rope on the ground. Ever since Sirius' death, Harry made sure to be more friendly with the Black Patriarch. Even if he did not show it, the man was deeply mourning his grandson's death, and it had hit him deeply. Sure, at the start, Harry was too preoccupied with his misery, with his frustration regarding his magic. But after retrieving the stone, he noticed just how down Arcturus really was, and how the man seemed to lighten whenever they joked around. It wasn't perfect, but it was still progress. Suddenly, Harry felt as though a hook just behind his navel had been suddenly jerked irresistibly forward. He felt as though he was being pulled through a tight, spinning tunnel, his body twisting and turning in ways that defied physics. The sensation was disorienting, a whirlwind of colors and sounds blurring together until he couldn't tell up from down. Just as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation stopped, and Harry found himself losing his balance. He righted himself and muttered, I hate those things. Your grandfather did too, funnily enough. It's not pleasant, but it's a good enough alternative. With his nausea retreating, Harry finally took the time to take in his surroundings. Hay had arrived in a vast field, bathed in the golden light of the early morning. Tents of all shapes and sizes sprawled as far as the eye could see, some floating a few feet above the ground, others shimmering with enchantments that made them appear larger on the inside. Harry turned to his guardian with a questioning look. I thought we were supposed to register for our tent or something. The Black Patriarch looked amused more than anything. I paid extra for the private porte-caitte, that means all this crap is taken care of for me. I'm too old to wait in line for a fucking tent of all things. Speaking of the tent, it should be set up by now. Harry nodded absent-mindedly, focusing on a group of children of seemingly Asian descent who were running on the air somehow. Arcturus smiled, yes, wind hopping. It's a common technique taught in the East. People have been trying to copy it for years until they realized that the trick was in the shoes. The last Potter couldn't help but be amazed by his surroundings. Everywhere he went, there was something different, a new culture, some new magic. It was like stepping into a kaleidoscope of wizarding cultures, each tent representing a different country, with wizards and witches wearing their national colors proudly, using some unique magics. To his arcane hearing, it was like the entire world had united into a giant orchestra, that was both too loud and yet it worked somehow. Yes, coming to the Quidditch Club was definitely a good idea. Arcturus snorted at the expression on his ward's face. You don't have to come with me. I've been meaning to speak with a few old friends of mine anyway. Why don't you wander off and try to look for your friends? You know how to find me, right? Harry gave him an incredulous look, and the man snorted, I forgot for a moment who I was talking to. Seriously, magical prodigies are unfair. Just like that, the man disappeared into the crowds, leaving Harry to wander around on his own. As Harry ventured deeper into the colorful maze of tents and stalls, he witnessed a spectacle of magic that was as diverse as the crowd itself. To his right, a group of Italian wizards was conjuring spectacular firework spells that burst into the shapes of dragons and phoenixes, their flames shimmering in every hue imaginable, casting a warm, enchanting glow over the onlookers. It wasn't anything special, but the animation charms were very realistically done, probably by layering multiple illusions on them. It was fascinating, to say the least. Further along, he stumbled upon a tent where Japanese witches were practicing the ancient art of paper magic. With delicate flicks of their wands, they brought to life intricate origami animals that danced in the air, folding and unfolding themselves into new shapes. It was magic Harry had never seen before, but he had read about it. While it was currently something ceremonial in nature, and considered to be an outdated form of magic, ancient Japanese mages often used it in conjunction with their infamous paper runes to achieve some very impressive results. Harry was admiring a paper dove floating around, trying to understand its enchantments while tuning out the rest of the overwhelming magical noise, but he was taken aback when he noticed a familiar mane of brown hair. She was walking next to the familiar figure of Neville Longbottom, who looked far happier and more relaxed than Harry expected him to be. Hey, they must have let him attend the World Cup for behaving himself or something. She must have noticed him staring because she turned and stiffened when she recognized his face. She snuck away from Neville, who was admiring a small Quidditch match happening in the background, and made her way to him. "Hello, Harry Potter." Harry tilted his head and responded, "Hermione Granger. It's been a while." Chapter 234, The Clever Owl. August 10, 1994, Quidditch Trillennium Stadium, England. She must have noticed him staring because she turned and stiffened when she recognized his face. She snuck away from Neville, who was admiring a small Quidditch match happening in the background, and made her way to him. "Hello, Harry Potter." Harry tilted his head and responded, "Hermione Granger. It's been a while." "That it has. Although I didn't expect to see you here of all places. You've never been a fan of Quidditch, have you?" He snorted in amusement. "I still think this sport is too chaotic to be entertaining, but from the looks of it, over 100,000 witches and wizards disagree with me. I only agreed to come because I was curious about other magical cultures." The girl brightened. "Oh, it's been brilliant. The Japanese, especially, have developed so many different ways of casting magic. It's remarkable. So, I'm assuming you just got out of the diary and the first thing you do, even after months of captivity, is to see a Quidditch match. I would expect you to digest an entire library after so much time apart. I won't pretend that Quidditch interests me, and it wouldn't have been my first choice. I'm mainly here to support Neville more than anything." Harry tilted his head. "Speaking of Neville, how has he been? I haven't seen him since the third task and things didn't look good for him, you know, after casting a killing curse in public and everything." The Gryffindor was visibly gritting her teeth. "He's been doing a lot better. Well enough that he might even come back to Hogwarts next term." That little fact surprised Harry more than it should have. Holy shit, the guy had almost killed his professor with a spell that would guarantee a life sentence in prison. He was lucky that Snape was experienced enough to handle the situation, but the fact remained that attempted murder was still on the table. Apparently, Snape didn't press any charges, something that was just atypical considering the man's rather petty behavior in school. While Harry was glad that Neville wouldn't go to prison for being manipulated repeatedly by everyone around him, Harry included, and being influenced by a fucking Horcrux on his forehead, if it had been a normal wizard, they would have been charted to Tartarus without a second's thought. That's not even mentioning the fact that they were allowing Neville to return to school, around other children. Harry couldn't help but wonder what kind of political concessions Augusta Longbottom had to deal with to make that happen. Hermione must have seen the surprise on Harry's face because she scowled. "He's not a bad guy, you know." "Of course, I know. It wasn't his fault. Don't pretend like you care about him, not after what you did to him." Harry frowned slightly. This was way more confrontational than he expected. He tried using his arcane hearing, and she didn't feel outraged. A little irritated and disappointed, but nothing truly major. Was she faking this? Like an actor playing a role? Interested in this development, he relaxed and decided to rise to the bait. "I never pretended I liked him, but I can say that he's not a bad guy. Sure, he was a little arrogant and self-obsessed, but life quickly beat those qualities out of him. To be perfectly honest, by the end of the previous semester, I thought he was growing into a fine young man. And yet you betrayed him, convinced him to believe that he was unstable, insane. I did no such thing. The idea was to get him to believe that he was under the illusion. The way he acted afterwards is why people kept saying those things. I had nothing to do with that. And at the time, we were definitely not on good terms. Neville had just tried to stab me in the back by being foolish enough to listen to Riddle." "I listened to Riddle," Hermione responded, affronted. "And you don't need me to tell you that it was foolish of you to do so. Look, Hermione, what I did to Neville wasn't my first choice, but it was the only one I had. Dumbledore wasn't going to let him say that there was a fucking basilisk in his school. Obliviating him of the entire thing would have been the first step, and that would have messed with a fundamental moment of his life. Now that would have been cruel. Of all the choices I had, this was the best one." "You leveraged it to Dumbledore?" she exclaimed. Harry nodded. "I did. I offered the man a deal. To leave me alone, and in exchange, he wouldn't have had to neuter his golden boy to avoid the scandal of allowing a weapon of mass destruction to stay loose in his school, where most of the next generation lived. Not that it mattered in the end. He still ended up being forced out of the castle. It might have been the correct choice, but it wasn't the right one. You should have told Neville about your deal, make him stop doubting his own mind. While he was irritated by her judging tone, her song remained just as impassive as ever. She wasn't winded in any way, just felt a bit guilty. Hermione definitely knew that she had no right to say whether his actions were right or wrong when she wasn't there and had caused this mess to begin with. She was the one who wrote in that diary. She was the one who let herself be possessed and hurt Daphne. After a deep analysis using his arcane hearing, he came to the conclusion that the girl didn't feel any anger, just boredom, as if she was reciting a script. She was actively trying to antagonize Harry, for no reason. Also, her song had none of the small imperfections that existed in growing mages. It was controlled to a fault. It strangely reminded Harry of Minerva McGonagall of all people. Normally, he would have thought that she was an imposter of some sort, but he recognized bits and pieces of Hermione's song. It was as structured and as rigid as ever. This was definitely Hermione Granger, just more refined. He decided to look deeper, further away from the magic, more into Hermione herself, and stiffened. He understood now, why Hermione's presence had unsettled him so much. There wasn't anything bad in her soul, her body lacked a soul entirely, like a song without a melody, a book without pages. The magic was there, somehow. There was a connection between her body and her soul, but it just didn't reside in her body anymore. Now, how would she handle being a little under pressure? Harry gave Hermione a sly grin. It's not like you're any better. What do you mean? Have you ever heard of Koschei the Deathless? At her look of confusion, he continued, even the Muggles remember his legend. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there lived a fearsome and powerful sorcerer known as Koschei the Deathless. Koschei was so named because he could not die. He was terrified of death and found an old Egyptian ritual to put his soul in an object. He thought that if he put it somewhere no one could find, he would be immortal. In the end, he put his soul in a magic needle, which was inside an egg, which was inside a duck, which was inside a hare, which was locked in an iron chest, buried under a green oak tree, located on the mythical island of Bion in the middle of the ocean. Of course, the guy started doing the normal dark wizard crap and terrorized the populace, until a young hero reached the island, and caught the hare, which led to the duck, which yielded the egg, and within it, the precious needle. What the hero realized was that holding the egg gave him absolute control over the dark wizard. So much so that by just shaking it, Koschei would be flung around against his will. It's a tale that often describes the impact of someone holding your very soul in their hands. Hermione stiffened and her song became slightly more agitated. What are you talking about? Harry knew what he was about to say was probably a bad idea, it would definitely reveal his hand, but he couldn't help himself. He hated this game of words that they were playing, especially with the thing taking the form of his former friend. It was just so tedious. He wanted to speak with her without the mask, without the act she was playing. And so, he went for the kill. The Department of Mysteries didn't reverse the process, did they? They just adapted it to make you exist while your soul remained in the diaries. They hold your very life in their hands like the hero did Koschei's. You belong to the unspeakables now. I could tell you were different, I just assumed you somehow grew up in the diary, in your own made-up world, but it's more than that. You know that I was in the right, that I had no choice, you're just reciting a script, doing what you're told. Are you being near Neville for the same reason, I wonder? Is it because you were told to? Or do you truly care about him? Are you even Hermione Granger anymore? The girl's expression turned neutral in an unnatural way. How did you find out? Oh, honey, now we're having a proper conversation. Don't bother complaining to your unspeakables, they know better than to mess with Arcturus Black's ward. Do you seriously expect me to answer this question when you haven't answered any of mine? I wonder what your parents would say if they saw you now. They're never going to see me. They moved away, in their grief of their daughter's death. They're in Australia now, and just opened a new practice. Messing with their memories any further could cause too much damage, and it's not like they would understand, not really. You're right, I am different. So are you. You've changed from the boy I knew, the boy I was friends with. Harry snorted, we were friends for a couple of months in our first year. You barely knew me, and I barely knew you. Sure, we ended up on friendly terms, but we haven't been real friends in a long time. Although I am curious. Is Neville your mark, or do you genuinely care about him? He's my assignment, nothing more. I am to make sure he recovers and fulfills his destiny. If he didn't have his arcane hearing, Harry would have been convinced by her words. She sounded so sincere. But her magic betrayed her feelings. Harry could hear her magic tense in a mix of fear and concern. Hey, she still genuinely cared about the boy, after all that happened to her. Speaking of the boy, Harry saw him looking around for Hermione. Good luck with that. You don't care? The girl asked with a stupefied tone. I don't owe him anything. As far as I'm concerned, I paid my debt to him fair and square, going above and beyond. Just because he doesn't know everything I did for him, doesn't mean that they never happened. And I think having a friend, even one like you, would help him. Being alone is such a horrible thing. I'll be watching you with great interest, Hermione Granger. With that said, Harry waited until someone stood in front of him and activated his invisibility cloak. Seconds later, he saw Neville finding Hermione. He looked oddly content. And the girl gave him a warm smile that wasn't completely fake. Yeah, those two would have their issues, but he was sure the duo would deal with them later. And if they didn't, it wasn't really any of Harry's business, in the end. Deciding that this was enough excitement for the day, Harry activated the tracking charm he put on Arcturus and followed back to the train. It didn't take him too long to arrive at the location and suppressed a grin at the sight of the tent. The damn thing was massive and looked more the size of a small circus tent than anything. The funny thing was that it didn't even need to be this size. The interior would have been charmed to be expanded anyway. However, it seemed like Arcturus liked to show off his wealth. Still, Harry entered the tent and found himself in what looked like an opulent foyer, reminiscent of a grand mansion rather than a temporary magical structure. The ceiling soared high above, enchanted to mimic a clear, starlit night sky. Arcturus Black, standing at the center of the room with an air of casual authority, noticed Harry's entrance and gestured for him to join the group. Harry, let me introduce you to some very esteemed friends of mine, Arcturus began. This is Charles de Galard, from one of the oldest and most revered families in France. Next, he moved to a man whose presence was less polished but no less imposing. Peter Chevalov, he continued, one of the few remaining noble magicians after the Great War. Finally, Arcturus indicated a charming individual with an easy smile. And this is Sebastian Delacour, a very influential man in the French ministry. The four of us fought together, alongside your grandfather, in the Great War. In a way, these are the only people alive who know your grandfather almost as well as I do. And, it was hard writing this interaction, tbh. A lot happened in a year, and it's only right to assume that Hermione would be different as well. I wanted it to sound natural with the same awkwardness there would be from two old friends catching up after years. I don't know if I pulled it off, and it did come out more confrontational than I wanted it to be. I also know that some of you will think it was short-sighted of Harry to reveal what he knew, and you're right. It's his main character flaw. For all his talks, Harry is very prideful when it comes to his intelligence and likes to lord it over his opponents. Plus, even if he doesn't admit it, he was emotional at seeing Hermione for the first time in almost a year and a half and wasn't really thinking straight. As usual, please let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 235, Vengeful Ruby. August 10, 1994, Cokeworth, Britain. Severus Snape found himself in a sorry state indeed. He couldn't help but chuckle as he took a large gulp of fire whiskey. Dumbledore had royally fucked him with his last stunt, and he had lost practically everything because of the old man's need for control and secrecy. It was no secret that Severus was Dumbledore's spy. Even though people thought he was manipulating the man somehow, convincing the man of his desire for repentance while still being sworn to the Dark Lord, the old man was definitely the one holding his leash. It was a position that the potion master despised but had learned to work around it over time. In the same manner, Dumbledore was in charge. He had also provided Severus protected by the man's plans for him. The defeater of Grindelwald needed him for something, and Severus took advantage of that as much as he could. He did as the man instructed. He controlled Slytherin House and subtly made the blood purity rhetoric fade away. He antagonized the students of other houses. He limited the intake of Newt students by adding more restrictions to entering the course. He did his best to look after the Longbottom brat and make sure he didn't get himself killed when Quirrell was still in the castle. He did that and more. He didn't like it, but he had no other choice. The potion master had resigned himself to playing the role of the triple agent in the war between Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort. It wasn't what he expected to become when he was still in school, and wasn't that a bitter thought? Still, he was patient, and the moment Dumbledore was outed from the castle, he gleefully gave his letter of resignation to McGonagall's stunned face. Yes, he was being selfish. Minerva had more than enough on her plate, and he had just given her the task of finding a new senior potions professor, and that was a rather hard thing to do. Most potion masters had no interest in teaching anyone without there being a massive form of recompense. They preferred apprenticeship, because of the prestige that it would bring them, but teaching children was just a bad idea. Potions were dangerous, very easy to mess up, and could have unpredictable effects on the user if something was done incorrectly. Slughorn had been the only one who thought that by staying in Hogwarts, he would make very strong political connections. He was right, of course, but during his tenure in the school, he has barely made any progress in his research. Everything came with a cost, and research was something no potion master would sacrifice. It was funny, for all of Dumbledore's obvious machination at stifling magical research, he never really tried to do anything with potions. New potions were necessary as diseases evolved and mutated. It was always better to find more efficient ways of brewing certain healing elixirs, and the former headmaster hadn't wanted to risk it. Not that he could have done anything. Whenever new potions were published, its instructions could easily be replicated immediately to verify it, which were published everywhere, and could be reproduced by any other potion master. Of course, for research to be valid, it would have to be registered with the Potions Guild, and they dealt with the financial side of the discovery. Severus Snape was Britain's rising star in the world of potions. Even now, he had amassed a small fortune from the earnings of his published potions. And yet, he hadn't published any new works for years, because of how little free time he had in the castle. Dumbledore had literally destroyed Severus' career, even if the price was not going to prison. The headmaster's wand subtly glowing in front of him was a very good motivator to accept the man's offer. Truth be told, he hadn't even been involved in many attacks as a Death Eater. He was their potion master, brewing healing potions every day, with the occasional weird request that he just never asked what they would be used for. The Dark Lord had respected his professionalism with some sort of amusement. The point was that other than revealing the prophecy to the Dark Lord, Snape's contribution to the war was as a support member, nothing more. However, Dumbledore had known about the prophecy, and speaking of it would have got him kissed by the Dementors, considering that it ended up getting Frank and Alice Longbottom killed. He didn't even know why he had joined the Death Eaters. Maybe it was because, before their spat, Lily's plan involved him becoming her spy in the Death Eaters, just she would have infiltrated Dumbledore's order. Even after not speaking to each other in their last year of schooling, Snape followed her plan without even thinking about it. And what did that say about him? Was he always destined to be a follower? At first, it was Lily, then the Dark Lord, then Dumbledore. Was there something fundamentally wrong with him? Not that it mattered now. Lily was dead, and Severus now had the first chance at truly being free. Albus Dumbledore might have burnt any bridges the potion master had in Britain, by vouching for him so much during his trial. He was looked at with suspicion by everyone. They thought that he was complicit in every shady deal the man had ever been part of. Not that he expected Dumbledore to stay silent for long. Men like Dumbledore always came back. Severus had no intention of being there when he did return. America was looking good as a place to settle down. MACUSA might be a bit of a pain to deal with, but that was nothing to someone who worked with Dumbledore for years. And they didn't really care about politics outside their continent, so Severus could technically get a new start he dreamt about. If only Lily was there to see him. Would she have been proud or disgusted? It was hard to tell with her. The potion master's thoughts were interrupted by a family soft voice. "Well, I never thought you'd ever return here, Sev." Severus stiffened and turned, with a mixture of both hope and revulsion. "You're supposed to be dead." Standing in the front room, was Lily Potter. She looked older, more mature than the image of her that had haunted his dreams for years. Her hair, still that vibrant shade of auburn, fell softly around her shoulders, and her eyes, those incredibly green eyes, bore into him with an intensity that made him feel small, just like they did when they were younger. He had no doubts that this was her. Lily snorted, as if something like that would have gotten rid of me. "So, you're still alive after all this time? You left your son to rot with your sister. You left him to be manipulated by Dumbledore." It was only pure luck that Arcturus Black became interested in the boy's affair and protected him. Lily's expression softened, a rare glimpse of vulnerability crossing her features. "I didn't leave him by choice, and I regret not finding a way back sooner, but now that he's practically a grown-up." Black messed with the ritual I was using to defend us. It's what's caused the fire and I ended up trapped. Black finally died the last summer, and I was able to escape. The potion master couldn't help but gape at the explanation, but his mouth moved before his brain could stop it. Black was alive. Yes. I suppose you knew him as the smiling killer. He's dead now. The relief he felt couldn't be described in words. Sirius Black had almost fed him to a werewolf. Bullying or not, this was straight-up attempted murder, something that Dumbledore swept under the rug for the possibility of having the future head of the Black family under his banner. Still, that relief did not stop a pit from forming in his stomach. Why are you here, Lily? We hadn't spoken in years, even before your disappearance. Are you here to kill me? Kill you? Are you out of your mind? Just stop, Lily. Stop pretending. We both know that you would gladly sacrifice me if it benefited you. I suppose you could be here to punish me for some reason. Did you want me to look for you or something? Are you blaming me for not helping you more? How should I have known what would happen to you? The witch looked hurt for a fraction of a second before steeling herself. I am not unreasonable, Sev, nor am I cruel. How could I have known that? You weren't exactly nice in school. You dabbled in magics that the mere mention would have made most wizards cringe. And we didn't exactly part on the best of terms. We weren't even friends for years before your disappearance. You cut out all contact, removed me from your life. Do you seriously think I had any choice in that? How could you not? It was your decision. The redhead's eyes seemed to space out slightly. No, it wasn't. I wasn't allowed to tell you before. They wouldn't have let me. Who are they? Severus returned with a confused look. In the summer before my 3rd year, an organization contacted my parents. Apparently, they were impressed by my talent and wanted to offer a scholarship of some sort. It was small, at first, just a few extra books, but then they offered instruction on occlumency and legilimency, then dueling lessons. I saw it for what it was, but my parents were convinced that this would be the best opportunity I could have. They were all so nice, but then when I refused to learn the blood-boiling curse, they took me aside and threatened my parents, my family, if I didn't cooperate. I had no idea who they were, at the start. They just called themselves the Foundation. The potion master thought back and tried to remember if he had ever heard of an organization with this name. I've never heard of it before. It wasn't their official name. It took some time to know where they came from. They had to be funded and had too much knowledge of my transcripts, and I assumed they got them in the ministry. Apparently, Hogwarts had to submit the transcripts of students who take more than 3 electives to the ministry to see if they qualify to get a time-turner. They were never accepted, but the Foundation had gotten my transcripts from there and considered me a suitable candidate. I tracked down who had access to the records by breaking into the Department of Magical Education in the ministry using a bit of polyjuice that I brewed, and saw who could have accessed it, and had the funds and resources that the Foundation had. I found only one, the Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakables? Aren't they researchers? The redhead chuckled bitterly. Yes, they are. I was stuck there for years until after I graduated from Hogwarts and confirmed it. Anyway, they groomed me and gave me tests and instructions of some very obscure magic. I thought they wanted me to become a public figure under their control. I had no idea. They had me stop associating with you. In turn, I ended up biding my time. They couldn't do anything the moment I was involved with Potter, since that would have brought them Dumbledore's attention. The old man has always been a little too interested in James. When we got married, they were laid off entirely, but they weren't happy about it. They made their anger known by arranging for my parents' car accident. Nobody realized what happened. No one but me. I had just wanted to stay away, to be free at first. But ever since that day, I started to work on the background to bring them down. I played with magic that even they wouldn't have dared to use. What happened in Godric's Hollows, the fire, it was just an accidental leak to what I had planned on unleashing on their precious little headquarters. And how did you plan on doing that? The werewolves. I worked for years as a way to stop them and discovered a way to alter the curse. It should have made them stronger, and fiercer, but in exchange, they would never spread their curse or have any children. I convinced Remus Lupin to become my first patient. The side effects almost made him feral, and he disappeared to deal with the effects, far away from civilization. He regained his mind after my disappearance, and it was too late by then. That explained a lot. Lupin's disappearance after their graduation. Dumbledore had planned on using him to bring werewolves to his camp, only for Lily to have thought of that before him and had something that might benefit her in exchange. Severus had no doubt that this was a very edited version of the truth to paint Lily as a victim of some sort. There were probably dozens of safeguards to prevent any transformed werewolf from betraying her. Still, he knew she was brilliant, even if she kept most of her progress to herself. "You didn't answer my question. Why are you here, Lily?" he simply uttered. "I'm going after them now. They took away my childhood. They killed my parents. They definitely had a hand on the attacking force on Godric's Hollows. The Lestranges and Crouch simply didn't have so many people under their command. Inevitably, they would have started to go after my son. I won't let that happen. Not on my watch. I thought you would have a little compassion left for me to help me with that. You want me to attack the Department of Mysteries, to destroy a mysterious foundation." The redhead chuckled. "I don't know if they have any other name, but I did learn that what they did to me was a sanctioned project in the department. They called me Project Athena. And yes, I want your help in destroying them." "Lily," Severus started, his voice laced with caution, "you're asking for something drastic. The Department of Mysteries doesn't take kindly to intruders. I'm already under investigation." "Don't worry, Sev. I have a plan." For some reason, Severus was both comforted and terrified by that simple statement. Chapter 236, of Blooming Flowers. August 10, 1994, Quidditch Trillennium Stadium, England. Fleur Delacour didn't want to be there. She didn't particularly like Quidditch. The sport just lacked grace. She preferred broom racing. Now, that was a fascinating sport, that pushed broom makers to make improvements every year, and where competitors had to be both precise and graceful to win. Quidditch felt like a sport created by barbarians, who had no idea what they were doing. It was like a few friends just started to throw around balls and asked their smaller siblings to catch a golden bird so that they wouldn't bother them. She suppressed a chuckle at the thought. That was probably the most accurate depiction of how the sport came to be. The young Vila walked slowly towards the tent of her father's friend. Even in France, the Black family was infamous for their cruelty and madness, and it was surprising to hear that her father was close to its patriarch. In a way, the way they met made sense. War was a place for cruelty and madness to flourish. Still, if her father trusted the man, she would give him the benefit of the doubt. What she did not appreciate was being forced to babysit the man's ward, a boy 3 years her junior. She understood exactly what her father wanted, a way to secure a connection with a boy who would inherit his friend's wealth, but there was a hidden command to charm him. She hated this, using her allure to force people to like her. It was something that plagued her many times in school, where she was followed by gawking boys and earned their girlfriend's ire. Even without meaning to, people were immediately drawn to her. She had learned to ignore it, but her father often urged her to actively use it to make it better. Her mother did, after all. She was her father's secret weapon and had mastered the art of getting people to agree with her without doing anything inappropriate. She used her allure with the precision of a scalpel, finding vulnerabilities and exploiting them easily. However, Fleur did not want to use her allure like her. She wanted to be more than a Vila. She wanted to be recognized for her talent, for her skills instead of her nature. It was why she was planning on participating in the European tournament. It was her ticket out of her father's thumb, and her mother's influence. She could only hope to become an example that Gabrielle would, one day, choose to follow. She needed to succeed more than anything. But until then, she had to obey her father and charm the boy. A part of her couldn't help but pity him. She had seen what happened to the people her mother charmed and let go. They kept thinking of her for the rest of their lives, desperately hoping that she would give them a sliver of attention, and when she ignored them for enough time, they fell into a deep depression. Fleur arrived at the rather large tent, her silver hair flowing behind her. She looked perfect, not that it was surprising. She could do this. She needed to. Then why wasn't she entering the tent? Why did she feel so guilty? She didn't know how long she spent like this, prepping herself to enter the tent, but she stiffened when she heard a voice behind her speaking in English. "Are you all right?" The boy looked a couple of years younger than her, slim, but there was a spark of knowing and intelligence in his eyes. Yet, the smile he wore was kind and the French which couldn't help but relax slightly. Still, Fleur put a fake smile on her face and spoke up, just lost in thought. She cringed slightly at the sound that came out of her mouth. She did learn English at her father's behest, but her accent was very heavy, and according to her tutors, very hard to understand. To her surprise, the boy continued the conversation in perfect French. Well, they must be some very complex thoughts to keep you here for so long. You know, they say that talking about your problems is an easy way to order your mind. She thought about just ignoring him and just entering the tent, but the fact that the boy wasn't staring at her, or drooling, intrigued her. It was the sign of a strong mind, after all, and Fleur wasn't one to waste a quality conversation, even if it was with a stranger. I don't think a stranger is the best person to share my private thoughts with. The boy simply shrugged. Personally, I think a stranger is the best person to do it with. In a few weeks, we both would have probably forgotten about our conversation. I'm still not talking to you about it. Fleur responded hotly. I didn't tell you to. So, what's a witch your age going to see Arcturus Black of all people? That's not any of your business. The British boy grinned mischievously. Oh, so it's like that? I didn't think the old man had it in him. It took a few seconds for Fleur to realize what the boy was implying and spluttered in anger. It's not like that. What did you think I was? An attractive young woman going to visit a rich old man on her own? It's not hard to make the connection. Well, it's not like that. My father is an old friend of his and he asked me to come. The boy shrugged. Sure, whatever you say. I am telling the truth. And I believe you, the young wizard retorted back with a dry tone before changing the subject entirely. You're going to Bosbatons, right? Yes, she simply replied, not knowing where he was going with this. What is it like? I was going to transfer there this year, but I changed my mind. However, I admit to being a little curious about the place. Oh, it's beautiful, but it's very focused on the arts. It was built based on the chateaux of Versailles, and we're divided into 3 houses, Bellefoyle for the lovers of nature and have a strong sense of bravery and loyalty, Papillon-less for the naturally gifted in the arts, both visual and musical, and they are thoughtful of all others around them as well as kind and gentle, and Ombrelune for the cool and calculating students who are averse to irrationality and prize people who make well thought out and logical decisions. I'm a member of the Ombrelune. That's interesting. Our houses in Hogwarts focus on similar qualities. Fleur scoffed. You're seriously comparing your school to Bosbatons? The very center of elegance and magic of France, where countless artists from all over the world hope to join the faculty. Our school is very selective, and I don't remember there being any transfer students in my time there. I doubt Madame Maxime would have accepted you anyway. The boy smirked. I think I would have been more than good enough, but I prefer Hogwarts to be honest. Your artsy academy is all nice and all, but our school has character. It's filled with secrets upon secrets, knowledge older than your very school, and one of the best libraries in the world. Fleur had to admit that the young wizard did have a point regarding the library. Hogwarts probably had more magical knowledge than the rest of the magical schools of Europe put together. To be fair, it had more to do with the fact that the castle had never fallen than anything. However, most of Europe experienced a lot of strife in the past few centuries. The French Revolution against the nobility, which was spearheaded by mostly Muggleborns, ended a lot of family lines and destroyed most family libraries. That's not even mentioning the purges in Russia. There were barely any old families there anymore. There was a reason why Britain was a powerhouse, and that was the fact that a lot of their oldest families still survive to this day, including their infamous family crests. Magical schools in this era just were not old enough to accumulate libraries as large as Hogwarts. It was why Fleur wanted to enter a guild after her graduation, and why she needed to have a good showing in the European tournament. Still, she was not going to take the boy's words lying down. What an uncultured way of thinking. Perhaps we do not have the largest library, but every book in it has invaluable knowledge. Can you say the same about yours? Instead of looking offended, the boy smiled. Perhaps you are correct. We'll never know for sure. Your school must have some kind of redeeming qualities considering the bracelet you're wearing. Very interesting indeed. Some kind of emotional detection, which emotion exactly, I'm not sure. There's also the secondary function acting as a way to store a certain kind of energy using jewel craft, very interesting. And anchored by ancient Greek runes too. Now, that's not something I see every day. Not professional by any means, but very impressive for a student. Are you aiming to be an enchantress? The Vila froze at the stranger's words. This was disturbingly accurate. The bracelet was her masterpiece, the artifact that she created and wanted to offer to her professors, hoping for a recommendation to either the Charms Guild or the Guild of Enchanters. Its main purpose was to contain her passive allure and store the magic it released into an arrangement of rubies, which powered another spell that detected people with violent intent, geared towards lust. Yes, this could limit her allure, but it tended to be overwhelming when she actively cast magic, and Fleur was still inhumanly beautiful, even with the allure contained. She had made it mostly for Gabrielle's sake, hoping that her little sister wouldn't have to deal with what Fleur herself experienced in school. Gabrielle was an innocent little girl and she wanted to keep it that way. But how did the boy discern all of this with just a glance? No one, not even her father, had noticed the bracelet's true functions, dismissing it to be a fancy bit of jewelry. How did you know? The enchanter bit, well, the bracelet is a bit too niche to be mass-produced and frankly the jewel craft is more than a little inefficient for a certified master to have made it as a custom job. That means that you're the one who enchanted it, and that amount of dedication to a field of magic means that you would want to pursue it. Hence your desire to become an enchantress. No, I meant how you knew how my bracelet worked. The boy's green eyes twinkled mischievously. You did very well to engrave the runes, but you didn't do a good job at black boxing it with an illusion because it's connected to the same jewels that power the rest of the enchantments. That meant that the illusion failed when it was actively being used and the jewel was overwhelmed whenever it dealt with too much magic. The runes glow and that makes it easy to decipher them. You could fix that by using a jewel specifically dedicated to power the illusion, but you'd have to make sure to deal with any interactions the two enchantments could have since they could be on completely different runic schemes. Personally, I'd recommend using a shape transmutation layer of any neutral material that would cover the bracelet with a very thin layer, covering up all the enchantments. Of course, you'd have to modify the runes a bit to make sure it ignores the layer, but you wouldn't have to worry about it being overwhelmed. Fleur was frozen trying to process what the boy had just said. In the end, she could only settle on, "Who are you?" The boy opened his mouth the answer, only for her father to exit the tent with a wide smile on his face. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I see that you have met my daughter, Fleur." This was Harry Potter? As in her target, Harry Potter? The boy her father asked her to charm. She was just too stupefied to answer. The boy didn't seem surprised by her name and simply answered, "Yes, she's been a delight. You have raised a very talented witch, Mr. Delacour. I am very proud of her. Well, I dare say if we're any later, Apollon would have my hide. I did promise I'd be home for dinner. We'd best be off." Fleur followed her father to her tent, feeling confused, and lost, but also anxious. She had no idea how her father was going to react after she'd told him about their conversation. Chapter 237, Courtly Retroflexion. August 10, 1994, Quidditch Trillennium Stadium, England. Fleur followed her father to her tent, feeling confused, and lost, but also anxious. She had no idea how her father was going to react after she'd told him about their conversation. By the time they arrived at their tent, thousands of scenarios played themselves in Fleur's head. She did not doubt that she had messed up whatever her father had planned, especially since they left immediately after she arrived at the black tent. She feared her father, and rightfully so. Oh, he wasn't a violent man by any means, but he knew where to press to hurt the most. When she was younger, when Fleur had tried to sneak into the forbidden part of the library, her punishment was to get her to act as his secretary during the summer, while her mother and sister went on vacation at her grandmother's. At the face of it, it didn't look like she was being punished, but that came at the cost of her dueling career. One of her professors, who happened to be a former dueling champion, had agreed to mentor her during the summer. She was so excited, but her father didn't want her to pursue a career in the subject, yet he oddly had not directly opposed her. She was so tired during her work as a secretary that she barely had any time to work on her dueling and was too tired during their sessions. The professor gave up on her after a few weeks, recommending that she give up since she didn't take the profession seriously. Apparently, word had spread about her lack of enthusiasm in dueling, and no one wanted to mentor her anymore. She also hadn't seen her sister for almost 2 years straight, and that had hurt more than it should have. Her father wasn't a cruel man, just a pragmatic one. He had a vision, and that was with Fleur being either a politician or married to one, influencing him for her father's own ends. Oh, he loved her and everything, he just loved his career more. He wanted a legacy, to be remembered in the annals of history. Just as she expected, her father motioned her to follow him to his office, and the moment he entered, the smile he had on his face vanished. "What happened with the Potter boy?" Fleur almost shivered at the tone and responded with a neutral voice, "Nothing, really. I didn't know that he was the one you told me about." We just talked about our schools and magic. For some reason, her father looked disappointed, and what was he like? Smart? Very smart. Cheeky too. He knew how to work a conversation. He also speaks fluent French. I would have thought he was French if it wasn't for him speaking in English at the start. He also wasn't really affected by the allure. Not that she actively used it, since the bracelet was activated so that she wouldn't be accidentally swarmed. But even then, he didn't seem interested in her looks. At least compared to the bracelet as well. She was hesitant when she continued, he's also very knowledgeable when it comes to magic, especially for someone his age. Her father gave her an expectant look. Anything else? Papa, I spoke to him for a few minutes, at most. Her father sighed and sat down on his office chair. I suppose it was a long shot anyway. What were you hoping to achieve anyway? I was hoping you would be friends. Fleur gave him an incredulous look. Friends? You thought I wanted you to seduce him? That would have been a nice outcome, to be honest, and I would have lorded it over Arcturus for years, but the man never would have let the boy near us if he had fallen for the first pretty face he saw. No, it was a long shot anyway, and one that Arcturus would have probably retaliated with anyway. Why are you so obsessed with the boy? Sebastian Delacour burst into laughter. I forgot that you don't really care for British politics. Tell me, what do you know about what's happening here in Britain? Well, Dumbledore was outed from all of his political positions and removed from Hogwarts. He disappeared afterwards. Yes, and before all of this, he held a lot of animosity towards young Mr. Potter. So much so that Arcturus told me he was planning to help him change schools. Apparently, Beau's batons would have been an option, but with Dumbledore no longer the headmaster, he didn't need to anymore. Fleur looked pensive. He did mention that he was thinking about transferring to Beau's batons. Not that the British would have let him anyway. You see, the special thing about Harry Potter is not his lineage, which isn't really all that impressive in Britain. It's not him being a ward of House Black and probably Arcturus' unofficial heir. No, the fact is that as far as anyone is concerned, Harry Potter is a magical genius, a true prodigy, in both power and skill. Fleur looked back at his words and nodded. He did seem unusually knowledgeable when it came to enchanting, far more than most of the students in my year. That alone had shocked her. Fleur was, without a doubt, the best student in her year, especially when it came to enchanting. It came easy to her to layer charm over charm, anchored by runes. Most people couldn't make any heads or tails of it. The entire field of magic was an elective that wasn't available to everyone. The professor handpicked the students and it was an honor to be selected. To see a boy 3 years her junior critique her work was beyond shameful. She hadn't even known anything about the field of magic back then. Her father snorted, "My dear, the boy was able to build an entire fortune, one on par with that of rich families in Europe, in just a year. I have a few friends in Gringotts, and growth on that scale was just unprecedented. He's gaining a lot of attention, especially with his role in Dumbledore's fall." The Vila tilted her head, confused. Dumbledore's fall. Wasn't he deemed an unsuitable headmaster because of the many scandals in Hogwarts and the Grindelwald impersonator? Yes, but if you look back, it all started with Dumbledore trying to gain control over the Potter boy. The trial was the start of people doubting his words. He revealed what happened to Dumbledore's sister to the public, and the former headmaster didn't deny it. I always knew the man didn't have clean hands, but I admit that this surprised me. That's not even mentioning the local school tournament. Her father's words sparked a memory. He's the boy from the tournament. Fleur suppressed the urge to giggle at the thought. She had bought a few omnioculars with recorded images of the tasks. She had aimed to get a basic understanding of her competition in the European tournament, but she remembers a young boy with black hair winning the first task finals without even casting a spell, and the few duels that he won with just a couple of spells. She had thought it to be amusing, a testament to the lowering standards of Hogwarts, not that the boy was special. She couldn't get anything from the third task. Apparently, all recording devices were seized by the British DMLE. Sebastian Delacour, on the other hand, wasn't amused. Yes, very few people understood just how skilled the boy had to be to win so much while embarrassing Dumbledore as much as he could. I've heard more than enough guild members aiming to invite him to their numbers. So far, the boy's age and Arcturus Black's status as his guardian have protected him, but if that had been a common Muggleborn, the Potter boy would have disappeared during the summer, never to be seen again, or blackmailed or even brainwashed by some group. Fleur couldn't help but ask, is he going to participate in the European tournament? Her father shrugged, the whole tournament is becoming more trouble than it's worth. Everyone wants the prestige of hosting it, because of the economic growth that will follow it. Unfortunately, the British minister was able to keep it by the skin of his teeth. I have no idea how he pulled it off, with the whole mess with Dumbledore, and the mass breakout less than a year before. It probably cost them a lot of gold and a lot of concessions from the ICW. Nevertheless, Fudge is on thin ice, with ICW waiting for a single mess-up to move the whole tournament to another nation. Could it come to France? Her father simply shrugged at her hopeful expression. I have no idea. I think that each nation would have to bring a proposal to the ICW. It will be expensive though, the preparations will have to be made on very short notice. So, it's still possible. Yes, it is. Britain will have to screw up first. Fleur didn't care and only imagined the possibilities of the European tournament being held in Beaux Batons. It was just as exciting as it was slightly disappointing. Sure, it would have been comfortable for her, being near a place that she considered to be a second home, where she had learned of the world outside her father's sphere of influence. Wizards from all over the globe, experts in their fields, would come to France and she would speak with them, pick their minds, and hopefully make a great impression. Unfortunately, that would have been it. She loved Beaux Batons. She loved her professors and the school's library, but it was also the place where she had been the loneliest. She hadn't expected just how much being a Vila affected her social life. Having male friends was just unrealistic, and girls were told by their parents to avoid her. She had focused on her coursework and learning new magic, but they were distractions at best, even if they were productive ones. As much as it made her uncomfortable, as much as she knew it was an unrealistic dream, Fleur hoped to meet someone who would stop her from feeling so lonely. An international event that would have the most magical students her age was a prime opportunity to meet someone like this, someone who wouldn't judge her for her nature, someone who would share her passion, and make an effort to talk to engage her about it. And for some reason, meeting them in Beaux Batons, in a place where she had been judged by her peers and found lacking, in a place where she was quietly shunned, in a place where she was lonely, just made it feel wrong, like her hopes were bound to end in nothing but disappointment. Even with the rampant bigotry in Britain, she was looking forward to being there, away from her father's influence, away from Beaux Batons, a place that she loved and hated in equal measure. Her musing was interrupted by her father's knowing grin. So, excited about this, are you? I'm glad you're preparing for the European tournament. The connections you will make there will help our position in the international scene immensely. Fleur put a fake smile on her face. Of course, Papa. Speaking of preparations, I think it's time for you to focus on combat magic. Don't pretend to not know what I'm talking about. I know you plan to join the tournament. And believe me, it will be dangerous, despite the many defensive measures. You need to be ready. The Vila answered without even thinking first. I thought you said that you didn't want me to learn dueling, Papa. As she mentally berated herself for reminding him of that fact, her father nodded. Yes, and I still agree with my decision. Dueling is a sport for fools and showmen. I don't want you to learn how to duel. I want you to learn how to fight, and how to truly defend yourself against attackers and beasts. As much as competing in the tournament is a good thing, I don't want you to hurt. Fleur jumped and hugged her father, something she rarely ever did. Thank you, Papa. Don't thank me yet. I didn't want you to experience this, but you're the one insisting on entering the tournament. I can't stop you from competing, you're an adult witch, and you've made up your mind, but I can make sure you don't get yourself killed in front of every notable figure on the continent. After the Quidditch World Cup, I will have an instructor ready in France and you will have lessons every day until you go back to school. And trust me, you won't be enjoying your time. Chapter 238, Meeting His Match. August 11, 1994, Quidditch Trillennium Stadium, England. Harry woke up just after dawn. It was out of habit more than anything, due to his years of practicing his occlumency early in the morning. He got up and took a walk around the campsite. Harry walked quietly, his footsteps almost silent against the dew-drenched grass, leaving shallow impressions that glistened in the early morning sun. The campsite, bustling and noisy at all hours, was tranquil now, save for the soft snoring of sleeping fans and the distant calls of waking birds. The sky was orange, bleeding into the pale blue of dawn. It was beautiful. He passed tents of all shapes and sizes, each adorned with the colors and emblems of different Quidditch teams, flags limp in the stillness but poised to flutter once the breeze picked up. He found a small clearing with a view of the stadium in the distance. its massive structure impressive and imposing against the lightning sky. Here, he stopped and took a moment to appreciate the peace and solitude, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety for the day ahead. He never really liked crowds or loud noises, and for the first time since getting there, he finally started to relax. The previous day was nerve-wracking. For all of Arcturus' fondness for his friends, they were very cunning and would take advantage of him without a second thought. Harry needed to think about every word he said in their company to avoid revealing anything accidentally, and that was more exhausting than he thought it would have been. He was also sure that Sebastian Delacour had specifically asked Fleur to come to their tent to see Harry's reaction to her. She seemed like a nice enough girl, prideful and talented, which was normally a bad combination, but she wanted to be seen as more than just a Vila, something that Harry respected. The bracelet she had enchanted was proof of that. She wanted to restrain her allure as much as possible, even if her looks alone would probably be enough to have a similar effect on most men and women. He had been surprised that Fleur's father was a friend of Arcturus. He hadn't expected to meet her anytime soon, and that took him off guard, if had to be honest. The stories definitely hadn't done her beauty justice. It was hard to describe, but it was otherworldly more than anything, but outside of this, she seemed like a normal, if burdened girl. It was her father that Harry was wary of. Speaking with this man felt like swimming with a shark. Thankfully, he wouldn't spend any more time with them. He had asked Arcturus to watch the match with his friends, away from the top box and the politics that will inevitably come with it. He dreaded the day he would be old enough or important enough, that politicking would be necessary to anyone. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. "I knew you would be here." Harry turned and smiled at the familiar form of his best friend, Daphne, before turning to Tracy and Blaise. "How did you find me?" The blonde grinned, but it sounded forced for some reason. "You always like to take walks to quiet places whenever you're in a new place, and I knew you always wake up early. This is the quietest place around." Tracy, who definitely didn't become a morning person overnight, grumbled. "She also made us walk to 3 other clearings. She even woke up the muggles in charge of this place and asked them for the quietest places here. You could have said no. It's not like she could have broken into your tents, right?" The dark-skinned boy looked half asleep. "We both stayed with Daphne's family. Tracy came with them, and I asked them to stay the night in their tent. My mother is having guests and she's not big on silencing charms." Harry winced, choosing not to comment on Blaise's last statement. The Black Widow was a known serial seducer and killer. The problem was that no one knew how she killed her victims. Every single person died of a different cause, and there were other culprits responsible that were caught. You'd think that having 7 dead husbands was an obvious red flag, but if there was something Harry knew for a fact, it was that men became idiots whenever a woman was involved. Instead, he simply asked, "If you wanted to meet up, all you had to do was send me an owl. I'd have told you where I was." Tracy cackled. "She wanted to catch you in the act." Harry's only answer was to tilt her head in confusion, and Daphne hit her in the stomach. This time, Blaise, who had seemingly woken up, asked, "Is it true that you were seduced by a Vila?" "Oh, they just wanted to know." "Wait, what? What gave them that idea?" Harry looked at him for a few seconds as if he were an idiot. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Seamus Finnegan saw you talking to this Vila yesterday. He told Lavender, who pretty much told everyone." "I'm pretty sure half our classmates know about it," Tracy responded. Harry shook his head. "Her father is a friend of Arcturus, she went to pick him up. We talked for like 5 minutes and they left." "If her father is human, wouldn't she be a half Vila?" the brunette asked. Harry gave her a weird look. "There is no such thing as a partial Vila. Either a girl is a Vila, or she isn't. There aren't even male Vilas, so how would there be pure-blooded Vilas?" He had researched intelligent magical beings out of curiosity. The truth was that Vilas were not a race of their own. They were humans, that had at some point been modified to be more attractive, both physically, and through the allure. They had a high affinity for fire magic, and for some reason, they grew wings and their heads transformed into that of a bird, whenever they became angry. To be perfectly honest, the fact that the transformation was based on anger felt more like a curse than anything. Theoretically, whoever made the first Vila might have made an alchemical mistake, but that was unlikely, considering how the transformation was out of place compared to Vila's natural form. It was more likely that an angry witch cursed Vilas a long time ago, probably an incomplete blood malediction, for a Vila stealing her husband or something similar. He wouldn't know without studying someone. People often had idealized notions of Vilas. They were not ex-goddesses, they did not like seducing married men. They took advantage of their abilities, but that was a given. Who wouldn't? It was undeniable that being attractive, even without any supernatural enhancement, was a boon and people often took advantage of it. At the end of the day, Velas were just witches who were different, nothing more, nothing less. They were driven off from Britain mainly because of the impact of their magic on their children. The child of a Vela was very likely a girl, that was also a Vela, which overwhelmed any magical crest or any attuned magics. Unfortunately, young heirs tended to be easily seduced, and Britain had prided itself on its old magic. In the end, the Wiesengamot banned any magic with Velas and introduced a lot of taxes, which got them to leave. Harry's pondering was broken by Daphne, who sounded visibly calm to his arcane hearing. "Well, I'm glad you weren't taken advantage of. Daph, I spoke about enchanting with a Vela for less than 5 minutes, a Vela who also happened to have made a bracelet that blocked her allure. It was pretty interesting how she did it. It was ingenious to see how the French tied up their charms. That seemed to satisfy her, but Blaise interjected, let me get this straight, a Vela, one of the most attractive women in the world, just spoke to you, and you talked about magical theory and the enchantments on her bracelet. Are you mad?" Tracy hit him with her elbow. "Are you sure you don't want to retract that statement?" "I do." "Forget I said anything," he wheezed out. "Good boy." Harry smiled, amused by their byplay, before asking, "I think the shops are opening up. Maybe we should look around before it becomes too crowded." That seemed to cheer up the girls and Blaise gave Harry a grateful look. They went towards the shop districts. Apparently, a spot there had cost a veritable fortune, but the sellers all but won it back in sales. Daphne and Tracy had a green luminous rose each, supporting Ireland, while Blaise had bought an animated red scarf, a small collectible of Victor Crumb riding a tiny firebolt. Harry just bought 4 omnioculars for the match. They would still be useful after the match, before realizing that it was almost match time. They had agreed before, that the 4 of them would sit together, far away from their parents. Blaise, who didn't want his mother to meet Tracy, had put the measure forward. They had bought tickets that weren't the best, but good enough to watch the match. The stadium itself was a giant structure built to house over 100,000 wizards and witches. Harry had nothing particular to say about the match. As he expected, Ireland won while Bulgaria caught the snitch. It was a pretty close thing. Crumb caught the snitch a couple of seconds after one of the Ireland chasers scored their final goal. Harry might not like Quidditch all that much, but he had agreed that Crumb was very graceful in his flying. That Wronski feint of his was masterfully done. The Vela dancers at the start were pretty controversial, to say the least. For one thing, the dancers had toured all over Europe for years and the tickets to their shows were ludicrously expensive. The Bulgarian ministry must have offered them a veritable fortune to do their act in front of the whole world. It was impressive the fact that they were able to synchronize their allure to affect an entire stadium, and the way they enchanted their song with their allure was masterful, to say the least. It had very little to do with being a Vela and a lot to do with at least a decade of practice to pull it off. Their little dance alone had increased the number of Bulgarian supporters significantly. Tracy ended up hexing Blaise during the dance, and the Italian boy kept saying that he was simply showing support to his team. Still, for some reason, Daphne kept looking at him during the Vela dance. She was probably worried for him because of the few idiots around them that almost jumped off the stage. Or at least, they would have if it wasn't for the security charms. That said, the leprechaun gold afterwards honestly paled compared to the magic the Vela displayed. Temporary conjuration of a golden medal in the shape of galleons wasn't all that difficult, but Harry pitied the people who would inevitably try to buy stuff with it. At the end of the day, the match was slightly entertaining. Harry still maintained that Quidditch was far too chaotic and unpredictable for him to like, but the ending was pretty exciting all things considered. They returned to their camping site, in good moods. There were a few fights along the way, but it wasn't unexpected in a sporting event of this magnitude. All in all, it seemed like Fudge's gambit had worked. This event alone would enhance the British magical economy, with new investors, new friends, and perhaps even international companies opening branches in Diagon Alley. Of course, that was when everything went to shit. Harry knew that the possibility of an attack by Death Eaters was there, but he didn't expect a fucking vampire lord to come out of the shadows to stab him and his friends. Thankfully, he was able to create a wall of fire to protect himself and put on a few protective charms around his friends. He looked around and noticed an entire horde of vampire thralls ready to attack at any time, and their lord looked oddly more feral compared to the ones he had killed in Grindelwald's base a few months prior. Slowly, the madness receded, and he spoke in a cultured voice, "Harry Potter. If you give yourself up, I will spare your friends' lives." Why did this stuff keep happening to him? Chapter 239, Enemies in Blood. August 11, 1994, Quidditch Trillennium Stadium, England. He looked around and noticed an entire horde of vampire thralls ready to attack at any time. Their lord spoke in a cultured voice, "Harry Potter. If you give yourself up, I will spare your friends' lives." Why did this stuff keep happening to him? He suppressed the urge to sigh, as he examined the situation further. It wouldn't do to attack the vampires without any planning. He noticed the small shadows that engulfed his friend's feet, a binding spell of some sort. The vampire must have specialized in shadow magics and got the shadows to travel underground, below the protection charms that Harry had cast in a hurry to protect them. He needed to be careful with this. "May I ask the name of my attacker?" "No, you may not," the vampire lord responded dryly, "either submit or watch your friends die. Maybe I'll even turn them into thralls, they do look rather delicious." "Well, this is a conundrum, isn't it? I'm sure that staying under your guidance would not end well for me, and yet I do like my friends. I can see you're observing me, ready for me to use any kind of magic just to hurt me. That's very smart. However, you made a slight mistake that's threatening to blow this entire plan. It's a shame you don't see it." "And what is that?" the vampire lord asked. "Did you seriously think that I wouldn't have made sure that my friends could take care of themselves?" Before the bloodsucker could process, Blaise used his crest to create a light sword and cut through the shadow binds. Daphne raised plants from the ground that bound the thralls, and Tracy used an overpowered sunlight charm that turned them into ash. It didn't take long for the vampire to realize his position, and he ran forward with superhuman speed, with a blade of shadows ready to impale Harry's friends, only for Harry to open a portal in front of him, whose exit was behind him. The vampire lord froze, incomprehensibly, as he stared at his own shadow blade emerging from his chest, before falling to the ground, dead. Daphne walked forward and spoke up, "That's a new trick. I assume the issues with your magic are over." Harry smirked, "All I needed was a little field trip." His face suddenly turned serious as he heard screaming from the rest of the camp, "I don't think we're the only ones that were attacked." Daphne stiffened, "I need to get to my parents in Astoria." "We'll come with you," Tracy agreed, with Blaise nodding along. Harry was tempted to go see Arcturus, but the man knew how to take care of himself, and he should be able to apparate away without any problems. Still, he wanted to make sure if the man was all right. He raised his hand and a ball of light appeared. He created a magic circle with his memory of Arcturus' magical signature and enchanted it to follow the man and give him a message. Harry would be able to track its magic easily enough with his arcane hearing, and it would be able to monitor his movement easily enough. It was odd. Ever since he had retrieved the resurrection stone, creating new spells became a lot easier. No, it was better to say that shaping his magic was easier, allowing him to fine-tune spells with a lot more flexibility and speed. This particular spell was one he had created to replace the Patroness message charm, which he modified to send information through his arcane hearing about the target. He had changed the bend on the stone. In its place, was a silver ring of orichalcum, and he had covered the black stone with a layer of enchanted, green-stained crystal, that made it look like an emerald. All in all, the ring wasn't out of place on the hands of rich pure-blood scion, even if it looked a little gaudy. It wasn't really as eye-catching as it used to be. No one was going to recognize the resurrection stone anytime soon, and with Dumbledore, and now Grindelwald, running about, he wasn't going to risk that. Still, he threw away his thoughts of the deathly Hallow and walked forward towards the campsite with his friends, their wands raised. As he came closer, somehow, what he could hear with his arcane hearing became less pronounced, like a large shadow snuffling the magic around. Instead of the magic, screams and shouts filled the air, a discordant symphony of terror and confusion as wizards and witches scrambled to defend themselves. Children clung to their parents, their cries mingling with the sounds of destruction. Tents were ripped apart, messing with the space expansion charms that they held. The older mages tried to apparate away. It was the most viable strategy when people were in danger. The magic dampening field seemed to somehow mess with apparition as well. They were all running out of the campsite, hoping that they would be able to get away there. Even then, a lot of people remained, looking for loved ones in the chaos. A rare few fought the attackers with flashes of lights, that incapacitated them. Daphne didn't seem to care about them, focusing solely on her family's well-being. When they arrived at her tent, she saw her father fighting alongside his wife against hordes of vampire thralls. Normally, he would have looked quite dashing, with blue eyes and light brown hair, but his scowling sweaty face ruined any illusion of nobility. The man was surrounded by what looked like a miniature forest, that strangled everything in sight. His wife, whose hair was very similar to Daphne's, had frozen the entire outer layer of her husband's forest and attacked the thralls with shards of ice. They were both protecting Astoria, who was huddled between them. When they approached, the ice melted around them, and the forest parted away, letting them enter. Daphne's mother ran towards her daughter and hugged her fiercely, making sure she was all right. The man gave Harry a once-over. "You must be Harry Potter." "I am. I'm assuming you're Daphne's father." Before he could say anything, his wife hit him in the shoulder. "This is not the time, dear. We have more pressing matters at hand." The man deflated and nodded. He took out a small rope from his robes and told them all to grab on. Harry recognized what it was, an emergency porte-caillasse. That must have cost the Green Grass Patriarch a pretty penny, but it was paying its worth since it was more robust than apparition and had a better chance at not being stopped by the magic dampening field. Harry walked away and Daphne's mother stopped him. "What are you doing?" "I need to find Arcturus. I was just here to make sure you're all safe. There's a vampire attack here, Harry, and Merlin knows what else." Harry simply shrugged. "I can take care of myself. Goodbye." Before they could register his words, Harry sneakily broke the enchantments on the emergency porte-caillasse and activated it himself while making sure to pierce the veil of darkness enough so that the porte-caillasse wouldn't be affected in any way. Just as he expected, the green grasses, Tracy, and Blaze disappeared in a flash of light, leaving him alone in the ruins of their tent. "Well, that wasn't exactly true," a soft voice spoke up behind him. "That was a brave thing you just did. Or foolish, it depends on how you look at it. We both know that you wouldn't have let me use the porte-caillasse. I noticed you the moment we went past the border. I'm assuming that this is a trap for me." He turned to watch his attacker. "Of course it was. It is a shame you killed poor Rupert on your way here. He never was the brightest one of my children, but he was one anyway. His brothers and sister are eager to avenge him." Harry looked around, unconcerned with the dozens of vampire lords surrounding him and an army of thralls following them. "They do look rather eager." "So, you're a vampire elder, then?" "I never thought I'd ever meet one of you," Harry dryly responded. "Old things are waking up, Harry Potter. It's only right that we do the same. I have to admit, attacking an international event is an easy way to get your people hunted down." The elder vampire burst into laughter and Harry took the time to see his face. He looked younger than a being his age and had a right to be. The youngest of them was at least 1,000 years old, yet the being in front of Harry wouldn't have looked all that different from a pale man. The other vampires had felt empty like buckets with holes, trying in vain to put it back together. However, the elder was more whole, for the lack of a better word. The elder's laughter rang out, unsettling in its warmth. "Old powers stir, Harry Potter. We rise with them. Your international spectacle? A mere catalyst." "With whom? Grindelwald?" Harry asked. The elder vampire grinned. Now, it would be a breach of honor to tell you. Not that you'll have much use for the information, you have other things to worry about." Harry felt something try to burrow into his head and responded by clearing it as much as possible. His crest burned to aid him, and so did his stone. "You're using soul and mind magics." "Child, I predate the formation of the guilds. But I have to say, whatever is protecting you is quite good. I think I'll learn much from your corpse." And just like that, Harry heard a small ping with his arcane hearing. Arcturus had apparat away. He had been monitoring the man ever since he fought alongside his friends. The man was fighting his way out of the magically dampening zone, hoping to get out so that he could apparate safely. Unfortunately, the field made using magic slightly straining and the Black Patriarch wasn't a young man anymore. He was slowly getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of thralls. Still, the man had made it out safely, and that was all that mattered. Harry had been worried about the control the elder vampire had over the thralls attacking him. It seemed like the bloodsucker had no plans regarding Arcturus, a foolish move since it would have been an easy way to pressure Harry. The last Potter grinned and released a pulse of space, throwing everything away from him. He felt a warning from his arcane hearing and dodged a slash of blood. He changed its path towards the other side of the forest, beheading a vampire lord. He created a giant magic circle with his legs, that suddenly glowed white and created a massive pillar of sunlight that grew outwards, disintegrating the thralls. and injuring a few of the weaker vampire lords. He ducked towards a beam of darkness, cast by the vampire elder himself. Its diameter was almost as large as he was, and Harry could tell was too dangerous to shield against. With a smirk, he twisted the beam using his space magic and changed its trajectory around him, creating a giant circle of darkness that killed any approaching vampire lords. It took a moment for the elder vampire to realize what had happened. He looked rather excited by the realization. Space magic, how nostalgic. The vampire stopped the spell with just a wave of his hand. Harry had expected this and conjured thousands of small shards of ice so pure that they almost looked invisible. He banished the ice into his warped space. The vampire lords that attempted to attack him with the shadow circle gone were shredded to pieces by them, and he used them to attack the elder. Harry motioned for the icicles to attack the elder vampire. However, his enemy, no longer giving Harry a patronizing look, scowled and yelled out, "Enough!" It was like he commanded the very magic around him. To his arcane hearing, it was like the songs simply stopped being played, and every player held his breath. The ice that Harry conjured just disappeared, as if it had never existed. "You have fought valiantly, son of Peveril, but I've humored you enough. I will not allow you to kill more of my children, no matter how fascinating you may be." The surviving vampire lord slowly stopped hiding from the trees and stepped out of the forest that the green grass patriarch had conjured, eager to see their elder start fighting himself. As for Harry, he knew that the fight was just escalating, and he prepared himself to open a portal to stop whatever attack the elder vampire was preparing and redirect it towards his children even further. He did have a few ideas on how to deal with his opponent, so it wasn't a lost cause yet. Harry's portals were his hidden ace, his trump card. He was very flexible with them, and even then, in the worst case, he could just get away. As he expected, the elder vampire was powering some sort of attack. He could hear its song getting louder with every moment. He kept trying to analyze the attack, maybe to nullify it without revealing too much. Of course, just as the attack's song grew to its apex, the vampire elder was consumed by giant flames that took the form of an immense basilisk. The creature continued, burning the entire forest to cinders, and with them, the remaining vampire lords. Harry could still hear their screams as they were burned into crisps by the fiend fire. Who the fuck was mad enough to try casting that spell of all things? There were so many better ways of killing the vampire lords, by animating the trees, which happened to be Harry's backup plan. Sure, the elder vampire was an unknown, but it would have turned the fight and distracted the man so that Harry could deal with him. Harry's question was answered moments later as the perpetrator walked forward towards Harry. He looked like a middle-aged man, with brown hair and black eyes. It was only when he used his arcane hearing that Harry recognized him and raised his wand in defense. After all, he had seen him before, and his existence was simply wrong in many ways. Voldemort. "Last I heard you were in Albania." The man's eyes turned red in confirmation, and a smile grew on his face. "Harry Potter. The news of your survival caught my interest. You've certainly grown into a powerful young wizard." Before the younger wizard could respond, the flames of fiend fire seemed to warp and slowly get absorbed into a sphere made out of shadows. From it, emerged a monstrous figure. It was akin to a living nightmare. Its body was a tapestry of darkness, muscles coiled like serpents beneath skin as pale as moonlight, marred by veins that pulsed with a black ichor. It looked like a man, and yet Harry knew that it was simply not the case. No mortal eyes were devoid of any white, more akin to deep pools of crimson blood, glowing with malevolence and insatiable hunger. And yet Harry instinctively knew what it was, the elder vampire, in his true form. He looked at Voldemort and nodded to him. They had a common enemy. They would pause their confrontation until the elder vampire was dealt with. Chapter 240, Snake in the Grass. August 11, 1994, Quidditch Trillennium Stadium, England. And yet Harry instinctively knew what it was, the elder vampire, in his true form. He looked at Voldemort and nodded to him. They had a common enemy. They would pause their confrontation until the elder vampire was dealt with. Harry dodged to the right as a lance of shadows almost as fast as sound itself impaled into the ground, right where he used to be. Voldemort must have recognized whatever this spell was, because he hit it with some kind of blue flame, and the attack was destabilized and turned to ash. Not wanting to leave the moment, Harry created an ice barrier in front of the attack that was going towards Voldemort. He created a small ball of warped space, pretty much a proto-dark hole, that would warp anything it touched into a fine mesh. The ball easily swallowed the beam of darkness that the elder vampire sent towards Harry, which the man dodged with unnatural agility, right into Voldemort's killing curse. The green light hit the vampire in the chest, and the immortal being was sent flying back. Harry gave the Dark Lord a hesitant look. Is it dead? As if he was jinxing himself, the elder vampire reformed once more, looking more like a demon with every passing moment, and spoke up with a voice that seemed to shake everything around. Ah, the man with the broken soul. Even that fool Herpo hadn't gone as much as you did. Did you seriously think that this paltry spell, this pale imitation of soul magic, could possibly kill me? Voldemort visibly stiffened at the allusion to his Horcruxes. Damn, this was going to be trouble later. In his distraction, he was barely able to shield himself against the whip of shadows that the vampire had by conjuring some strange fire shield. Undeterred, the elder vampire ran forward, and Harry could barely track his movement. However, his arcane hearing saved him, by warning him, and he warped space to get as far as possible while conjuring spikes where he used to be, which didn't even pierce the being's skin and broke into small shards of ice. However, that wasn't the full trap. Harry had put a small runic array to create a warp space on command. As he expected, the vampire froze, his very body being twisted into itself. Harry thought for a fraction of a second that he might have won, however, the vampire turned into shadows and left the trapped place. The immortal monster growled and summoned giant spiked chains made of shadows, with blades at the end that looked like blood. It moved in lightning speed towards him, and Harry activated his cloak, phasing through the attack, and used the surprise to run towards the monster and use his Ice Age spell. It had worked perfectly against Black and stalemated him during their confrontation. As he expected, everything around Harry froze, including the elder vampire. However, what he didn't expect was the man's arm to turn into a solid shadow and lift him up by his neck. Amusing, but shadows cannot freeze, child. However, before the vampire could do anything, Voldemort sent a killing curse at him, allowing Harry to create a small bubble of warp space to free himself and temporarily shorten the distance, allowing him to get away. Voldemort created a giant vortex of black flames and tried to surround their opponent with it. However, there was a giant explosion that destabilized the vortex and sent flames towards them. Harry easily redirected them, but he still felt the searing hot air that came with it. Harry turned towards the heir of Slytherin and spoke up, I didn't know that vampires could be so strong. He's an elder. They're a special species in itself. This is the first time I've ever met one. They often sleep for centuries at a time, since they don't need to feed. I heard the stories, but this is just different. The elder vampire, looking untouched by the flames, chuckled, those stories, if anything, have been watered down. He ran towards Harry, who had put an illusion of himself and warped the space to move away. When the man broke it, a flashbang rune activated, blinding him. However, the vampire didn't seem bothered. Theatricality and illusions are powerful agents against inexperienced opponents. But we're all experienced fighters here, aren't we, boy? He sent a beam of darkness that Harry had no choice but to redirect using his space magic. However, while the beam of darkness itself was redirected, Harry still felt the impact somehow and was sent away. Unfortunately for the both of you, I am far more experienced than you could possibly imagine. Voldemort waved his wand and drenched the entire place in darkness. Harry could heal the elder vampire and burst into mocking laughter. Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You're an abomination, yes, with your whole being dwarfed in darkness, but you merely adopted it. I was born in it, molded by it. I learned to welcome it, to become the darkness itself. Suddenly, the light returned, the darkness was swallowed into the elder vampire, and Harry saw Voldemort being lifted by the neck. Your shadows betray you because they belong to me. Harry tried to use another spell, but a lance of shadows surprised him. He was able to activate the cloak through pure instinct, and yet when he reformed, he found that he couldn't move. The shadow attack had connected to Harry's own shadow on the ground and it, in turn, froze him. He had never heard of anything like it before, not even in the most obscure book in the Hogwarts library. He was suddenly lifted and floated towards his opponent. You were worthy opponents, that I will say. But you were not enough. I hope they remember you. Harry saw the man conjure a sword of blood, ready to impale Voldemort with it. It wasn't a normal blade. To his arcane hearing, it was something drenched in darkness that destabilized everything it came close to. Magic itself recoiled from it and Harry didn't know if it would actually kill Voldemort since there were Horcruxes, that's not to mention the prophecy between him and Neville. Still, that gave him an opportunity. Just as the man tried to stab him, Voldemort's body turned to ash, and the wraith flew away in response. Harry opened a portal in front of the blade, making the vampire impale himself. The attack visibly hurt it, since it roared in pain. Harry was summoned towards the beast quickly enough, and as a reflex, conjured a blade of ice and tried to stab the vampire with it. Right before it touched the monster's skin, he felt his ring and crest heat up. He suddenly felt fundamentally drained, and the ice sword started to glow blindingly. The ice sword impaled the elder vampire without any issues and continued glowing. Harry created a portal that took him away as much as possible, and in a flash of light, the being slowly turned into ash. Harry released a relieved sigh as he felt the oppressive magic dampening effect that was over the entire campsite fade away, allowing anyone trapped to apparate away safely. The spell must have been cast by the elder vampire and died with him. Bloody hell, that was a tough fight. He had read about elder vampires, and just how powerful they were, but he never expected them to be some kind of endlessly generating masters of blood and shadow magics. Sure, he always had the option of making a portal and escape, but there was the very real possibility of the vampire attacking him later. After all, Harry was their target, and that could have come with a lot of collateral damage. That's not to mention that Harry technically saved all survivors who were trapped in the campsite. Still, there were better places and opportunities for attacking Harry. Whoever planned this had to have a different goal than just going after Harry. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a voice speaking up. "Hey, I didn't think you'd have killed him." He turned and noticed the familiar red eyes of Voldemort staring from the face of a blonde man. "Taken another face, have you?" "No, just a corpse. Fresh ones can still hold enough magic to sustain me for a couple of hours." "At the expense of your magic, of course," Harry retorted back. Voldemort's stolen face scowled. "Always so smart, aren't you, Potter? I used to be like that, once, liking to hear the sound of my voice, lording my intelligence over everyone. Make sure it doesn't get you killed. No offense, but I'm not going to take any advice from the half-dead man who is possessing a corpse. Why are you here, Voldemort? For some reason, I don't think you came to watch the match." "Yes. I came to see you, of course." Harry snorted. "I'm certainly popular. To be perfectly honest, I never expected to hear your name again. You were a brilliant student, with so much potential, but you survived my killing curse. Only another person has done the same. Neville Longbottom." The man snorted. "Yes, the boy who lived. I can see now that I was wrong. What happened on the day of my death was a mistake. I should have chosen you. You're the one from the prophecy." The Potter scion paled and coughed. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. Neville Longbottom is your prophesized enemy, not me. Believe me, I can see the hands of fate itself aiding him, molding him into the hero he should be. And yet, he is not my equal. You are. Sure, I might have been limited with my previous body, but you matched my skills and raw power." The younger wizard snorted. "It's not about power. It was never about power. It was never about good or evil. A true prophecy is absolute. Even a muggle could qualify and still accidentally kill you. Fate is far more powerful than you could possibly imagine, evidenced by the fact that 12-year-old Neville Longbottom killed a basilisk with nothing more than a sword." Voldemort's eyes widened. "So, the boy was lying then? I had to admit that I was curious. But your feat today far outstrips this. Slaying an elder vampire is a feat not seen since the fall of Camelot. I still do not know how you did it." His tone drifted off in the end and Harry shook his head resolutely. "You're seriously not expecting me to answer, do you?" "I was merely curious. Sure, I had access to but a fragment of my power, but no student should have been able to even hurt the beast. That kind of talent is unique, one that I could use in my movement. You want to recruit me?" Again, Harry didn't hide the incredulity he felt from his voice. "The last time, you were but a lost child. Now, you have grown and seen the threat that Dumbledore posed. You even managed to aid in dethroning him. You revealed to the world his true colors, and you achieved one of my main goals in life. We are already allied, by a common enemy more than anything." "No," he simply retorted without even thinking about it. "Why not?" the Dark Lord answered, his red eyes glowing. "Dumbledore will come for you. Grindelwald has returned. War is coming. The werewolves and vampires are acting strangely. I can protect you from everything else. I only want what's best for our nation. Is this such a bad thing? We have the same enemies. We want the same things. It's only right that we work together." Harry shrugged. we might have common enemies, but we do not have common goals. I know you, Lord Voldemort, perhaps more than anyone else. While you might believe in your glorious purpose of a magical Britain free of Dumbledore's taint, you wish to rule, to dominate. You fear death, more than anything in the world, because in death, everything you have, everything you are, become nothing. Why would I ever ally, let alone serve someone like that? Someone who relishes in cruelty and death, while deluding himself that they were necessary. The eyes on Voldemort's stolen face glowed even further and Harry snorted. He could tell that Voldemort couldn't get the ambient magic to recharge the corpse's magic circuits. He was stuck with what was essentially enough magic to power a couple of spells, and animating the body alone was taking its toll. Making his eyes glow, was essentially wasted magic on theater that the Dark Lord had hopefully tried to use to scare Harry. As expected, the man's red eyes dimmed slightly. A shame. I wonder if you'd be persuaded if your friends faced similar dangers. That right here is why I didn't accept. You're a good orator, I'll give you that, but you resort to threats so easily. As for my friends, let me make something very clear. If something were to happen to them on your orders, I would personally pave the way for Longbottom to kill you. So far, you've only seen me protecting myself. You've never seen me proactively trying to hinder you, and pray that you never do. The man stiffened. Who the hell do you think you are? Did you think you were the first man to threaten me? Because there have been so many. Albus Dumbledore, the smiling killer, the heir of Slytherin. You've never heard of my involvement because I don't want people to know. So, to answer your question, I'm Harry Potter and I highly suggest that you get the fuck out of my way. And with that done, Harry flicked his wand, and Voldemort's wraith was banished away. He nodded to himself and opened a portal home. Chapter 241, Damage Control. August 12, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Things were not looking good for Cornelius Fudge. Why did this always happen to him? It was like the entire nation of magical Britain just wanted to oppose any chance he had at improving it. Everything was going so well at the start. The actual event went splendidly. Cornelius had been able to land a very profitable trade agreement with the Indian magical government and was discussing the possibility of an untaxed European market that would finally allow the economy to grow. And those were just the highlights. He had an entire team of wizards and witches that would make offers to foreign business owners, trying to entice them with promises of low taxes, just to move or open branches in Britain. The organization of the Quidditch World Cup had worked very well. The DMLE had handled any possible riots or duels due to the event. The Obliviators worked overtime to make sure that the statute of secrecy was still put in place. The match itself was sensational, with a tight finish that would be remembered for decades at the very least. Until everything fell apart, of course, because why would he ever have nice things? It was always just one crisis after another and dealing with them was a nightmare in itself. Which was why he was in his office, essentially being berated like a schoolboy. 57 deaths, Fudge, and another 36 that are unaccounted for. That is absolutely unacceptable. The bearded man glaring at him was none other than Heinrich Eberstadt, a Swiss wizard who often acted like a delegate of the ICW. However, Fudge was used to dealing with men like him, and you think I liked this? My people died as well. Yet most of the victims were foreign, and their governments are pressing for reparations to be made. Someone has to be accountable. And our Department of Magical Law Enforcement built a task force specifically to investigate who was behind this. The ICW delegate wasn't amused. This was an international incident, Fudge, not a small event. The ICW will send a team to lead the investigation. They will communicate with your ministry when they arrive. That, alone, was a bad start. He couldn't really do anything to stop that. The event was officially classified as an international incident, meaning that the ICW could interfere as much as it wanted. Taking over the investigation in everything but name was a power move, one that Fudge couldn't counter. Fine. I'll tell Bones to expect them. Anything else I can do to help? Yes. Now that the investigation is out of the way, we need to talk about reparations. What reparation? Cornelius exclaimed. This was an attack, one that no one had seen coming. There were no signs of vampire activity in the country. It was probably a foreign nation that did this. You can't talk about reparations without the investigations being over. The infuriating Swiss wizard smirked at him. The Quidditch World Cup was your responsibility and so was its security. No matter what the investigations reveal, you hold some of the blame for failing your duty. That's unreasonable. No amount of security could have prevented an attack like this one. And yet, a few months, you assured the ICW personally that Britain was safe. You assured us that what happened to Azkaban was an unfortunate incident and that every inmate was caught, and the perpetrator has died. We agreed, even with our misgivings about your serial killer running around, the mess with Albus Dumbledore, and the fiasco with the Grindelwald impersonator, because it would have been too expensive to choose another venue. We did this with the assurance that an incident like this wouldn't happen. You failed to uphold the protection you promised us, and now dozens of ministries are vying for your blood. Fudge flinched at the accusations. He couldn't really deny them. He did assure them that Britain was safe, and to be perfectly honest, he thought it was. Normally, he would have had to deal with each ministry separately and try to come to some kind of agreement. That would have been both time-consuming and very costly. He didn't even have the gold since he had invested too much into the Quidditch World Cup, hoping that the deals he would make would pay back. Economically, it was a sound idea. Now, not so much, considering the pile of letters on his desk asking for their agreements to be voided. Truth be told, the British Ministry of Magic was on its last leg, just a small blow away from a full-on economic crisis. However, the ICW representative mentioning the other ministries meant that he wanted something, and had a plan in mind to help Britain, probably with some outrageous demands. Fine. What do you want? The infuriating man did not lose the mocking smirk on his face. To help you, of course. That's what the ICW is all about, after all. There will be concessions, of course, such as a couple of altered laws, increased taxes to the ICW, a bigger list of banned items. You get the idea. You'll get the list in your office in a few days. Oh, and one last thing, we want an ICW hit wizard in every Auror squad, but that's a temporary measure until an evaluation of your nation's security is made. Cornelius couldn't help but freeze at the man's brazen threat. Magical Britain was facing what was essentially an economic crisis, and the ICW was using it to reduce severely its sovereignty, essentially taking control over the government in everything but name. Britain was home to some of the oldest magic in the world. The ICW likes to boast of its modern values, but they had essentially gutted magical Greece, reducing it to a pale shadow of what it used to be. He did not want Britain to share a similar fate on his watch. Still, he didn't need to make a decision at the moment. I can't agree to anything without explicit concessions, and I'll have to bring it up to the Wizengamot. The ICW representative shrugged. Sure, but I suggest you come to a decision quickly. We can only protect you for so long. And of course, there had to be a deadline. Fudge cursed inwardly. This mess wasn't going to go away anytime soon. Britain could either submit the ICW's authority, or pay the reparations, which the ministry would have to pay through selling priced assets. The British Department of Mysteries held some of the most prized artifacts in the world, and everyone wanted to have their hands on them. The only way out was that the members of the Wizengamot, who were essentially the wealthiest families in the country, decided to help out. It was a slim chance, but if it worked, Cornelius would not resort to desperate measures. Was there anything else? Yes, the Swiss wizard responded, the European school tournament will no longer be held in Hogwarts. What? Fudge exclaimed. The man raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Did you seriously expect schools to send their students to Britain after what just happened? And that's without even mentioning the unrest in Hogwarts after Dumbledore's departure. Minerva McGonagall's capabilities as headmistress haven't even been proven yet, and bringing an international event on her doorstep, especially during her first year in the position, would be beyond cruel on your part. We're the ones that decided to do it in the first place. We planned the whole thing for years. We paid a fortune in deposits for the preparations alone. And we thank you for your contribution. We will, of course, reimburse you if we use anything you have prepared, but I wouldn't hold my breath. The European tournament is an ICW event, even if you are the ones who came up with the idea of rebranding and modifying the Triwizard Tournament. This decision was never in your hands. Cornelius couldn't help but slump in his seat. It was just one bad thing after another. Was his tenure as minister cursed or something? He wouldn't have put it past his predecessor to do it. She definitely did not want to leave her seat. The DMLE had to literally drag her out. The sad thing was that they were right. Cornelius and Barty Crouch had worked together to create a proposal for the ICW to sponsor the event. Even Dumbledore had been weirdly supportive of the idea, which was weird since the man had often refused any sort of reform that involved Hogwarts. It had made things very complicated when it came to dealing with the school, but no one wanted to piss off Albus Dumbledore of all people. He only hoped that McGonagall would be a more reasonable headmistress. The entire event was under the guise of international magical cooperation, but Cornelius wanted it to create small partnerships and companionships between senior students in European schools. It opened the idea of starting projects together, of making important connections that would only grow in time. It was why they had removed the restriction that only 3 schools had to compete, with each having only one champion. Now, he had no idea what in Merlin's name how ICW was going to change things. All in all, it was a shame. The European School Tournament would have been the perfect way to pave the way forward to economic growth after the Quidditch World Cup. Out of curiosity, he asked, which country is going to host it then? We're still discussing many options. Each country will have to come to us with a proposal that we would end up choosing. Ah, so bribes, as usual. It was funny how corrupt every political group was. People liked to mock his administration for its corruption, and it deserved the reputation, but everything would just stop working without corruption. The administration was built to make everything as hard as possible without something greasing the wheel a bit. It was designed so that old pureblood families would still have an advantage after their lordships were abolished. The ICW had the same problems. No matter how much they liked to portray themselves as impartial judges, focusing on equality and justice, they were just as corrupt, they just hid it better, and it wasn't as blatant as Magical Britain. The representative dismissed himself and left his office, and Cornelius let out a loud groan. To say that this meeting was brutal would have been an understatement. He was in no mood to deal with it today, and just opened his drawer, took out a bottle of fire whiskey and started to drink. He would handle the mess tomorrow. For now, he would drown himself in sorrows, enjoying whatever is left of his career. Alastor Moody sat in an office, feeling more than a little conflicted. Ever since he had been outed from Hogwarts, Dumbledore just got more unstable, for the lack of a better word. Apparently, Grindelwald was truly back, and that affected the Champion of Light very severely. Still, he had followed the man for so long. As much as Dumbledore's behavior worried him, it was far better than the other option, and so, Alastor did his duty as asked. Your gambit worked, Albus. The ICW is relocating the tournament. That's good. I'll speak to my friends in the ICW so that it can be moved where I need it to be. Alastor didn't understand how callous the man spoke of the innocent lives lost during the attack that they had orchestrated. Was that really necessary, Albus? To cause so much death for just a school tournament? The older wizard's expression turned somber. Yes. We are not fighting against Voldemort here. This is Grindelwald, and believe me, only drastic measures work against him. In the long run, those deaths would save thousands of lives. In the grand scheme of things, this tragedy was for the greater good. The greater good. Alastor had the urge to sneer at the thought. He hated those words with a passion. Someone could easily justify anything by just uttering them. He did not voice his doubts, of course, and instead opted to change the subject. At least a vampire elder has perished. Those monsters indirectly cause more deaths than most Dark Lords put together. How the hell did you manage to convince him to join the assault? I promised him something he craved more than his quiet life. I will admit that I do not mourn Baba Yaga's death. Did you figure out who did it? The former headmaster frowned. I have some ideas. Things are certainly getting interesting. Chapter 242, Mysterious Raid. August 14, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. It had been less than a week since Lily came back into his life, and Severus Snape was starting to remember why he had always been wary of the Muggleborn. Fucking hell, even after decades, that woman could scare the shit out of him. Lily knew how to play him, he had to admit to that, at least. She knew exactly how to tug his heartstrings to do what she wanted. How else would he explain the frankly stupid thing he was doing right now? He discreetly asked her, when you said that you wanted us to break into the Department of Mysteries, I didn't expect to do it in just a few days. This is beyond reckless for you, Lily. My name is Olivia in this disguise, Lily muttered, and this is a golden opportunity. Most of the unspeakables are helping the DMLE investigate the attack on the Quidditch World Cup, and the higher UPS are in their arms trying to convince Fudge to sell their precious treasures as compensation to the foreign victims of the attack. The entire place is in chaos. No one would bat an eyelash at us. The potion master suppressed the urge to groan. They were both under Polyjuice, him as Broderick Bode, and her as Olivia Green, 2 unspeakables that they dosed with sleeping potions the previous night. They had just arrived in the ministry, and no one was going to listen to their conversation. you could have had your pet wolves to do it. Lupin would have been glad to. And wasn't that a surprise? Lily of all people had found a way to circumvent lycanthropy somehow, and by doing so had earned herself a fanatically loyal following. People have been trying to cure the disease for thousands of years, and yet Lily of all people had done it. If that wasn't a testament to her brilliance, he had no idea what would be. Although saying that she cured the disease was a stretch at best, no one had thought of modifying it the way she did. Lycanthropy was a curse, a very powerful one in fact. Severus had researched the subject extensively after Lupin almost killed him in their school year. Sure, he was mostly researching how to effectively kill them, but the thought of a spell that would have reversed the transformation was enticing. He had even thought about how to create such a spell, but without a live werewolf as a test subject, he had no data to work with. Making something like this would have cemented his name in history, and that was all he wished for in his teen years. However, the curse was beyond complex. He had read the research, and they could barely even understand the disease, let alone treat it. The wolfsbane potion was a revolutionary invention that simply did not let the mental aspect of the curse affect its victim. But it did not compare to what Lily had done. Nothing did. It was just not natural. Lily was always smart, but this was beyond genius. She had to have somehow understood the curse so completely that she found a way to tweak it, in a way that wouldn't have lessened its power, yet would have been a life changer for the victims. And devising a ritual to do something like this would have taken years alone. The disguised Muggleborn broke his train of thoughts, their blunt instruments, at best. A delicate mission, like this one, would pose too many risks. They're also still adjusting from their rituals. The two former childhood friends slowly walked towards the elevator, pressed the button for the second lowest level and waited in silence. The trick to a good infiltration was to pretend that you belonged. Staying in silence was how most unspeakable behaved. The doors slid open with a whisper, revealing the dimly lit corridor of the Department of Mysteries. The air here was thick, but it was the silence that was deafening. There were the last people in the elevator, and as they agreed, Lily started to wave her wand in a very complicated pattern. A small thrum of energy enveloped the corridor, which slowly faded away. The disguised Muggleborn nodded towards him and Severus smirked. They had tricked the wards successfully. There was a small vulnerability in the wards, it couldn't interact with anything in the elevator, since it was not solely used by the Department of Mysteries. It allowed someone to try to dismantle the wards without the risk of magical backlash. Lily had familiarized herself many times with the wards, enough to fool them enough to think they were really unspeakables. They stepped out, their movements were measured and deliberate, a practiced nonchalance that belied the adrenaline coursing through their veins. The corridor stretched before them, doors lining each side. Lily quickly cast a privacy charm. It was almost the norm in the department, at least compared to how rude it was in a normal public place. The disguised Muggleborn spoke up, "All right, I dealt with the external wards, which means that the entrance chamber won't try to confuse us, but the disguises we chose were not high-ranking members, meaning that they don't have access to the voice commands. We'll need to search for the room, which will also have their own individual wards." The potion master suppressed the urge to groan, "What if someone is working? How are we going to explain our presence as we keep looking for your room?" Lily snorted in amusement. Low-level unspeakable are often requested to keep account of the materials and log certain results. We only need to blend in. With a wave of a wand, she conjured two small notebooks, and she handed one to him. All the while, she was smirking. Severus shook his head and grabbed it. "This is not what I imagined doing when you said that you wanted to break into the Department of Mysteries." Lily snorted at that. "Reality is very rarely what we imagine it to be." The disguised Muggleborn walked over to the first door on the right and opened it. It was a large room filled with small glowing orbs. She shook her head and shut it. "Not this one. I always hated this room." "Is that the infamous Hall of Prophecies?" She nodded. "I don't even see the need for it. It's the most useless room in this place. It was supposed to be a study of fate and destiny, but some idiot decided that its entire purpose should be to log and collect prophecies and put them into these orbs. The orbs were meant to only be retrieved by the people involved, and the unspeakable studying them, of course. It was a vain attempt at controlling prophesized people and using their status somehow. Unfortunately, it was all bogus when they realized that the orbs were picked out by people who either believed that they were involved in the prophecy, or if a lot of different people believed that they were, not actually by fate. Apparently, they found that out when they trained up a prophecy child for a task that ended up being completed by someone else, who happened to satisfy the words of the prophecy just in a different interpretation. They still do it, for some reason, hoping to somehow understand the very nature of fate and destiny. Severus decided not to comment on it, considering how much Lily was passionate about the subject. What the hell did the unspeakables do to her? He knew that she hadn't told him everything, maybe had even outright lied to manipulate him, but this side of hers was something he had not seen since they were children, and she hadn't learned the cruelty of the world they lived in yet. Choosing to continue in silence, they went past a lot of fascinating rooms, choosing not to enter any of them, an effective way to not trip any of the wards in each room. Each time, Lily explained what was researched in each room. He had to admit that the brain room was very disturbing, especially after Lily explained that they belonged to different species and that the unspeakables wanted to figure out how sapiens came to be. Apparently, they were also looking into ways to enhance intelligence, but Lily didn't elaborate on the matter. The time room was fascinating, but Lily called it a pale imitation of scrying, and that they had no true understanding of time. One of the rooms refused to be opened, and Lily left that alone without saying another word. Severus had learned to not ask her questions whenever she clearly did not want to get there. There weren't any unspeakables in any of the rooms they tried out. Lily was probably right in the fact that they were all busy trying to manage the aftermath of the attack on the Quidditch World Cup. Lily opened another door carelessly, but froze at the sight of it. That's the room. Quickly and efficiently, she bypassed the wards and entered. Severus noticed it and froze when he looked at it. The room was entirely white, both the floor and the ceiling. There was a leather bed of some kind, with straps etched on them. There was also a white desk, a few books, and a couple of notebooks. It looked like a bedroom. Lily responded with a bitter tone, "Yes. This place was where I stayed every summer after my second year." "Cold, isn't it?" Severus nodded absent-mindedly. "Every time you refused to see me during the summer. I was here," she finished, playing the lab rat. She waved her wand on a part of the wall, which disappeared as if it wasn't there. He stepped inside and noticed that it looked like a small office. There were notes everywhere. The wall reappeared suddenly, but it was almost transparent. "They were watching you." Lily did not respond and just held up a small piece of parchment, her expression turning stony. Severus chose not to say anything and decided to look at a chart. He kept paling the more he read. Intelligence boosting. Magical fighting. It explained so much. No wonder Lily had started to change, started to grow colder, more manipulative. It was probably how she survived in this hellish place. And the intelligence boosters alone. He turned towards Lily, feeling slightly teary. "They did this to you?" "Yes, and so much more. Do you see why I wanted to escape? Can you blame me for choosing Potter, just for the sake of being under Dumbledore's protection? But why return? You didn't come here for revenge, or else you would have come up with a magical trap of some sort." The disguised Muggleborn grinned viciously. "I came here for the names of the people involved. They always wore masks and disguises. And I wanted them to destroy any progress they might have made. They were investigating my son. Arcturus Black's protection was the only thing that stopped them from taking him, and they didn't want him to make a fuss." Lily then froze as she read some of the other files. "They made another Project Athena. I didn't think they'd risk it since I didn't exactly fall into line." "Who is it?" "Another Muggleborn called Hermione Granger." Severus froze at the name. He knew that the girl was in the hands of the Department of Mysteries, but that she was comatose from some kind of soul attack from the Dark Lord's diary. He hadn't really cared about it, to be perfectly honest, as callous as it was. She was the girl foolish enough to write in an obviously cursed object. Still, he couldn't help but be curious. The girl is supposed to be comatose. Not according to this chart, at least. How interesting. She waved her wand once more, and with a quick snap, an illusion broke, allowing a small familiar black diary, surrounded by runes, to appear. Lily quickly grabbed the small book, with a mad gleam in her eyes, as well as a few pieces of parchment, before winking at him. "We're done here." Severus followed her out and said, "What about?" She shushed him and his mouth magically closed itself. "Not now. We'll talk when we're out." They entered the elevator and returned to the main courtyard of the ministry. With a small nod, she allowed him to speak once more. "What the hell, Lily? I just wanted to savor the moment." "What moment?" As if to answer his question, he felt the ground rumble beneath them, and a loud alarm. They followed the crowd to the exit. "What the hell was that?" "A little gift for my tormentors. There will be no more Project Athena. I thought you wanted us to be discreet." The Muggleborn shrugged. I changed my mind. He stood in silence, processing what had just happened before taking a deep sigh. What now? Now, I have a few names on my list that I need to tick off. And afterwards, when I'm done, I guess, it would be time for me to meet my son. Chapter 243, Broken Secrets. August 15, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Saul Croker sat in his office, feeling his migraine grow with every moment. To say that this was a clusterfuck would be an understatement. Someone had broken into the Department of Mysteries. That alone would have been a headache. Their security system was one of the most sophisticated ones they could have ever built, while still staying in the ministry. They couldn't afford to use powerful wards, so they made up for it with ingenuity. The ward patterns shifted very quickly, so much so, that without the head of the department, which was Saul himself, adding them into the wards, they could not be bypassed without breaking the wards, which would have activated other protection charms. That meant that it was an inside job. He had sent the department's own security force to investigate what happened, whose head was sitting in front of his looking unsure. What do you have so far? It wasn't an inside job. We used scrying to verify the location of every single one of our unspeakables during the break-in. They weren't involved. But the wards. Saul hesitated. His subordinate interrupted him, were bypassed somehow. We still have no idea how, but whoever broke in was able to recognize the shifting frequency of the ward, analyze it, and send a counter to modify it to not scan for magical signatures, in a fraction of a second before the frequency shifted again. That kind of ability, that sort of mental processing is like nothing I have ever witnessed before. Saul Croker froze at the thought. He was right. The fact that the Ministry of Magic was in the same building meant that the Department of Mysteries could not use any wards with too much power. It was something that was annoying but was part of the deal with the department that joined the Ministry after its formation. The unspeakables made up for it by using layered wards that would have worked faster than ever possible. For centuries, not a single person had been able to break into the department. Many have tried, yes, but their measures had worked easily, and with magical research being slowly put down by Dumbledore, they had never expected anything like this. Do you have any leads? He asked, hoping for the best. Yes. The intruders had used anti-scrying enchantments when they reached the department, but they would have alerted the ministry if they entered with them. We don't have any sound, but at least we have a lead. The head investigator waved his wand, and an illusion was the familiar form of Broderick Bode and Olivia Green walking together towards the elevator and leaving just as the explosions started being set off. I thought you said that it wasn't an inside job. Yes, the only way someone could break into the Department of Mysteries would have been if they were already allowed in. This was proven by Augustus Rookwood, who after they investigated, ended up sneaking various cursed artifacts to Lord Voldemort, that's not to mention some very sensitive research and a few rare books. Even now, they had no idea just how much of their research was compromised. There were rumors of the Americans having made some kind of experimental time-turner, something that their department has worked on for hundreds of years. Still, Saul did not like the look on his subordinate's face. We checked, they were both dosed with a very potent sleeping potion. They weren't involved. We suspect polyjuice was used. So, we have nothing. We're looking at the people who knew that Green and Bode were unspeakables and anything that connects them. Whoever had done it knew exactly how to get past our security. Considering that the entire break-in took less than 30 minutes, this was planned for a very long time. The head of the Department of Mysteries groaned. Let me get this straight, someone from outside our department snuck inside our headquarters under polyjuice, somehow outthought our wards enough to disable them and proceeded to blow up our archives and half our sensitive rooms. And now, I have that idiot Fudge asking for an explanation since the explosion shook half the ministry. The investigative unit stayed silent at this, and Saul took a deep breath. What's the damage then? Well, some of our archives were destroyed, but we have back UPS in our black sites. There was some damage in our time room, but nothing substantial. Half of the prophecy orbs were destroyed, but we don't have a lot of people working in that department, so that's not a huge loss. We don't think this was meant to be a critical blow. They could have done a lot more damage. Saul was experienced enough to know that they were holding something back. There's something else. There's only one project that was destroyed as thoroughly as possible. We have nothing left of it. When we tried to revert the damage, we also noticed that the back UPS were also destroyed. Which project was it? The head investigator looked hesitant. We don't really have clearance for it, sir. But it's something called Project Athena. I've never heard of anyone mentioning it. Well, shit. Saul froze and paled in fear. Project Athena was one of the shadows of the Department of Mysteries. He never wanted it to become a reality. It was supposed to be the epitome of the unspeakable. Ever since the Great War, when the world truly saw the devastation a battle between two archmages could bring, everyone wanted to get their hands on one. The unspeakables did not want to risk being pressured and started working on creating one. Unfortunately, making a wizard with certain specifications, like immense intelligence, magical capacity, and control, was very unpredictable. The magic just did not stabilize for some reason, creating monstrosities instead of the epitome of mages. Afterwards, the project was officially scrapped, and their people were reassigned. Except it wasn't. A few rogue members reopened it, firmly believing that it would succeed. They called themselves the Foundation, and they started to experiment on living people to create their perfect weapon. They started getting more success by modifying an already living wizard or witch, even if the results were more pronounced in females. They found a way to make certain simulations on who it would work on the most, and after decades, they found their most promising match, a Muggleborn called Lily Evans. They only planned on taking Muggleborns anyway, out of convenience more than anything. The department was able to hoodwink her parents easily enough, and the girl seemed like a great success. Her intelligence was boosted to a ridiculous degree. She was taught magics that were almost lost to time. She was taught arcane spells, curses, and even blood magic, and she soaked everything like a sponge. She was their weapon. They gave her missions to wipe out threats to the populace, steal certain artifacts, and destroy certain strongholds. She was their countermeasure against Dumbledore's plans, and Lord Voldemort's madness. Evans was so successful that they called her the Red Witch. Saul found out about her after she wiped out a pack of mercenaries that were under Voldemort's employ, and he scrapped the project, stopping her from getting any missions. He had discreetly killed off the leader of the Foundation, but he never knew just how deep the rabbit hole went. However, he ended up with a very powerful asset that he just couldn't discard. Instead of subjugating the girl to more horrors, he wanted her to become a public figure, a recognized genius of magical Britain that would have spread the influence of the department politically. She was on her way to become their greatest victory against Dumbledore, the man who had literally crippled their influence after his victory over Grindelwald. However, one day, she just refused to answer any summons and married the Potter Scion, putting her firmly under Dumbledore's radar, exactly where they didn't want them to be. After his parents' death, probably at the hands of a former member of the Foundation, Saul still kept tabs on her. Every projection predicted her behavior to end up with her taking revenge on the department since she found out that the Foundation and the Unspeakables were connected somehow. And so, Saul decided to neutralize the threat by arranging for the attack on Godric's Hollow to be far larger than it should have been. He had hired mercenaries to offer their services to the Lestranges, and everything was going according to plan. Until the damn village blew up, of course. He had tried getting people to use time turners to see what happened, but they turned into ash the moment they used them. After years without any sign of the Red Witch, they proclaimed the attack to have been a success. Sure, they kept observing her son, but Dumbledore was oddly interested in the boy, and then the Black Patriarch adopted him, putting him out of reach permanently. Over a decade after the fire of Godric's Hollow, they were offered a girl, who had her soul sucked into a diary, a Muggleborn who they discovered to be just as good as a match to the project as Lily Evans. With the way Dumbledore was acting, they needed a trump card. And it wasn't like they had done anything to the girl. They were literally saving her life, giving her a future. They did not know how to move her soul back to her body. The best they could have given her would have been a way to animate her body, like some kind of phylactery. No matter the result, she would have ended up as nothing more than an abomination, a lab rat in the department. Project Athena was her only way out. They had been able to add memories into the diary, specifically, the spells to animate her body. The soul used the diary as a medium to somehow absorb the instructions as if it were learning. Tom Riddle might have grown to become a madman, but the way he had created the diary was brilliant, to say the least. They experimented on her body, and then after a lot of research, found a way to enhance her cognitive functions so that her body's animation would seem natural. After months of hard work, Hermione Granger's body woke up, and she could interact with the world. He would not disagree and say that they hadn't manipulated her, but he was telling the truth. Becoming the department's asset was probably her best bet forward. Saul could easily see her become the minister in a few years, which would be a boon for the department. And with the diary in their possession, they did not have the risk of rebellion that happened with the Evans girl. Wait a minute, the diary. Did you notice a small black diary in the room that had Project Athena? The investigator looked perplexed. No. The entire room was burned to a cinder. Even the backups were destroyed. We think that they were hit before the attack. It's either that or whoever did it, somehow used the magical link with the back UPS to destroy them. Saul paled and quickly used a scrying spell on the Granger girl. He relaxed when he saw her talking normally with Neville Longbottom. She was still alive, but that meant that the diary wasn't destroyed. And if it wasn't destroyed, then it was taken. Someone had taken the soul of their greatest asset. He practically ran out of his office, towards the ward scheme, the investigators following him. He removed every single bit of access Hermione Granger still had in the department. He quickly sent a patroness message to every single unspeakable who worked on the project. Project Athena was definitely the target of the attack. The rest was just a destructive smokescreen. Someone knew about the project intimately, enough to know they kept backups, enough to break into the room and find the hidden office. The head investigator spoke up, foregoing any of the formality he had previously. Saul, with all due respect, what the fuck is Project Athena? Let's just say that we need to find whoever is responsible for this and get the diary back. You have the entirety of the Department of Mysteries behind you for this. You can use any method you want, just find them. I'll run interference with Fudge and the rest of the Ministry. Let's get back to my office so that I can give you a proper briefing on what's at stake. Saul Croker expected many sleepless nights ahead of him. Chapter 244, Black Heart. August 21, 1994, Black Manor. Harry Potter sat with his guardian, eating their breakfast in silence. He had barely seen the older man ever since the mess in the Quidditch World Cup. Well, calling it a mess would have been an understatement. It was an unmitigated disaster. The entire country was shamed on the international scene, and foreign ministries were up in their arms for their dead citizens. It was obviously a coup to undermine the progress Britain has been doing since Voldemort's downfall, and a way to destroy any hopes of the economy bouncing back anytime soon. Considering that a fucking elder vampire was leading the charge, not that anyone knew that it was likely that Grindelwald was involved somehow. Harry wasn't really sure, since the Dark Lord could have easily killed Harry during the third task of the tournament. It was all just guessing, he had no hard evidence. However, Harry simply couldn't forget about the fight with the elder vampire. That was, without question, one of the hardest opponents he had ever fought against. It wasn't really the shadow magic, which could be dealt with theoretically, and technically. The vampire didn't really use blood magic for much, not that it was surprising, since blood magic wasn't a good way to use offensive magic, acting as a way to enhance spells, enforce contracts, or power certain rituals. No, the hardest thing was just how unkillable the monster felt. The vampire regenerated from almost anything, and even fiend fire only slowed him down at best. Harry had instinctively used the resurrection stone to alter his blade to kill the damn thing, something that he had no idea how he did, and could not replicate afterwards. He really needed to figure out how to use the stone properly soon. Anyway, speaking of the stone, he had been very lucky that he had altered its appearance after retrieving it. He had mostly done it in case Dumbledore would have recognized it at a glance, covering the stone itself with green glass, and replacing the band completely. Voldemort hadn't recognized his former Horcrux, which would have been very bad. It was already a bad idea that the vampire had mentioned the fact that his soul was broken. That little fact alone practically guaranteed that Voldemort would come for Harry. The man was really paranoid when it came to his immortality, and he wouldn't take any chances. It was probably a calculated move on the vampire's part, a way to get Harry and Voldemort to never become allies, not that he was tempted anyway. It could have been a normal observation on the vampire's part, a way to turn the odds to his favor, but it could have been a premeditated event, meaning that whoever planned this knew intimately just how Voldemort thought. Still, Voldemort's presence was surprising. He had almost forgotten about the man after his first year. He was always Longbottom's problem, not Harry's. Even if Harry had probably done more to kill the man than anyone other than Frank and Alice Longbottom. The fact that Voldemort was able to possess people so easily meant that he was getting stronger. He was going to return soon if no one did anything. Harry still held his trump card in case the heir of Slytherin did anything. He had made sure not to use his portals during the fight with the elder vampire while Voldemort was looking. Harry never realized just how effective portals were in battle before that fight. No wonder Arcturus said to not advertise his new skill. His thoughts were interrupted by a grumbling Arcturus reading a small piece of parchment. Curious, the last Potter asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing really, Fudge is being an idiot again. I can't really blame him for being desperate in this situation. The Black Patriarch shook his head. He's practically asking the Wizengamot for gold that he won't repay, threatening the fact that the ICW would start interfering with our affairs. But everyone with a brain knows that they'll eventually interfere anyway. He's focusing on stopping them entirely, not weakening the only people who would stop their influence financially. Harry nodded. He didn't really like politics, but he could see it. Britain was sinking financially, and without the ICW officially supporting the country and declaring it to be safe, it was unlikely to change anytime soon. Even if they paid off the frankly ludicrous reparation fees that the foreign ministries wanted, they would end up still in trouble in a few years and needing assistance from the ICW. All it would have done was cost the Wizengamot gold for delaying the inevitable. What Fudge should have done was to allow the ICW to influence their nation, while adding in as many limitations as he could negotiate, hoping that years later, he would be able to slowly remove their influence. Fudge wasn't playing the long game and obviously wanted to save his sinking career more than help his country. Arcturus continued. His only play was the Department of Mysteries lending a hand by giving away rare artifacts, but with this place being almost destroyed, he's out of moves. And wasn't that a surprising turn of events? Just after the attack on the Quidditch World Cup, when everyone was dealing with the aftermath, someone snuck inside and blew up half the Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakables had refused to say anything, only that nothing substantial was lost, and no one was hurt. They had backups in case something went wrong anyway, but the rebuilding costs would be substantial, meaning that the department would not have been able to help the ministry anytime soon. As far as Harry could tell, the whole thing felt like a setup to weaken magical Britain as much as possible. The timing wasn't a coincidence. No one thinks it was one, but so far, no one has been able to prove anything. Saul Croker has been unusually secretive about the attack, and my sources in the department said that there was a specific project that was targeted, but they did not have the clearance to even know which one it was. Harry snorted. I still have no idea why we even consider the Department of Mysteries as part of the ministry. There was this minister that tried to shut it down once and they just ignored it. The department itself predates the ministry, and to include it officially, there was an agreement that they would deal with any research or experimentation. They had to do it since the Unspeakables had access to some of the rarest resources and artifacts in the world. Do other countries have similar departments? The Black Patriarch smiled with an approving expression on his face. Yes, but they're far less secretive about them. There are sensitive projects, of course, but most of what they work on is accessible to most. To be fair, they mainly work on creating spells and wards, not researching the conceptual nature of the world, like time and death. Harry nodded. It made sense, in a way. The famed resources of the Department of Mysteries had to be hard to acquire and tended to be unique, meaning that foreigners didn't have access to them, limiting their research potential. Fascinating. Speaking of foreign countries, I want you to join the Hogwarts delegation for the European School Tournament next year. That took the wines out of Harry's sails. The mass outrage of the ICW moving the tournament from Hogwarts to be held in another institution for security reasons had been expressed in the Daily Prophet for days at a time. Fudge was under fire for robbing them of this honor, and it didn't look like he would last the elections the following year. Harry hadn't really cared about it altogether. Sure, he was looking forward to speaking with people who used magic differently, especially with the rumors that more than 3 schools were going to be invited, but he wasn't really dejected by the outcome. In fact, he was a bit relieved, especially since the tournament was a modern recreation of the Triwizard Tournament, which was famed for its bloody history. Like every student in Hogwarts, he knew exactly what the Triwizard Tournament was. It was essentially a glorified gladiator match between the 3 major magical schools in the tournament, which happened to be mostly Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Sometimes a few schools were swapped in or out depending on the need. It was mostly used as a way to prevent wizarding war between nations, to deal with slights, and maybe even make friendships and alliances. It didn't always work, but it was effective enough. That came at the price of the 3 champions, who had to fight monsters to the death, and complete impossible tasks to honor their institution, as well as the rather high gold prize and sometimes even the promise of becoming a noble. It was actually a rather sought-out position for Muggleborns and commoners back when nobility was put in place. Death was more widespread at the time, and there was honor in dying in a fight to the death. The institutions also often rewarded the families of the dead participants. However, after the Statute of Secrecy was put in place and the abolition of nobility in Britain, fewer people wanted to risk their lives since they couldn't promise lands and titles afterwards. That's not mentioning the 1792 tournament, which became legendary and infamous for its cockatrice rampage. Hundreds of wizards and witches had died, and it had started a monumental conflict on the continent. No one had attempted to resurrect the tournament since then. Until now. It might have been rebranded, filled with pretty words, but it was just a modified version of the tournament that was far less lethal. And Arcturus wanted him to enter it for some reason. He owed the man that much, at the very least, but there was something he needed to understand. Why? If what you said about Grindelwald returning was true, then war is coming. It will be on a continental scale at the very least, and making connections with foreign countries will be very helpful. I have already started working with my allies, reconnecting with old friends, renewing our network in Europe, and I'll need you to do the same with the younger generation. Harry could see the wisdom in that. They needed to grow their own power base. The fight against the champion of the dark and the champion of the light was inevitable, and that's not to mention Voldemort's inevitable return. They were stuck between three giant fronts, and Harry wanted nothing to do with any of them. Unfortunately, they wouldn't leave him, and just staying in Britain would have limited his options. He needed to make more connections to at least have any sort of leverage against those titans. His defeat at Grindelwald's hands reminded him just how outclassed he truly was against the two champions. But he was closing the gap. He would not stop until he did. From the look Arcturus gave him, he didn't really have a choice in the matter. He could technically refuse, of course, but it would be like spitting in the fact of his guardian. The man had protected him from Dumbledore's machinations and provided him with materials and knowledge that he would never have had access to on his own. And yet, before this day, he had asked nothing of Harry. Even then, it wasn't really something dangerous. Arcturus asked him to be part of the delegation, not to compete in the tournament. And it wasn't like he wasn't curious about the tournament. He didn't mind the idea of seeing new forms of magic that he would replicate using his arcane hearing. This might be enough for Harry to improve even further. He was stagnating in Hogwarts, he could tell. It wasn't because he didn't work hard, but because there was nothing truly new to discover. 3 years of constant work on his magic made him hard to be surprised by a form of magic. The wonder was starting to wear off, and it was something that he dreaded immensely. And it wasn't like he had to compete. Harry would simply not sign up for any event. The terms of the tournament still weren't announced. The delegation was sent as a cultural exchange, with foreign professors teaching their classes, and should not really have to compete. He would see later. Harry turned towards the expecting look his guardian was giving him and nodded, "Fine, I'm in." The relieved smile on Arcturus' face almost made up for how troublesome this was probably going to be. Chapter 245, of Future Pasts. August 25, 1994, Longbottom Manor. Hermione Granger woke up early in the morning. It was one of her new quirks after she got out of the diary, or maybe it was one of the modifications the Department of Mysteries did to her. Not that it mattered who did it, she just dealt with the consequences. It was during the morning that she felt more like herself than ever, and not the imposter she played all day. Unfortunately, she wasn't the bright but naive Muggleborn anymore. She didn't have her blind faith in authority anymore, nor was she the lonely girl who wished to have friends more than anything. In a way, she was grateful that her parents had forgotten about her, no matter how much that hurt her. It would have been worse to see them slowly realize just how much she had changed. They would never look at her with disgust, thinking that she was an imposter who had stolen their child away. Not that she could reverse it anyway. The memories that the Obliviators had altered were traumatic on so many levels, and that alone had caused enough damage. Somehow undoing it, would not only require a master mind healer to do so, but would still provide a high risk of them just becoming catatonic. Hermione had looked them up. They were alive, grieving, but they had moved on. It was better that way. They would never see their daughter as a slave in everything but name. She supposed she could understand Harry a lot better now. Everything was just clearer, after what the unspeakables did to her. She was more logical and was able to somewhat understand his motivations. Harry's biggest fear was to end up in her fate, and considering how Dumbledore acted, he was hoping to do the same to him, just not as literally. She recognized that the Department of Mysteries was being lenient with her. They never really threatened to use the diary, where her soul resided, to keep her in line, but the unspoken threat was always there. Even her assignment, which was to study Neville Longbottom and help him achieve his destiny, was a way to help her acclimate to her new nature. Apparently, her friend was part of a prophecy, and from basic deduction, it had probably had something to do with him defeating Lord Voldemort. She would help him because he was the only person she had left. And in a way, she was also the only person he had left. Neville was getting better with the sessions with the mind healer, but it was still a long way away. Harry really had screwed him up, not that she could blame him. From the sound of it, Neville had been tricked by Riddle during the Chamber of Secrets and tried to betray Harry. The last Potter ended up using him as a scapegoat to avoid him being obliviated and to act as leverage against Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Neville refused to believe the lie, making him look unhinged, which slowly started a campaign of public mockery. Then he ended up half-possessed by his scar, and almost killed another student in a duel, then cast the killing curse at Snape a few months later. Harry had made the effort to befriend the Longbottom Scion, but it was obviously out of guilt than any sort of affection. It made sense in a weird way, the two boys' personalities were just not compatible. Harry was a pragmatic boy who was more interested in learning magic than making friends, and Neville was an optimistic extroverted boy who wanted people to see him for himself, not as the boy who lived. All in all, as expected, their friendship imploded, Harry, having felt like he repaid whatever debt he owed Neville, who, in turn, felt betrayed by the Potter Scion. And now, Hermione had to pick up the pieces, while doing her best to pretend to be the girl before the diary. She was lucky that Neville wasn't really observant and that she hadn't met his grandmother before the diary incident. In a way, pretending to be the old Hermione was very exhausting, but it healed a small crack inside her. Still, she sometimes still needed to relax, put away the mask, and just enjoy watching the world around her. It was a ritual that she performed every morning, just sitting there, watching the gardens in the Longbottom Manor. It was at this time that she was truly grateful for not being stuck in the diary anymore, that a fake utopia was far worse than the real world. Inside the diary, Hermione hadn't truly been happy. In her world, she was the best student in her year, she lived in a world where Muggleborns and purebloods were equal. It was just so boring, so pointless. She lived in a perfect world, learned everything that was available which she equated to be bits of Tom Riddle's knowledge at the time he made the diary and barely felt any happiness. However, she truly experienced happiness when she planted a few herbs with Neville in his greenhouse. It was odd, to say the least, that monotony and simplicity were just rewarding in a way that Hermione had never experienced before. Speaking of Harry, it had been a surprise to see him during the Quidditch World Cup. She knew that he never particularly liked the sport, in fact, he seemed to dislike it quite a bit. She did miss the green-eyed boy, but it felt more distant than it was before the diary. It was odd that what Hermione often considered to be her greatest regret became nothing more than a mild heartache. The diary really put things into perspective. Still, it was strangely exhilarating to see someone keep up with her after her enhancements. Even with the impressive control over her micro-expressions, Harry could still read her easily enough, quickly realizing her condition and the hold the Department of Mysteries had over her. She would have liked to speak with him further, but she was strictly ordered by the department to avoid the Potter Scion. It was probably because of the protection his guardian, Arcturus Black, gave him, but they were strangely wary of him for some reason in Hermione's personal opinion. Not that her opinion meant anything with the leash around her neck. Still, for some reason, the Unspeakables hadn't contacted her for a couple of weeks. They were probably busy dealing with the aftermath of the attack on the Quidditch World Cup and the rumored attack in the Department of Mysteries itself. She didn't particularly care. In fact, she relished those rare moments of freedom before she would be given another task from the Unspeakables. With a deep sigh, she sipped the cup of tea the house elves had made for her and chose not to overthink things, and simply enjoy her morning. Of course, it wasn't to be, since a strange voice spoke up with a mocking tone, "Well, if it isn't the replacement." Hermione stiffened, she hadn't felt the woman sit next to her. It wasn't right. She noticed everything. How? The woman interrupted her, "Oh, for all your intelligence, you still lack the proper experience to use your gifts." "Who the hell are you?" Hermione screeched out. She felt oddly vulnerable. She hated feeling vulnerable with a passion. Still, she controlled herself and decided to take a good look at her intruder. It was a rather attractive woman in her late 20s or 30s with deep red hair and green eyes. She was wearing an odd red robe that matched her hair. But what grabbed her attention was the eyes. Green eyes, glowing and pulsing with power, closely resembling that of her first friend, Lily Potter. "It's Evans now, dearie. James tragically died on that fateful day in Godric's Hollows, and I was always rather attached to my last name. But a very nice deduction, nonetheless. She was supposed to be dead and yet, without a doubt, the redhead was standing looking alive and well in front of Hermione. You faked your death. You abandoned your own son. The redhead grimaced. That was undesirable. Let's just say I was indisposed until now. Why are you here? She was being blunt, but she was having a bit of an issue processing the new information. Still, the former Potter matriarch grinned mischievously. Well, I wanted to meet my replacement. You know, so far, you're pretty disappointing, all things considered. Your replacement? Well, you didn't seriously think you were the first Project Athena, were you? Sure, they learned their lesson and chained you well enough. That diary really did a number on you. The Muggleborn stood silent, processing what the redhead had just revealed. You betrayed the unspeakables. Well, not really. You do understand that once you're an asset to the unspeakables, you will remain an asset until the day you die. I took offense to that. I won, but lost quite a bit of time with my son because of them. You still haven't told Harry, Hermione deduced. He does have a bit of an independent streak. But I am planning for a nice friendly family reunion. For some reason, the Muggleborn didn't believe her. The redhead's expression had turned almost manic at the mention of her son. Now that she'd seen it, it was hard to unsee it. There was a gleam of madness in the woman's eyes, one that was carefully concealed, but it was still there, in the background. The older witch then changed her expression to a nice one. Well, as a nice predecessor, I decided to give you a hand. You see, I sort of don't like the unspeakables, so I paid them another visit. They don't know it was me, of course, but I managed to procure this nice little thing. Hermione's heart leapt in her chest at the sight of the familiar black diary that housed her very soul. Things started to make more sense. Lily Evans had attacked the Department of Mysteries, probably out of revenge, and in the meanwhile, she stole her diary. As far as the unspeakables were concerned, she must have looked like a compromised asset. The person who held her soul could theoretically control her very being completely. Hermione could understand the undertone in Evan's voice, something that she did not like to say the least. She chose to give herself more time to analyze the situation. Why didn't they warn me, then? I just broke into their headquarters. The unspeakable rightfully assumed that I would be able to sneak into this place. The wards weren't all that bad, just not designed to stand against someone like me. That made a lot of sense. The unspeakables will hunt you down. Oh, honey, they don't even know I'm alive. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. You'd need an army to stop them. The redhead raised an eyebrow. What makes you think I don't have one? Well, shit. It looked like she had no real choice in the matter. Still, Evans was obviously competent, but unstable. It was a strange contrast with her son, who liked to be in complete control of himself. She also seemed to share his tendency towards bragging. Harry's greatest fault was his desire to show just how smart he was, but it was normally tempered by his desire to be underestimated. When people truly realized his true potential, he often liked to show his intelligence through his observation and deductions. It wasn't really a major fault, but no one was truly perfect. Lily Evans seemed to share this tendency of bragging, mixed with a form of sadism at knowing that there was nothing Hermione could do about it. For now, she would analyze her captor and understand how she ticked. She could be patient enough. She would look for vulnerabilities and exploit them. However, before she could say anything, the redhead grinned maliciously. Oh, and just before you think about telling anyone about me. The older witch cut her hand and let her blood spill on the diary that absorbed it. Suddenly, Hermione felt something mess with her. It was like someone had put in a giant command in the back of her head, something that had made sense. Processing what had happened, Hermione realized that she couldn't speak the truth of Lily Evans' survival to anyone. She gave the redhead a horrified look at the invasion of her very soul. Oh, don't give me this look, I'm just being careful. You know what, you seem distressed, so I'm going to leave you to your thoughts. I'll be in touch. And just like that a wave of red petals appeared out of thin air, and by the time they were blown by the wind, the red witch was nowhere to be found. Yes, one thing was for certain. Hermione had a lot to think about. Chapter 246, of Curious Herbs. August 27, 1994, Greengrass Manor, Greenwich. Daphne Greengrass laid in her bed and completely refused to come out for breakfast. Because going out meant acknowledging what was coming. To say she was nervous would have been an understatement. She was nervous for almost a whole week. Why hadn't she fought this more? Why hadn't she put a stop to her parents' obvious schemes to embarrass her? Her younger sister, Merlin curse her, was practically skipping all over the manor, absolutely gleeful at the evening ahead. She wanted to hex her so badly, and it was only her parents' disapproving, yet amused looks, that stopped her. That and the fact that it was rare to see the younger girl with so much energy. Someone knocked on her door, and Daphne ignored it. She was safe in her bed. Nothing could touch her there. Unfortunately, whoever knocked did not seem to be deterred. Daphne Greengrass, I don't care what you say, but you will not spend the entire morning in bed. The blonde flinched at the sound of her mother. Out of her two parents, Anastasia Greengrass was, by far, the scarier one. Her father was often calm, his anger turned into cold fire. He could be cruel, even to his own family. However, as long as they did not damage the family name and ruin the Greengrass legacy, he often didn't care at all. He was one of those very traditional wizards who never truly let go of the fact that they weren't nobles anymore. She had learned that when she was very young. Cyrus Greengrass did not care about them, not truly. Daphne, as his heiress Merlin, that sounded pretentious, had seen his true priorities. He cared for only one thing, and that was for the Greengrass family to improve, to become a synonym of power. He was doing a good job politically, gaining significant influence over the conservative faction of the Wisengamot, and his company was often regarded as one of the major producers of high-quality potion ingredients in the country. He had hoped to make a few international deals during the Quidditch World Cup, but that quickly fell through with the attacks. He had been very angry that day. She was never truly able to unravel her father. Her mother often told her that he cared, he simply did not know how to express that. It was just very hard to see or notice. Daphne knew that he loved them, in his own way, she knew that. He had proven that in the Quidditch World Cup, creating a giant forest and fighting off hordes of vampires, hoping that they would return. She did not know if it was under an obligation or affection, but she hoped it was the latter. Nevertheless, she loved him. He was still her father, but she disliked his ambitions and his priorities, especially after he gave up on Astoria. Her mother, though, she loved completely with all her heart. Because she cared enough for both of them. Speaking of her mother, she opened the door to her room and entered it without a care to the world. Daphne. It's almost noon. Yes, if there was one way to describe Anastasia Greengrass, it would be that she was caring. She had the common Scandinavian look, being ice pale as ice, with beautiful golden wavy hair behind her. It was what Daphne loved the most about her own look, the fact that she inherited her mother's hair. Still, that didn't mean that she would leave her bed. I don't want to. Stop being childish right now. You don't want a repeat of what happened last time you didn't leave your room, do you? Just like that, Daphne jumped out of bed. Yeah, her mother cared, but she was also ruthless. One time, Astoria had pranked Daphne by changing her hair to bright glowing red. She had refused to leave her room, but they had a few guests coming. Her mother had literally created a small ice age in her room until Daphne finally came out. The sad part is the fact that the ice did not melt for almost a week and her mother refused to do it for her, claiming that the lesson would stick better if it all went away naturally. I'm up. I'm up. Good, her mother replied while smiling warmly at her, we'll need to prepare you to impress your little crush, after all. He is not my crush, Daphne replied while blushing. Oh, Daph dear, just stop pretending. Astoria knows. I know. Your friends know. Hell, even your father knows. The younger witch did not dignify that with a response. Maybe she had a tiny crush on her friend, one she had for years. Honestly, it was hard not to. He was the first person who really cared, who listened to her dreams and did not dismiss them. Even her mother looked at her in pity when she told her of her ambition of becoming a healer. She saw it for what it was, a desperate attempt to save Astoria. No one thought that she could do it. No one but Harry. And now, her family had invited him to the manor as thanks for ensuring their safety during the Quidditch World Cup. She did not know if her father had sent the invitation out of true gratitude or the network with the ward of Arcturus Black, but her mother and sister had jumped at the opportunity. Daphne sincerely hoped that they wouldn't show her baby photos. Her mother's look turned warm. Tell you what, I'll ask the house elves to bring your breakfast to your bedroom. This way, we'll have more time to work on your outfit. Daphne smiled slightly. Thank you, Mum. Now, Snowflake, I think it's time for you to really tell me about Harry. She gave her mother a curious look. I thought you already knew everything. I know what other people say about him. I know he's a brilliant young man, obviously ambitious, and that he had personally rebuilt his family fortune in just a couple of years. I know that he and Dumbledore did not like each other and that he's cheeky enough to embarrass the man in his own tournament. But all that tells me is what he did, not who he really is or why you like him. The younger witch tilted her head. There's a lot more to Harry than people think, I guess. People always see the prodigy, but they rarely ever see the motivations behind them. He doesn't really crave power or want to rule anything. His main goal is to be remembered and to explore magic as much as possible. Somehow, he always knows when I feel bad and comes to comfort me. He knows exactly what I need and when I need it. Her mother looked at her skeptically. That sounds a little too perfect, Daphne. In my experience, men rarely are. Oh, he's not perfect, not by a long shot. He's secretive, like a lot, but sometimes it's not him hiding anything, he just forgets to tell people. He always assumes that you're keeping up with him. He can be very pragmatic and not care about other people's feelings. As much as he doesn't like to admit it, he's very prideful, especially when it comes to his intelligence. He likes to lord it over others if they're being antagonistic towards him, humiliate them using their own words, and so on. But he's also very loyal. Did you know that the whole mess with Dumbledore snowballed because of me? How so? The younger witch shrugged. He was a little hands-off with the whole Chamber of Secrets thing. He knew more than he liked but chose to trust Dumbledore to deal with it. Until I was petrified, that is. He dropped all forms of anonymity, just went down to the Chamber of Secrets, killed the beast and defeated whoever was responsible, giving Dumbledore the opportunity and motivation to go after Harry, which led to the guardianship hearing, and then the tournament. Harry sacrificed his own anonymity, something that he treasured immensely, for me. Daphne's mother's eyes were widened after the confession. She had never told her mother this, but for some reason, she wanted to show her just how good Harry really was. The green grass matriarch then snickered slightly. Oh, that almost sounds like a romance novel, dear. Tell me, what do you do together, when it's just the two of you? We started learning curse breaking together. I wanted it mostly to understand Astoria's condition, but I've grown to like it. Sometimes, we duel each other. Sometimes, we just stay near the Black Lake, lay down under the shade of a nearby tree, and just talk. She did not mention that Daphne had progressed so much in her curse breaking that she sent Astoria a bracelet charm to reduce the progression of any curses on a person. It was her 7th iteration of the 7th charm she tried. She often broke into her sister's room during the night and analyzed the curse. Blood curses were very rare, to say the least. She hadn't found much about them, just a few theoretical works on their progression. One of the papers held a fascinating charm about analyzing blood curses and creating data points to see how they worked. However, while blood curses were finicky and very weird, they were curses in the end. There were a lot of charms to halt the progressions of a curse's effect, and Daphne often tried them out on her sister in the middle of the night and analyzed the effects of the curse. She had found, oddly enough, that the druidic spell that was created to stop people from being forcefully transformed into a tree, had slowed down the blood curse marginally, and so did the measures against curses that siphoned magic. She was able to combine the effects after some effort, and her 7th iteration seemed to work wonders. She had tried it on her sister, and the curse, while still growing, halted significantly. She had not told anyone about this, not her sister, not her parents, not even Harry. She had simply charmed a bracelet like Harry told her to, infused it with the spell, and gave it to her sister, asking her to never take it off. The effects were not immediate, but Astoria had more energy. Her magical education improved very quickly, and she had even made a few friends. It wasn't anywhere near enough to cure her, but she had bought her sister years, maybe even decades of life. That was enough of a first step in her books, and the evidence of true progress toward her dream was more than motivating enough. Daphne's thoughts were broken by her mother's laughter. Oh, I have a feeling that this young boy is probably as enamored with you as you are with him. The younger witch blushed but did not reply. She hoped that this would be true. Of course, her mother had to ruin it by continuing, of course, I'll make my full judgment during the evening. After all, I need to be sure he's worthy of you, my dear. Mum. She yelled out in mortification before stealing her expression, he might not even like me. Then he's an idiot and I'll freeze him solid. Daphne snorted, he's definitely not an idiot, and he taught himself ice elemental magic a while back. He's probably as good, or even better at it than you. He even taught me the basics. It's why I did so well in the dueling tournament." Her mother stiffened and Daphne grimaced when she realized why she did. Her mother was under the impression that it was her own inherent gift that made Daphne so skillful at using ice magic. It had contributed, of course, but it came mostly from Harry's tutoring. Learning true elemental magic, the way she did, without a magic crest was almost unheard of. The time required to recreate every possible half-spell, which would be combined into true manipulation, would have taken decades of work at the very least. Harry had done it in years. The older witch had probably thought that it was an odd mutation between her own crest and her husband's that modified itself in their daughter. It did happen if the two crests were dominant and there were no other heirs. Shards of the crest of each parent sort of included itself in the one their child would inherit. It was the only reason why political marriages could be considered in very rare cases. It was often seen as barbaric and cruel for the children, but no one said anything when their offspring held a crest far more powerful than either of their parents. Her mother's response was almost robotic. "I want you to marry that boy." "What?" Daphne screeched. Her mother blushed slightly in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me." She did not have any time to say anything further because, that was when her sister yelled out from across the room, "Daphne! Harry's here!" What in Merlin's name was this timing? She couldn't help but feel some trepidation about the gleam in her mother's eyes. This evening was doomed to end in nothing but her embarrassment, wasn't it? Chapter 247, Meeting the Greenery. August 27, 1994, Greengrass Manor, Greenwich. As the green fire of the fireplace spat out Harry to his destination, he couldn't help but wonder if he should have accepted the Greengrass invitation. It was probably a bad thing to say, but he would have preferred just hanging out with Daphne in Diagon Alley or anywhere else, really. He wouldn't have even minded if Astoria had come with them. However, the way the invitation was so formally sent to Arcturus by Daphne's father raised all kinds of red flags, to say the least. It felt more like a medieval summons to a feast than a casual invitation to know him better. Truth be told, he didn't know all that much about Daphne's parents. She never really talked to him about them. He knew that her father was involved in importing and exporting goods in and out of the country, as well as providing some of the highest quality potion ingredients thanks to his druidic magic. Her mother apparently used ice magic. And that was it. That was literally all he knew. Was he a bad friend? He didn't know for sure. This was literally his first friendship. As he stepped out of the fireplace, he was immediately accosted by a small blonde missile, Harry. His expression softened at the sight. "Hello, Astoria. It's been a while." And it had. The tournament the previous year had messed up a lot with his time to socialize with his younger peers. Astoria and Luna had seemingly become fast friends with their upper years being distracted by Dumbledore's little tournament. The young upbeat girl greeted him with a blinding smile. "I'm great. Thanks to you, of course. I haven't seen you in forever. Did you fight your way out to your guardian? Did you beat an army of vampires? Tell me. Tell me." The last Potter suppressed the urge to snort at the younger girl's enthusiasm. Astoria really was a breath of fresh air. Her innocence and the lack of care when speaking her mind, just made her a joy to be around. She often made their housemates uncomfortable with her blunt honesty. Living on a ticking time clock must have made the need for discretion look small in the grand scheme of things. In a way, she reminded him of old grandmothers that just didn't give a shit what people thought, but younger, which was a bit sad when he thought about it. Seeing no reason to indulge her, he responded, "Not really. I just used some obscuring charms to back to our tent and we took our own portkaya out later. Nothing really exciting happened." The young girl pouted. "I thought you'd had an adventure. I wanted to hang out with you and my sister during the World Cup, but my parents refused. It's like they don't want me to have any fun." Harry suppressed the urge to tell her that they were probably worried about her condition becoming aggravating. Still, the girl brightened and continued, "I was so excited when Mum told me that you were coming. We rarely get any visitors here except for Tracy and her family." Harry didn't really know what to say in response to that, and instead, he decided to use his arcane hearing to check how she was doing. He hadn't done so in a while. After the third task, his magic became a scarce resource, and he did not waste even a single drop of it. Now, with the resurrection stone, he could easily spare the magic to check on the girl. His eyes widened slightly when he noticed that the constant drain on her magic and vitality had slowed down. Her song was louder and more upbeat. He focused more and noticed the bracelet. Daphne must be busy. He wanted to verify it first. That's a very nice bracelet. Daph gave it to me for my birthday. She was weird when she asked me not to ever take it off, but I kinda like it. Well, that was a confirmation all right. This was probably Daphne's greatest accomplishment to date. Was he so caught up in his own shit that he didn't notice just how much his friend had progressed in her quest to heal her sister? Well, she hadn't really healed her, just mitigated a few of the symptoms, which bought Astoria at least a few years, maybe even a couple of decades of life. This was huge. From what he could infer, Astoria would have been bedridden in her 20s and probably wouldn't have lived past 30, and that was his being optimistic. And yet, Harry hadn't noticed. What else had he not noticed? Deciding not to entertain this thought further, Harry just gave the younger witch a pained smile. Well, your sister has very good taste. I wouldn't take off this bracelet either. Where's your sister, by the way? I think she's still in her room with Mum. Oh, right, I should have told them when you came. She turned and yelled out, Daphne! Harry's here. Before turning to Harry, there, that should do it. We should probably go to the dining room. I think Dad is there. As Astoria guided him deeper into the heart of Greengrass Manor, Harry felt as if he were stepping back through centuries. The walls were adorned with tapestries that felt oddly alive when he checked it out with his arcane hearing. It was faint, it felt like the serene forest scenes, the mythical creatures, were truly there, not mere tapestries. Did the druids find a way to add a mimicry of magic into their arts? He would look at them later. The floors were laid with stones that could have been plucked from the heart of the earth itself, cool and smooth underfoot, edged with intricate patterns of leaves and vines that were animated to grow and twine with each step he took. Astoria guided him beneath archways where the stones seemed to grow into elaborate forms, mimicking the intertwining branches of mighty oaks and vines. When she opened the door, he couldn't help but be surprised. Where the corridor felt like the embodiment of nature, the dining room felt colder, more regal. It wouldn't have been out of place in the house of the noble, but it just felt wrong in a room with a manor so connected with nature. Inside it, a man with brown hair and familiar blue eyes got up and greeted him. Ah, Harry Potter! It's an honor to have you in our home. Harry couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. In the corner of his eyes, he could see Astoria silently take a seat, her earlier upbeat attitude completely gone. Still, why was it an honor to have Harry in their home? He sincerely hoped it was a figure of speech. It's an honor to be here. You have a lovely home. The man continued, thank you. It's my pride and joy. The green grasses have lived in this place for countless generations. I have to admit that I am shocked that we have never had time to properly meet before today. We were in a bit of a hurry the last time we spoke to each other. The green grass patriarch spoke in a formal tone that just felt out of date. Harry tried to turn to Astoria, who didn't meet his eyes, before continuing, well, I'm glad that we all got out safely. Ah, that was quite the incident indeed. So far, the ICW have no idea who spearheaded the attack. Do you have any insights on the matter? The man looked at Harry expectantly. No one knows anything, really. The DMLE and the ICW Special Forces are butting heads, and the Unspeakables can't help because of the bombings. They're practically rebuilding the entire Department of Mysteries from scratch since a lot of materials were destroyed. The older man scowled. I've always thought that the Ministry was too lenient on the Unspeakables. Harry simply shrugged. They can't really do anything about them. The Unspeakables have their own assets and budget. They probably sell a few of their discoveries and reap the benefits that come with them. They're a part of the Ministry in everything but in name, but they're necessary because it's currently the only place they do any kind of research in the country, and they have far too much influence and assets to be replaced easily. The man brightened. What an enlightening point of view. Now tell me, Mr. Potter, what do you think about the latest Wisengamot bill? And so, the man continued to pester Harry with odd questions for the better part of an hour. It felt more like a press interview than an actual cordial meeting of someone meeting their friend's parents. Astoria seemed to get even more dejected as the conversation continued, and so far, there had been no sign of Daphne or her mother. Harry had never been particularly interested in politics. Sure, he knew he would have to tangle with them inevitably when he grew up, but he dreaded the day he would have to do so. It wasn't hard to deduce what Cyrus Greengrass was like. He's an ambitious politician, who wants to make his family name grow. Every question the man asked was calculating, either to see his position on a subject or to help him gain a conservative point of view. It was a pretty scummy thing to do to your daughter's best friend, but people ruled by their ambition rarely took such things into account. He had daydreamed when the man kept talking about the issues with the limitations on the sale of dangerous potion ingredients internationally. He seemed to have changed the subject in the middle. We could set something up during your school year. Your success with the firebolt has already given me a lot of faith in the matter. Was the man asking that they become business partners? It was a very bad idea, to say the least, and Harry didn't feel the need to risk his gold for no reason. Instead, he shook his head. I don't know, sir. I don't think I would be able to give anything my full attention next year. I'm planning on joining the delegation for the European tournament next year. I was always fascinated by other magical cultures, and this seems like a golden opportunity. Cyrus Greengrass' expression turned displeased for a fraction of a second, but he seemed to stiffen when a soft voice from the entrance spoke up. Now, Cyrus. This isn't a business meeting. There's no need to speak of such things on the dinner table. Harry turned and saw what seemed like the image of Scandinavian beauty, speaking to him. She was almost as pale as snow with beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. They weren't as deep as Daphne, who had obviously inherited her father's eyes. Speaking of his friend, she was wearing a nice blue sundress, and her hair was wavier than usual. Hello, Mrs. Greengrass. Hey, Daph. Good morning, Harry dear. Now what was this about you not staying at Hogwarts during your school year? He shrugged. It still hasn't been announced, but the ICW couldn't decide on a single venue for the European tournament. They decided to hold 7 tasks in total, each one in a different country, so that students would learn to socialize with people from all over the continent. And won't you have to compete? Daphne asked him worriedly. Not really. You just have to sign up for a single task by the end of the tournament. You don't even have to be selected, just signing up would be enough, and I have on good authority that there will be a dueling tournament, which will be a lot less dangerous than any other task. I have to admit to being excited to see how other people use magic outside of Britain. It's very rare to see books in the library that aren't British in origin, and I did get curious about it. He then turned towards the Greengrass matriarch. Say, Mrs. Greengrass, you're Scandinavian in origin, right? What can you tell me about how you learned magic, where you came from? Daphne told me that you're partial to ice magic. The warm smile the woman gave him as she explained her own brand of magic, made Harry hope that the evening wouldn't go badly after the mess with Cyrus Greengrass. In the end, he could only do that, hope. Chapter 248, Change in Management. August 27, 1994, Ministry of Magic, London. Saul Croker entered his office looking like a normally calm man. He activated the privacy protections the moment he closed the door and yelled out in anger. His magic automatically threw every part of his office away telekinetically. His tantrum took a good half an hour to end. After all, he needed to calm down after the joke of a meeting he just experienced. Fucking not and his traditionalists. He knew that the man was dangerous, but he was far better than any other candidate for the traditionalist factions. The Not Patriarch had proposed a bill in the Wisengamot to put an ICW overview committee on the Department of Mysteries, to make sure that they didn't dabble with dangerous magics. Which was a joke because the department's whole purpose is to experiment with dangerous magics. Ever since the Wisengamot accepted the ICW's interference in magical Britain's affairs, Saul knew that their nation was in for a hard time. It was the correct decision, without a doubt. Even if the ancient wizarding families helped pay the reparations for the mess that was the Quidditch World Cup, it would have put magical Britain in an untenable position. Their economy was barely surviving through the investments of these families, and stopping this investment would halt the entire economy, which would have inevitably led to the ICW interfering, only with Britain being in a far weaker position. Either way, the outcome was the same. He had hoped the rest of the population, at least the educated ones, to realize that the unspeakables were going to be Britain's last line of defense against the ICW. They would be able to operate secretly, slowly reversing the ICW's decisions until they would inevitably retreat in a generation or so. Saul only needed to put his department back into order, fix the damages from the previous attack, find whoever did this, and start plotting. He had already asked the Infiltration Division to start gathering more information about major ICW representatives. Nothing moved the world more than leverage, after all. Britain would be reborn, anew, but under the influence of the Department of Mysteries, which wouldn't really be a bad thing. They could restart a culture of exploration and experimentation that Albus Dumbledore had made sure to stifle, but that was in the far future. Unfortunately, the Wisengamot being dumb pieces of shit, decided to actively let the ICW control the Department of Mysteries in everything but name. It was insane, a suicidal move from their culture and their greatest assets, but they did it anyway. What the fuck had not been thinking, proposing such a bill, one that was being voted in just a couple of weeks. He groaned in exasperation, "This job will be the end of me." "That's a surprisingly accurate statement, Croker," a familiar voice responded. He turned and looked down, hoping that if he didn't see her, it would have been just his imagination speaking. The voice turned angry and demanded, "Look at me, Saul." The head unspeakable looked up to the corner of his office and saw the living manifestation of his nightmares. "Hello, Lily. Surprised to see me alive?" The redhead asked mockingly. "Not as much as I should have been. You've always been a tricky one. I was never going to consider you fully dead without seeing your cold dead body myself. Isn't that nice? You definitely tried, didn't you? You made sure to send a small army after my family." He shrugged, "It wasn't just me. Dumbledore also wanted you off the board. The funny thing is that if he knew you were the Red Witch, he would have probably done it himself. But no, he just wanted the Potters and Longbottoms gone to fully control the variables of his precious prophecy. It's funny just how many people wanted you dead at once. It feels almost like destiny, doesn't it?" He wasn't lying about Dumbledore's desire to control the prophecy. The man was completely obsessed with it for some reason. He had almost wiped out 2 old families for it, and he would have killed Augusta Longbottom too, if it wasn't for the fact that she had put on some preventive measures to prevent people from gaining access to her grandson in the event of her death. Saul wasn't sure what those were, but the few seers in the department felt dread at the suggestion. It probably involved her family crest or something similar. The redhead looked undisturbed. "Yes, destiny. Quite the interesting concept, isn't it?" Saul looked back at the events of Godric's Hollows and came to an epiphany. "Oh, you bitch. You killed your own husband, haven't you? You broke a prophecy hoping to use its power somehow. Do you have any idea what the ramifications of something like this are?" "Yes," she answered without any hesitation, "and normally, I would have fought my way out. Unfortunately, I didn't know if I could do so and keep my son safe. I deemed my son's life to be worthy of the risk, and it worked." "Why are you here, Lily?" Lily Potter's return made a lot of things clearer. For example, she was clearly the one who attacked the department. She was knowledgeable of their protection measures and had the increased intellect to bypass them. She had deliberately gone after Project Athena, her project, and destroyed any copy they had of the experiments. The Red Witch was planning something far more extensive than revenge, and Saul couldn't help but feel dread at the thought. The witch in question giggled. "After all this time, you're asking what I want? You owe me answers, Saul. And depending on what you have to say, I'll decide how to proceed." Saul nodded, feeling defeated. He had no chance at fighting her, and he knew that the witch probably had enough measures to stop them from being interrupted. "What do you want to know?" "There are a few things missing from the files regarding Project Athena." "Why is that?" "The Foundation. They tried to hide what they had done when we discovered their subdivision in the department. They were everywhere, not just in your project. Do you seriously think you were the worst off from their actions? They made raids, and precision strikes, against third-world countries that had natural deposits of orichalcum. They committed genocides and so much more. You were how we found them. Your actions were rarely subtle, but I think you did that on purpose. We couldn't afford to have anyone snooping and finding one of our greatest shame, so I personally removed any of their shady actions from any official documentation." "I want their names, Saul," the redhead insisted. "What did you think happened to them? Did you think I just let them commit atrocities without any reprisal? Every single member of this group was killed by the last mage. We were just subtle about it." "What about the names on the list?" Saul smirked at that. "Couldn't find them, could you? They're pseudonyms of the researchers on the new Project Athena. Everyone on that particular project had to drink polyjuice potion during their time. We did not want to risk another Agent Athena like you. After all, you caused quite the stir when you defected. Wasn't that what the diary was for, keeping her soul hostage?" Saul shook his head. "We do some very unethical experiments here, I'll admit that, but everything we do has a purpose. We didn't feel the need to use her soul. Outside of the Department of Mysteries, Hermione Granger wouldn't have a life to consider. The moment anyone would know of her condition, they would hunt down the diary to take control over her. And that's the best case scenario. She could be hunted down as an abomination like they used to do to liches thousands of years ago. We gave her options, potential, the possibility of life, by making her the new Agent Athena, and that's far better than anyone else could have done. The Red Witch shook her head. You didn't need to. You could have just helped her and just hid the diary. So, why did you even recreate Project Athena? This was a very dangerous question, one that Saul could turn to in his favor. He took a deep breath. We were afraid. The Great War, the war between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, you have no idea just how devastating it was. We've never experienced anything like it since the Statute of Secrecy was put into place. Normally, light and dark champions did the same thing, they fought their wars, each one gaining a bit of influence over society until they were inevitably defeated. So, we adapted, and we learned to work around them. It was a cruel and vicious cycle, but it was one we could predict. Until those two freaks of nature fought. He was breathing hard at the memories. Do you have any ideas what it was like, seeing those two people going at it? They changed landscapes, and literally wiped out villages and entire cities. You couldn't even trust your minds, with Grindelwald's timed compulsion charms and his abilities as a seer. They call it a great war, not because of the people involved, but because of the two leaders, the two archmages in charge. We waited for one of them to win, and thankfully they did. But then, that Tom Riddle came about. He wasn't a dark champion, with Grindelwald still alive, so, we ignored him and assumed Dumbledore would kill the upstart. However, for some ungodly reason, he didn't. We think he wanted to make magical Britain desperate enough for security that it would trade in anything he wanted in return. We decided to deal with him ourselves, but what we didn't expect was just how powerful Voldemort was. We hadn't seen anything like it. He wasn't as strong as Dumbledore or Grindelwald, but he could definitely challenge a few of the weaker champions. The redhead murmured, you had proof that you could create something that could challenge an archmage without being a champion of the light or dark. Saul nodded, yes. We were unsuccessful at first and decided to prioritize other avenues, but a group inside of the department wasn't convinced and did them regardless. The Foundation. They thought we still needed our trump card, and you know what happened next. Lily nodded, and the attack on Godric's Hollows. That was me. You would have gone after the department. I couldn't allow that. The work we do here is important. It's a shame the Wizengamot is not realizing that. Saul growled, so, the proposal was your handiwork. Not as an associate of mine. And I needed him to pressure you a bit. After all, there's a reason why I did very little damage when I was here last time. There are so many useful toys here that I could use. And you destroyed the records of Project Athena to stop people from finding out where you came from. The redhead giggled, of course. A copy destruction spell. Did you know that copying charm still has a small link to their original document, a link that could be used to destroy any copies of the document that exist? It's at these times that I love how lazy wizards and witches can be. It wasn't hard to realize where this conversation was heading. You're building a power base. You want control over the Department of Mysteries, and if I refuse, you're going to let the bill pass and the ICW will destroy this department and everything I've ever worked for. I really love dealing with you, unspeakables. I don't even have to voice my threats to make my point. It's a very good threat, I'll admit to that. Half the Wizengamot, the Department of Mysteries, and Merlin knows what else, will be compromised, under your command, and no one even knows that you're alive. The department alone will give you enough foreign agents and a discreet task force that could perform almost any operation. That's impressive. I never did understand why Dumbledore and Voldemort had so much trouble conquering this place. I'm almost halfway done, and I've been at it for just a few months. Yeah, good luck with that, Saul responded with a smug smile on his face. He wasn't an idiot. Evans would have checked for any traps inside his office without stepping in. Of course, she never checked him. With a smug smile, he activated the small rune inside his very body that he kept powering during the entire conversation. It was very painful. Far more painful than he ever expected it to be, but just as he was being shredded on a molecular level, every drop of magic inside his circuits combined into a ball. The last thing he saw was Lily Evans' wide eyes, as she realized that she was about to be blown up. It probably wouldn't be enough to stop her, but all that Saul Croker felt as he passed away was satisfaction. Chapter 249, Stormy Vision. September 29, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Harry laid down under the shade of his favourite tree near the Black Lake. The air was crisp, hinting at the approach of autumn, carrying with it the sweet scent of fallen leaves mixed with the earthy musk of the forest beyond. He calmly watched as the rich, golden-brown leaves rustled and danced softly with the occasional breeze. It was oddly hypnotizing in a way. He couldn't help but enjoy the moment, relishing it as much as he could. After all, it wouldn't be long until he would need to leave Hogwarts and spend his years abroad. If there was a way to describe his time in Hogwarts in his year, it would be oddly calm, and maybe even slightly boring. For all of Dumbledore's mistakes, the man really knew how to make the castle interesting. All in all, the changes weren't all that bad, in terms of academia, of course. McGonagall herself stayed as the senior Transfiguration professor, probably having found a candidate to be good enough to replace her. Unfortunately, McGonagall decided to only take OWL students and up and left the rest to a small team of junior professors who were barely adequate enough to transfigure matchsticks into needles, let alone challenge Harry in any meaningful way. He had tried asking them a theoretical question regarding the possibility of magical contamination if someone swallowed a conjured object, but the idiots just stammered, pointed Harry to a tome that was unrelated to his question and just continued the lesson. The lessons weren't that bad, but they were nowhere near McGonagall's level, and it showed how the students were learning. Funnily enough, Defense Against the Dark Arts got a competent instructor in the form of Kingsley Shacklebolt. It was part of a collaboration program between Hogwarts and the DMLE, where they would send in a single senior auror every year to teach the subject. In exchange, they would have first pick on the Hogwarts graduates, and they could even form apprenticeships before their graduation. It was a clever way to bypass the curse on the defense position, which was amusing since Harry probably destroyed that curse during his second year when he destroyed the diadem in the Room of Hidden Things. Lockhart's past caught up with him, and Lupin left of his own will. While it might look from the outside that the curse was still in place, it was obviously a coincidence. After decades of incidents, very few people cared enough to apply for the position for more than a year. So, the past two professors leaving after a year might have just been nothing more than a subconscious decision. The curse obviously didn't work like that. Harry had gotten bored during a weekend and made a list of every way the defense professors left the position. Most of them were just accidents or just bad luck. They felt more like someone's handiwork, and it was always in the castle. Lockhart's scandal happened outside the castle mostly, and Lupin had just left of his own free will. Yet, Harry couldn't tell if Quirrell was under the curse or not. It would have been counterproductive for Voldemort to curse himself for no reason, especially considering how weak he was at the time. Then again, Voldemort wasn't exactly known for his sanity. Harry couldn't help but wonder how long it would take the school to realize that they could just hire any defense professor without fearing for their lives. It would have been amusing that, after a few decades or so, someone accidentally becomes the defense professor twice in a row and everyone would realize that the curse would be over. Back to Kingsley Shacklebolt, Harry had to admit that this particular appointment took him off guard. He didn't know if the man was in Dumbledore's pocket or not, but he knew his stuff. The Auror specialized in foreign magics and curses, and he definitely knew his stuff. What was odd in seeing him in Hogwarts was the fact that he was up there as one of the best Aurors in the DMLE. He was one of the more respected ones, just behind Rufus Scrimgeour and Amelia Bones. This whole thing could just be political and have nothing to do with Dumbledore at all. Still, Harry remained on guard whenever the man was near. Caution was never a bad thing. His musings were interrupted by an amused voice. "I swear you spend more time here than you do in the castle." He turned and saw Daphne smiling mischievously at him. "I'm just taking my fill of this place before leaving." "You're so sure you're going to be selected then?" Harry snorted in amusement. "Well, yeah. From the rumors running around, they want about as many students for every year, starting from third year. I hope I get chosen too. It's a shame that Tracy and Blaise aren't signing up." Ah yes, Blaise and Tracy decided to have nothing to do with the European tournament, a wise sentiment if Harry said so himself. Tracy wanted to cement her position in the court of Slytherin, and Blaise just said some stuff about him already having visited most of Europe, but Harry could tell he just wanted to stay near his girlfriend. Harry could see the advantage in Tracy's decision. The truth was that anyone with a brain wanted to enter the European tournament, especially the Slytherins. The connections that could be made during the events could last a lifetime, and no one could take it for granted. This put Tracy in a prime position to rise in the court, as there would be a lot of missing members from their house. The blonde continued, "We're almost late for Slughorn's class." That statement made Harry groan. Horace Slughorn replacing Severus Snape as the Potions senior professor and head of Slytherin House was another major change in the faculty. And while the man was miles better at explaining potions than Snape, he was a lot more annoying to deal with. Dealing with Severus Snape was easy. If you ignored him, he would just find some other poor Gryffindor or Hufflepuff to torment. But Slughorn was completely mesmerized by Harry's skill in potions, praising him every time, saying how much he reminded him of Lily Evans, a comparison that made him uncomfortable considering how people talked about her. He walked back to the castle, grumbling at another class where the man would keep praising his possibly psychopathic, possibly not dead, mother. The two Slytherins entered the classroom in the nick of time and sat down next to an impassive Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. He didn't want to get involved in Neville's life, but he had to admit that he looked better. He stopped being a wreck, and to Harry's arcane hearing, it was like he was getting more stable, more controlled. Which was good, it gave fewer opportunities for the Horcrux in his head to possess him. And it was all probably thanks to the Muggleborn next to him. It was truly a wonder just how much a single true friend could help someone. It was sad that Harry could have never been this friend to Neville, but he was glad that the boy had found someone. Even if Hermione Granger was starting to disturb him. The Muggleborn had obviously gone through some very thorough training in the Department of Mysteries because her spells were stronger and faster. She was also visibly smarter, even if it was more in a mechanic way. The girl still had no imagination to save her life and liked structured spells and arithmancy instead of true spell casting, but it was still better than almost anyone else her age. Truth be told, she was actually beating out Daphne quite frequently, much to the blonde's discontent. Hermione hadn't gone out of her way to speak with him, firmly taking Neville's side on the matter. Not that Harry really cared enough to go out of his way to do so. The rest of the school's reaction to her was a lot less subdued. People kept pointing fingers at her for a couple of weeks, and her housemates often found her new silent disposition to be quite disturbing when they compared it to how she used to be. He had been so lost in thought that Harry forgot how long they started brewing a forgetfulness potion. He had almost made a few blunders that he corrected using his arcane hearing, and as usual, Slughorn ran to his station with a wide smile on his face. Perfect. As expected of Lily Evans' son. You'll quickly surpass her if you continue this way. Harry gave the man a forced smile. I hope so, Professor. You know what, Harry? Before I forget, there was something I wished to speak about with you and Miss Greengrass after class. Why don't you wait in my office until then? Feel free to eat the toffees on my desk. Harry nodded and walked to the man's office, followed by Daphne. As he expected, every surface of Slughorn's office seemed to be adorned with memorabilia, each piece carefully chosen to reflect the prestige and potential he saw in his most favored students. The walls were lined with shelves that groaned under the weight of photographs in silver frames, capturing moments of triumph and victories that the man would brag about to everyone who entered his office. In one corner of the room stood a tall, glass cabinet filled with various trophies and awards, gleaming under the soft light that filtered through a stained glass window, casting colorful patterns on the polished wooden floor. Among these were Quidditch cups, academic accolades, and even a small, but prominently displayed, Order of Merlin. Each item was meticulously labeled with a small, handwritten note detailing the recipient's name and the reason for their recognition. Across from this, a massive desk was cluttered with papers and notes. Hey, so the man hadn't given up on his career as a potion master then. It was quite impressive that he could handle teaching so many classes while doing some personal research at the same time. The research looked quite impressive, focusing on enlarging magical circuits temporarily, something that was very foolish, to say the least, and stupidly dangerous. Even if, by some miracle, it worked, the control alone over the new circuits would take far more time than the effect of the potion to perfect. Either way, it was still an interesting avenue of research. The potion master then arrived a few minutes later, with a large smile on his face. Ah, Harry, Daphne. I see you're admiring my collection. And then the man spent 10 minutes bragging about his students. Harry tuned most of them out, waiting for the man to get to the point. She still sends me tickets to her matches. Now, you're probably wondering why I asked you to come here. They both nodded and the man continued, well, there's no other way to say this, but Professor McGonagall has approved your applications to join the Hogwarts delegation for the European tournament. As you probably know, this is an honor, to say the least, but that also means that there are a lot of things you need to know about before we leave next month. Harry nodded while listening raptly. Things just got interesting. In the heart of the Department of Mysteries, two unspeakables finished up their reports respectfully to their leader, Saul Croker. So, we were able to finish the repairs in the time room and added the savings to our yearly budget. Good work. I expect you to start going back to work tomorrow. They nodded and left. In his office, a man groaned in exasperation the moment his privacy charms were up. Who would have thought I would miss the brats? This place is a fucking nightmare. With a flick of a wand, the form of Saul Croker melted away, leaving the face of a disgruntled Severus Snape. An amused Lily Evans melted out of the shadows. I never expected you to miss your time in Hogwarts. I hate Croker even more, now. Why didn't he just submit to your authority? Things would have been a lot simpler then. Yeah, and they also would have had access to some of the sensitive files the man had on the department. So far, they have been working with Lily's admittedly knowledgeable experience regarding the department, but getting access to its resources was still eluding them. Damn Croker for blowing himself up. Seriously, who the fuck does that? Come on, Sev. Isn't a small part of your Slytherin heart happy with the power you now hold, with the authority you have over one of the most powerful groups in the country? Severus disgruntledly nodded before a small owl of parchment appeared out of nowhere and turned into a small letter for the redhead. Lily smirked slightly at the content and he couldn't help but ask, anything good? Harry Potter is now officially part of Hogwarts delegation from the tournament. Ah, the Granger girl must have sent the message. How are you going to proceed? I believe it's time for me to meet my son, the redhead answered ominously. Chapter 250, Draco Dormiens. October 31, 1994, Hogwarts, Scotland. Today was the day. Samhain was upon them. In a normal year, the student body would have looked forward to the Halloween feast. However, while the normal Halloween decorations were still floating around in the castle, no one really paid attention to them. The only thing any student in the castle cared about was the delegation for the European tournament. A terrifying number of people had signed up to be part of the delegation. Harry couldn't really blame them. The opportunities to network and make connections were endless. That wasn't to mention that one of the ICW's rules was the fact that any institution would have to let any incoming delegation have full access to their libraries, something that was only offered to graduates of these academies. To be perfectly frank, a normal student, who would likely be unaware of how political this event was, or the hidden dangers in the forms of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, would have gladly put their name in and perhaps even wished to participate in any of the tasks, in an effort to be noticed in the international scene. Unfortunately, Harry knew a little too much about that. An event on this scale would attract both attention and trouble. It wouldn't even have to be anything major. Every country they would visit had its hidden dangers and its secrets. And while Harry was looking forward to unearthing them, he did dread the potential risks involved. Grindelwald was back, and doing God know what. Dumbledore was in hiding, scheming as he always did, and Voldemort wanted to return to his former power. It was somewhat worrying to remember that the Voldemort who fought alongside Harry in the Quidditch World Cup was diminished, relying on scraps of magic from a person who was rejecting him. Imagining him at the height of his power, with countless rituals to enhance every single aspect of magical casting, no matter how heinous they could be, was terrifying. He might look like the weaker threat compared to monsters like Dumbledore and Voldemort, but Harry had no way to measure just how powerful he became after his rituals. It did look like Dumbledore had trouble dealing with him, even if Harry had no idea if the Light Champion wanted it to look like he was losing to spread his ideals and attract more followers by giving them the illusion that they could save the world. All in all, while people looked excitedly at the event, Harry couldn't help but feel some dread. While he wanted nothing to do with any potential excitement during the tournament, Arcturus has asked him to network and make connections, in preparation for Grindelwald's inevitable return. Since that would be a conflict on a continental, maybe even global scale. Yeah, that wasn't a nice dinner conversation. This time, the feast was a little earlier than usual, probably as a way to include the delegations and make a few announcements. There were a lot of details missing about the tournament, which was unusual since McGonagall was a stickler for being organized. Harry watched as Daphne watched Astoria sadly as her sister kept babbling about some inane topic. She would miss Astoria, that was for sure. It had been slightly surprising that the blonde signed up as part of the delegation. Don't get him wrong, he was glad that he wouldn't be away from all his friends for a year, but he didn't think that Daphne could spend so much time away from her sister, especially considering how much the idea of saving her was on her mind. It was probably her father. Harry had gotten the measure of the man during his time in Greengrass Manor. His wife knew how to handle him well enough, but it wasn't hard to see his ambitious nature and ruthlessness. He would have easily asked his daughter to join the delegation hoping that she could make connections that he would use to grow his family business. His wife, though, was the more dangerous one. He recognized the type and the magic. She played the act of the loving wife, but Harry could detect the spikes of magic, ready to drown the world in her coldness and ice. Considering the fact that she was of Scandinavian origin, she had probably experienced in her youth the Great War in all its horrors. That would probably make just about anyone jumpy for attacks. As for Harry and Daphne, they had gotten a lot closer over the years. It was something that he hadn't noticed before the invitation to her home, but he was a lot more comfortable with her than with Blaise and Tracy. They were still his friends and everything, but it was nowhere near as close as his relationship with the blonde. The chatters were interrupted by McGonagall standing up, and everyone looked at her expectantly. "Good evening all of you, and I wish you all a happy Halloween. And as most of you have noticed, this is more than our annual feast, but also to wish our future champions of the European tournament farewell. Now that we are all fed and watered, I believe that I have a few words to say regarding the tournament. The tournament will consist of 7 tasks, each task will take place at a different institution in Europe. Notably, the first task will be in Beauxbatons, the third one in Durmstrang, and after quite a bit of negotiation, the 7th and last task to conclude the tournament will take place here, in our beloved Hogwarts." The students cheered at the announcement and Harry couldn't really blame them. He had no idea how the hell the woman pulled it off. It had to be a joint effort from Fudge, the Wizengamot, and McGonagall, at the very least, to convince the ICW to let Britain host a task of the tournament. Was this some kind of olive branch from the ICW to stop people from contesting their interference in magical Britain's affair? There had to be some kind of political angle, not that Harry knew enough about the situation to guess what it really was. The consequences of this decision, at least for the students, were mostly positive. It gave them the opportunities to meet new people and make connections and friends from all over Europe, especially since 7 schools will be competing in the tournament. It would also be one of the biggest events of the year, which could help restore the country's dire economic situation slightly, especially if the ministry somehow manages to get funding from the ICW. The Transfiguration Mistress waited a good minute for the cheers to go out and continued, "The delegates will have the opportunity to learn from every institution they visit, and I certainly hope that they would do Hogwarts proud." There was an undertone of threat at the idea of them embarrassing the school and more than a few people gulped. "They will also be accompanied by a single staff member to supervise them, which will switch after each task. In the meantime, their classes will be taught by a temporary replacement to make sure that your education is not affected in any way. I will be the first supervisor in the tournament, as headmasters are required to attend the opening ceremony, and I will return after the first task, which will take place in a couple of weeks. Until then, our dear Professor Flitwick will become the acting headmaster, and my Transfiguration classes will be covered by Professor Matilda Sharp." A middle-aged brown-haired woman that Harry hadn't noticed sitting in the corner of the staff table, stood up and people applauded her. Harry couldn't really blame them for the lack of enthusiasm. This was a professor who would only stay for a couple of weeks at most. Perhaps McGonagall was using this time to assess the woman to become her permanent replacement for Transfiguration. The headmistress cleared her throat, and the Great Hall was silenced once more. "And now, it is time for us to support our delegation one last time before they go against Europe's finest young wizards and witches. As for the delegates themselves, please make your way to the Hogwarts Express. Your luggage has already been packed." The Hogwarts Express? How underwhelming! Harry stood up alongside a few others and walked out as the rest of the student body cheered and roared in approval while looking around to see who was selected. There had been no official announcements about who was part of the delegation, just a quick meeting with their head of house, and that was it. Of course, a few people bragged about being selected, and a few people lied. There were so many rumors that no one really knew what was true. Harry noticed that Hermione and Neville were also chosen, and so was Susan Bones in their year. He recognized Cho Chang, in the year above, Cedric Diggory in 7th year, and surprisingly the Weasley twins. Harry had not expected McGonagall to choose those two for fear of embarrassing the school. They were brilliant, that was without saying, but they were also almost uncontrollable in their mischief. The headmistress must have threatened them or given them some kind of incentive to behave. The delegates walked in line until they arrived at the Hogwarts Express. No one had really spoken during this time, probably out of nervousness. After all, they were representing their schools in front of the entirety of Europe. Messing up there would not be easily forgotten. When they arrived at the train station, Harry and Daphne entered but saw most of the other delegates spend their last minutes on the soil of Scotland celebrating and receiving acclaim at Hogsmeade Station rather than a mere goodbye. It seemed like the entirety of the village was there to cheer them on and say farewell. The Weasley twins took the opportunity to fire fireworks. The result was an extremely spectacular parade of cheers and noise. It was a very loud parade, to say the least, and Harry savoured the silence as he entered the Hogwarts Express and cast a few silencing charms around. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the red locomotive started moving southwards. The interior of the Hogwarts Express was definitely different, more luxurious to say the least. All the compartment dividers and many elements of decorations had been removed, and each compartment was almost as large as the Slytherin common room. Armchairs and couches were all around them, and Daphne whistled in appreciation. I wonder why they didn't just keep all compartments that big during our normal trips to school. Suddenly Susan, Neville, and Hermione entered the common room as Harry answered, the expansion charms will have a risk of fading away because of how complex the rest of the express is, and a curious student could try to mess with them and kill everyone. Neville snorted but did not answer. Harry turned to Susan with a questioning look, which she answered, McGonagall said that we're supposed to stay with our year mates. Harry nodded and watched in silence as the train started to move. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed at the method of travel. Compared to the dumb-strung boat and Beauxbaton's chariot in the stories, a train was a little too mundane for Harry's tastes. As if it had heard his thoughts, Harry heard the magic of Samhain, probably some kind of ritual, be used up in massive amounts. The train started to morph slowly and float into the air. Each carriage contorted, the metal twisting as if alive, joints forming where none had been. The wheels melded together, becoming mighty claws, scraping against the rails with sparks of magic. The whistle, once a comforting call across the countryside, morphed into a throaty roar, reverberating through the bones of every onlooker. The once linear form of the train bulged and stretched into muscular haunches, powerful limbs, and a curved tail. The windows fractured, splintering into thousands of reflective scales, shimmering like the surface of the Great Lake under moonlight. With a final shudder, wings unfurled from the flanks of the locomotive, vast and membranous, catching the wind with a snap. The Hogwarts Express was now a giant dragon made of iron. Harry understood now what it meant to be a Transfiguration Master, because there was no way in hell he would have been able to do something like this. McGonagall had really outdone herself. This was a show, not just for the other schools, but for everyone in Britain that doubted her capabilities after Dumbledore was gone. The last Potter couldn't help but smile and murmur to himself, Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. Never tickle a sleeping dragon indeed.
Thanks for listening.